Hi, you guys. Everybody seems locked and loaded and ready to go. So hit the like button. We're going to get into it. I heard it was really good today. Thank you, by the way, to the mods and the members in the chat that were reminding people that this stream was set to start around lunchtime. We're going to skip through the breaks, and just like we did on other days, I think we'll catch up to court before it ends today. So we'll see how that goes. I heard it's spicy. You know, if you guys are going to drop spoilers in the chat, like write spoiler before it so I don't read it. And we're going to start the day with some, it said evidentiary arguments. So let's see what the day holds. Hello to everybody.
All right, it looks like we had a couple of evidentiary issues that arose over the weekend that we need to sort out, I guess. One of them was, is there more than one interview of Mr. Sledge? I think was one of the questions.
Sorry,
Talking to the mic.
Like, she's quiet.
I believe there are two interviews with Mr. Sledge, and we will get to Mr. Steele where the other one is located. So I think that was his question.
All right, and that's not going to come. Well, when do we expect that to actually?
That might be tomorrow or Wednesday, maybe, Your Honor. I guess it depends on what happens today.
Well, tomorrow is Wednesday. This is
sorry,
Tuesday.
sorry, Your
It's a
Honor.
short week.
It's a short week. So either tomorrow or Thursday, Your Honor. I guess it'll
All right, well then get it.
Yes.
Him. I mean, are you saying he has it? It's just where is it?
Yes.
Like which Dropbox link or whatever? Okay, well just somebody sort that out and shoot an email over on that.
We will.
Okay, and then will that resolve that issue, Mr. Steele? Good morning. Okay, all right, and then there was an issue potentially with jail calls, I guess, between Mr. Garlington and his mother. A lot of this, I know y'all are shooting emails back and forth all weekend, but I just saw these like 2 minutes ago. So.
Yeah. Hey, so Your Honor, relating to the call with Mr. Garlington and his mother, is not the same intention to play that call at this juncture. If something changes, and there is a hearsay exception, we will get it in, but at this point, we don't intend to play that call.
Okay.
And then the last thing
Nice,
that Mr.
Biff.
Steele referenced was Mr. Zachary mentioning the search of Mr. Williams' home, and we do not plan on getting into that with Mr. Zachary. We understand, of course, previous ruling regarding that.
Okay, and will have instructed all of your witnesses, if you haven't yet, before they get on the stand, as to things that they're off limits that they are not to mention.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, will that resolve that issue? Okay, all right, are there any other issues that we need to discuss?
Do you guys believe that they're not really going to plan to introduce the thing? Yay, gifts. Thank you so much, Satchel. Check it out, you guys. We got 5 new greenified members in the
I
chat.
have an issue at the bench in just a minute. Y'all can finish figuring out whatever you were discussing, but then I need y'all to come out to the bench.
And while they're figuring that out, we can all shout out Mr. Satchel in the chat. And Tamika, you're not far off. I started like 7 or 8 minutes early. So my meeting was scheduled till 11:30, and sometimes it takes a really long time to actually end, but they ended like 10 minutes late instead of half an hour late. So he's still standing like this. Guys, look at him. What is it? Looks like he's showing him like, hey guys, look at my shirt. I do think that they're going to I saw a bunch of stuff happening at the desk. Are they having IT issues? Because their mic was quiet. He's still standing. Look at Steele. Oh, he sat down finally. So nothing interesting happening. This is why I like, oh, I have a meeting. Oh, we'll just get breaks and we'll be able to catch up. Here we go.
Okay.
Somebody else is going to shoot up in Mechanicsville. Hopefully doesn't say anything. I don't believe he adopted. And she's been going in, and that minute call and it was actually cut off by security. So I don't know why that's coming in.
Okay. All right, is that something that the state is intending to play?
We won't play any hearsay. We'll just make sure that the timestamp is correct for when Dashon makes that, when Ms. Corner makes that comment, Your Honor.
All right, and this will be this morning sometime?
Ideally, hopefully.
Okay, so y'all, we actually have a little bit of a delay. One of the jurors isn't here yet. So in a few minutes after the bench conference, y'all could maybe just get together and make sure you're on the same
Okay.
page on that. All right, so can a couple of people come up here?
All right, so they're gonna go up there. We're skipping more time. How long do they do this before the juror shows up? Look at them all up there. Busy day already. All right, they're dispersing.
All of the jury here now, so let's get Mr. Copeland in and we'll get the jury out.
Like, look how much we got to, let me move myself. Look how much we got to move forward already.
So, Your Honor, we listened to that call, and we're going to stop the call at 14:30,
Okay.
which would alleviate the issue that Mr. Steele brought up.
All right,
And that's on the 16th of June jail call.
all right. Is somebody going to get Mr. Copeland?
Yes.
We can go ahead and have them start filing out as well. People are just getting seated.
Not that I'm complaining if Love is going to be a bit quieter today, but she was really hard to hear there for
Good
once.
morning.
Good morning.
Now I do have it on 1.25. We can watch it at 1. We can watch it at 1.25. You guys had just said that the first break was long, so I think even if we watch it at 1 speed, we might catch up. So if you do want to slow it down, you guys let me know. And I am thrown off that today is Tuesday.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope y'all all had a pleasant, long, enjoyable, peaceful weekend. All right, we are about to get started, but I think Ms. Hylton ran out for just a second, so I'm sure she will be right back.
Daniel McCrae, the metaphor here. The state's redirect will be similar to a dog trying to avoid the poop of other dogs after being given involuntary immunity. You can walk anywhere in this dog park, but we didn't clean up any of the other poop from the other dogs, so.
Good morning, Mr. Copeland.
Good morning.
On cross-examination last week, do you recall speaking with Doug Weinstein about your knowledge of God and knowing that God is in your heart? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Mr. Weinstein asked you if with God in your heart, that is what you were thinking about when you raised your hand and took the oath. Do you remember him asking you that?
I don't get what you're saying.
Sure. Last week, Mr. Weinstein asked you, when you took the oath to testify, if you had God on your mind. Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes.
Okay. And you said he wasn't on your mind, he was in your heart. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you and I have had discussions about God. Is that fair to say?
Yes, we have.
Okay. And he asked you, Mr. Weinstein asked you, with God in your heart, is everything that you testified to in trial the truth now? Do you remember him asking you that?
I guess, yes.
But that's not actually accurate, is that, Mr. Copeland?
What you mean?
That everything that you testified to in court while you've been here isn't all true. Is that fair to say?
I don't get what you're asking.
Sure.
You say is everything I testify is true?
Yes.
To my understanding, it's true.
Well, I want to play for you State's Exhibit 399Y, which is your testimony from a few weeks ago with you and I talking about your ability to read, okay?
To read?
Yes.
So the court feed is all the way up, you guys. It's their mics.
We're just waiting for
But
it.
I can lower myself if you guys want me to lower me.
I need to put the headphones on.
Yes, please.
And at least Woody was clear when he was answering. Hylton was quiet.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as Stacey Exhibit 332Y.
I can hardly hear.
Now looking at
It's not playing right here.
where we stopped at Stacey Exhibit 332Y, do you see on here where it says Hertz rental record?
I can't read.
Okay, so you can't see anything on that page?
I can't read.
Do you see the name Jeffrey Williams? Now, do you remember telling me that you couldn't read?
Right?
Okay.
Can I speak on it?
No, not yet.
All right.
There was no explanation of that. I think she's gonna ask him another question and you can, we'll see where it goes from there.
And thank you so much, Violet, for gifting a membership.
Go ahead, Ms. Hylton.
I'm showing defense counsel some exhibits.
Okay, we are going to switch to 11 Alive. It is way louder, so I'm going to reduce, before I switch it, I'm going to reduce their volume and we're going to gradually raise it so nobody's eardrums get blown out. Let me make sure I line up the right part. Okay, she's asking about Doug Weinstein. All right, so this is half volume. We're going to raise it up, you guys. You can already hear with the background noise. It's louder.
Okay, so you can't see anything on that page?
I can't read.
Going louder.
Do you see the name Jeffrey Williams? Now, do you remember telling me that you couldn't read?
Right?
Okay.
Can I speak on it?
No, not yet.
All right.
There was no explanation of that. I think she's gonna ask him another question and you can, we'll see where it goes from there. Go ahead, Ms. Hylton.
I'm showing defense
There's no
counsel some exhibits.
CCs, no closed captions on this, but if the sound gets better on the other feeds, we'll switch and whatever works. Yeah, big difference, and not for nothing, but we were complimenting both Steele and Schardt for standing alongside him and reading next to him. So they're playing a clip of them asking him about the Hertz rental on a screen where he said, I can't read, as in I can't read that. So yeah, maybe he was being a little bit difficult just because. But at the same time, it's a different situation when he can suddenly read for the defense if the defense is standing next to him with the paper in front of him. And I don't really remember what was Schardt, but I remember didn't Steele, like, with his hand, this is the paper, Steele was going like this, like reading alongside with him and looking at him every line, reading it with him. So this is kind of like disingenuous how Hylton's presenting this. So I understand why. It's one way to show that he's lying today, currently. Wait, are they waiting just because Woody stepped out? Come on, Woody.
Permission to approach, Your Honor.
Amen.
Mr. Cook, I'm gonna show you Mr. Martin State's Exhibit 401.
Why?
First time if you recognize State's Exhibit 401, why?
You said, have I recognized it?
Yep.
I ain't never seen it before.
Do you see your name on here?
Yep. Yes.
Do you see your signature on the back page?
Yes.
All right. And do you see that date of December 13, 2018?
Yes.
And does it say plea of guilty form?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Is this the plea of guilty form you filled out when you took the plea to theft by receiving stolen property back in 2018?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Is this the plea of guilty form that you had to fill out when you took the plea to theft by receiving stolen property in 2018?
I guess.
All right. I'm also now showing you Stacey Exhibit 402Y. Do you see your name on there?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see your signature when you signed and date this on August 12, 2013?
I see the date.
Okay. Do you see your signature?
Oh, yes.
Did you fill this out when you took your plea in 12 SC 110195?
She seems personally angry.
Intern automobile plea.
I guess.
I guess, is that your signature?
What?
On the second page.
I guess.
All right. I'm also showing you Westmoreland Market States Exhibit 403Y. Do you see your name on here?
Yes.
Do you see the petition of bond that you filled out while in jail trying to get a bond?
You said I filled it up?
Did you write this from the Fulton County Jail?
Yes, I wrote it, but not that.
So you didn't write your petition for bond?
No, that's not even my handwriting.
Okay. Well, I'm showing you Stacey Exhibit 404Y. Do you see this letter that she wrote from the Fulton County Jail?
Again, that's not my handwriting.
Okay. Do you see that this was sent by you from the Fulton County Jail?
That's my handwriting.
This is your handwriting, but you didn't write this in this. Okay.
Yes.
Looking at Stacey Exhibit 401 and 402, Your Honor, state like to admit 401 and 402Y. What's happening?
Admitted.
Do you see here on page 4, you had to write, are you able to read, write, and understand the English language? You said yes.
Yes.
All right. Also here on your plea of guilty form, can you read, write, and understand the English language? You said yes, correct?
Right.
All right. And that's what you signed and dated, correct?
I guess.
All right. And last week, do you remember when Mr. Steele put before you the murder warrants in this case? You were able to read the murder warrants in this case?
I don't remember reading that.
Okay. Do you remember when Mr. Schardt asked you to read that dismissal form that when your case was dismissed in early this year, that you were able to read that?
He read it for me.
Do you remember reading it yourself?
I remember listening to him and agreeing to, because he reading it for me in front of everybody, so I assumed that what he reading is on there.
Is it the only time that you couldn't read when I had to put something in front of you that dealt with
It's a different, like, that's why I just asked, because I explained to you.
what would you like?
Reading and understanding is different. Like, you putting papers in front of me, like, you read that stuff?
So I won't do a lot of pausing today. First of all, thank you, Jen. I'm so glad to see your face here today as well, and thank you for the super chat. If I was the defense, this whole line of questioning, okay, he lied today, right? This is a tug of war between, did Woody lie back then? Did Woody lie today? And the defense has the uphill advantage here because if Woody's a liar and this is the state's witness, no matter when he lied, that's sort of helpful to the defense more than it would be helpful to the state. But the state really needs to fight this battle that he was being truthful back then, and the things that he said back then do in fact corroborate and are evidence of YSL conspiring and committing gang activity together. That's the battle that they've got to fight here. What I would do if I was the defense and Hylton's going down this line of questioning, I would pull that line of the transcript where Hylton says she explained to Woody in depth, at length, explained over and over these concepts of what the immunity meant and what perjury meant, and how in that same very transcript she had to explain it again. So I would ask Woody, and I would look at that transcript. I would do both. Do you remember her trying to explain this stuff to you? You know, did you understand the first time she told you? Did you understand what it meant? No. Did you understand the second time what it meant? No. Well, why did you keep asking her? Why did she have to keep explaining this to you? Because I don't get what they're saying. And what if Woody says, sometimes they would tell me two different things that wouldn't make sense? So this is kind of a dangerous line of questioning for the state, if you ask me, because I'm assuming the defense is going to recross. But
Okay, so your testimony today that you did not read anything last week when Mr. Steele and Mr. Schardt gave you documents to read?
You said, did I read anything last week?
Yes.
I don't. Just looked at the paper. He reading it in front of everybody, so I'm assuming whatever he reading, it got to be on there because he in front of the court.
Okay. Now, that wasn't the only thing that you have not been honest about with this jury now that you testified. Is that fair to say?
What you mean?
On cross, do you remember Mr. Steele and Mr. Schardt asking you about the gang meeting with Mo the day before Nut died?
I'm listening.
Do you remember them asking you about it?
You said, do I remember them asking me about it?
Yes.
I guess.
And this is the same gang meeting that you didn't remember me asking you about it or telling me about it. Do you recall that?
You asked me about it?
Yes, and you didn't remember it when I asked you about it.
What am I supposed to say?
An answer. Do you remember not recalling that meeting at all when I asked you about it?
I don't even remember what they asked me about it.
Okay. This gang meeting with Mo, is that the same meeting that you told Detective Thorpe about? Back in 2015.
I told you, when it came to talking to the detectives, I would tell me anything to get them out of my face.
And is this the same meeting that you told Detective Dennis and Gaither about? Back in 2015.
I guess, I don't know.
Okay. And is this the same meeting that occurred after Rich Homie Quan's car was shot at the studio?
Can you say that again?
This gang meeting with Mo, is this the same meeting that occurred after Rich Homie Quan's car was shot up at the music studio?
Was it after? I don't know.
Okay. And is this the same shooting that Nut was at that studio as well when Rich Homie Quan's car got shot up, correct?
Yeah, it's them. I don't know. I don't know who was there where. I don't know.
Now, last week, do you remember saying that that meeting was about you? This gang meeting was about you. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah, who I told it to?
Mr. Steele and Mr. Schardt.
It's the way you ask me the question. You got to ask me the same way they asked me.
Let me ask you this. The meeting, the meeting about the gang meeting with Mo, that meeting wasn't just about you, correct?
Was it just about me?
Was it just about you?
The part I know about.
Wasn't this also about Thug? Weren't Thug discussed at this meeting as well?
Was it, they brought his name up?
Yes.
No.
Do you remember telling Investigator Thorpe that this meeting was about you and Thug?
I told you, I had to, you keep going to me. When they question me, I was trying to, bring him in it. I mean, like.
I want to play Stacey did a 370 watt.
I don't get it.
78 watt A at 306.35.
I got to listen to it.
Yes, please.
What is they showed yesterday Friday?
It's not playing.
The meeting.
It's on here, but it's not playing. Oh, the headphone might be broke.
Can you push it? Make sure it's all the way pushed.
It's already in.
We'll just play it for a little while. Maybe it'll pick up afterwards.
What is they showed yesterday Friday? they have a meeting. The meeting, like it was a blood meeting, and the meeting was about me and Thug. You and Thug, me and Young Thug. But the whole time, I'm telling her like, what Thug got to do with this, bro? Young Thug was just talking. Young Thug, the rapper. I'm like, what you got to do with this? You know what I'm saying? So I'm talking to him. Like, see what you like, bro, it ain't no beat, bro. Like, I just think out these out there. You don't pay no shit, I'll pay y'all attention. No, I listen, man. But there was a guy that was at me. Said, there was a guy down the road, he's supposed to kill me and Young Thug. So I asked, I got to my phone. I text my phone like, hey, bro, y'all gonna kill me and Thug? And I could let it, and he like, bro, what you talking about? Like, ain't never like shit. So another guy thought, like, ain't never like shit. So I hope they did it line. He like, yo. So next thing you know,
I'm gonna stop it at 307:39.
Stephanie
Mr.
Lane
Coburn.
called it.
You're the person who brought up Thug, correct?
I guess so.
Detective Thorpe never brought up Thug, correct?
Right, correct.
Matter of fact, he had to clarify who you were talking about, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Remember
So,
how I was telling you that I take a little bit of piece of the truth?
so again, when it has to deal with Thug, that part is a lie. But you being on the plate isn't a lie. But Thug being on the plate is a lie. Is that what you're trying to say?
What I'm trying to say is, when I was talking to Detective Thorpe, I wasn't raised to tell the truth to the police. So, whatever. If you listen to what I said in the interview, I said, what Thug have to do with this? So if it was about me and Thug, why would I be saying what Thug have to do with it? Shit, I would already know.
Okay. But this is because this was a gang meeting that they were putting you on the plate, correct?
I ain't never been on the plate.
Okay. They wanted to kill you and Thug. That's what you told the detective.
Yes, that's what I told the detective.
Now, also on cross-examination, do you recall talking about meetings that you had with the state of Georgia multiple times? Do you remember talking about meetings that you had with Ms. Love, with me, with Investigator Long? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Right. Now, Cross, do you remember Mr. Steele asking you about when I, Ms. Love, met with you at the Fayette County Jail?
Okay.
Right. And do you remember that line of questioning?
If you said the same way he did, I will. I remember him asking about y'all though.
All right. Now,
Hold on, did he say if you say it the same way he did? Meaning like when she was begging to hear something from you? When Love was begging to hear from you? Because that was very memorable. Good observation there, Woody. And heck yeah, Stephanie Lane, you were so right. Right as I pulled the super chat up that says, Love hit Atkins, he didn't pass the note to Hylton. Love is still sitting there furiously writing and then instantaneously hands the yellow paper over to Atkins. Like, just crazy to watch. And Jake Hellman, you guys have such good eyes in the chat. Jake Hellman said, Hylton looks like olive oil today, like Popeye's chink. And when you said this, I see it. Thank you so much.
when we met, do you recall it being me, Ms. Love, and actually Investigator Viverito that met with you at the Fayette County Jail?
Which time?
The only time that I ever met you at the Fayette County Jail.
You only came once?
Do you recall me coming to the Fayette County Jail one time to meet with you?
I thought you came more than once.
Okay. Do you remember going to?
I'm telling you what I remember. I thought you came more than once.
That's fine. Do you remember me coming with Ms. Love and Investigator Viverito?
I thought you came with Ms. Love and Ms. Rolette and Long.
Okay, we'll talk about that meeting because that did happen, but I wasn't there. But we'll talk about that too.
Sustained.
In November, do you remember us meeting in November of 2022? Sure. Do you remember us meeting in November of 2022?
I remember you down there. We were laughing. Yeah.
Okay. And that was the first time we ever met. Would you agree?
Yeah, that's the first time I ever seen you.
Okay. And do you remember I was standing on the back wall because I didn't know who you were.
Yes.
You were standing on the wall over to the side.
I remember you was quiet most of the time.
Okay. And Ms. Love and Investigator Viverito was standing on the other side of you. Do you remember that?
They were sitting by each other, I think.
Yes. And do you remember telling me you don't know me, so you were being very observant of what I would say to you? Do you recall that?
I'm more watching me Verito.
And why were you watching Investigator Viverito?
Because she had her phone in her hand, trying to be slick.
And what did you think was happening with the phone in her hand?
Y'all were trying to trick me again.
Okay. And we say trick you again. What do you mean?
Well, not y'all, but the state was trying to trick me again.
Okay. And when we met, did you tell us that you did not want to testify?
I think so.
Yep. And did you told us that you had left all this stuff in the past?
They sound like somebody say.
And did you tell us that you were upset because when you needed our help, we didn't help you?
I guess.
Do you remember talking to us about Gaither not helping you out back in 2015?
I guess.
Do you remember telling us that we should have got your testimony back then when you were really willing to help us out?
I guess.
Do you remember talking to Ms. Love about a case that she worked on with one of your friends?
I most definitely do.
Okay.
And she denied it.
All right. And do you remember us talking about the fact that you wanted to write a book
No, I told you I wrote a book.
and that you wanted to get it published, correct?
I said I was thinking about it, but I didn't want to put it out because it had too much violence in it.
Okay. And is that what you told us, it had too many bodies?
Violence.
Oh, okay. And did you tell us that you didn't have a court date and you were trying to get you a court date?
That's what I said. Yeah, I said y'all always stop me from going to court.
And did we tell you we weren't trying to figure out why you didn't have a court date?
Yes.
All right. Isn't it true when we met, we never talked about any details about 2015,
Miss Love tried to.
but we never discussed it, correct?
What you mean?
We never went into details about anything that Little D told you. We never went into details about any of the Club Crucial. We never went into details about the facts of 2015. Isn't that fair?
I'm going to object. This is all testimony. She will not be a witness for what I said. I'm objecting to this entire life.
You're right.
We did. You can't go with it.
Overruled. And speaking to your mic also when you're making objections. Thank you. They're out. Shocker. All right, we'll let IT know.
But again, we never discussed the facts of that case when we met with you down at the Fayette County Jail.
And then just quick clarification here, Zion 42. I could be wrong, but I don't believe that once they're treating a witness as hostile on direct examination, I think that it's applying. It applies while the witness is continuing on the stand anytime the state or the party that asked to treat the witness as hostile is back to questioning. So I don't think they need to re-request. So yes, he's still able to be treated as a hostile witness by the calling party.
I don't know. My only concern was telling y'all that y'all were holding me in jail. So I can't really be specific with. I can't recall. You got to tell me what y'all was saying.
Okay. The only thing we talked about was the fact that you did not want to be in Fayette County Jail and you wanted a court date so you can get out of jail. Is that fair?
No, we was in there for a long time.
Right. And we never discussed the facts of the case. Correct.
See, you talking. I think I'm more. I think I'm more talking to Miss Love, and you just because I just remember you just kept standing there and you trying to act like somebody in the hood. So
Was I just quiet and being myself?
no, you acting like somebody I grew up with.
Let's focus on what it is that you're trying to have him clarify.
Now, the next time that we met was in May of 2024. Is that fair to say?
I don't keep up with the time.
Okay. The next time we met is when I met you in Pittsburgh, correct?
I think so.
Okay. And that was with you, me, and Investigator Long, correct?
Yes.
And we met by the train tracks over in Pittsburgh.
Yes.
Is that fair to say? And when you got into the car, you sat in the back seat, correct?
Yes.
And I was in the front, Long was driving, correct? Or in the driver's seat, correct?
No, he stood outside the car.
And he eventually got inside.
He stood outside. I seen him stand outside the whole time.
And when we first met, I asked you if Melvin was your attorney, correct?
Yes.
And you said you had not talked to him.
No, I said he is my attorney, but I haven't talked to him.
Okay. And you told me that he wasn't your attorney because you had not talked to him, correct?
Huh?
You told me that he wasn't your attorney because you had not talked to him.
I don't know if you ruled out a continuing objection.
You may. All right, can you restate that question? Are you saying was not?
Correct.
So
Isn't it? I will state
Go
that.
ahead.
Yes. Isn't it true that you told me because you all have not talked, he was not your attorney?
No, I always told y'all he was my attorney. It's just I don't talk to him that much.
Okay. I asked you if you still wanted to talk to me, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
And we talked, correct?
Yes.
And it was a cordial meeting, which is that fair to say?
I don't know what that means.
It was a pleasant meeting. Is that fair to say?
I pleasure.
It was a good meeting.
I just kept telling y'all, leave me out of this.
Okay.
I just want to move forward my life and let my past be in the past.
And when we met, you did not have any pending criminal charges, correct? You didn't have any criminal cases.
I don't know. I didn't. I know I had just went to court and played to the last case I had open. Well, I had another one from the jail, but
At the time, you didn't know that had been dismissed. Is that fair?
well, the lawyer just told me they were dismissed.
And when we met in the car, we also didn't go into the facts of the case, correct?
Well, I told you I was lying, and you told me that you know I wasn't lying.
Okay. Did you tell us that you just did not want to testify?
What you mean?
Did you tell Long and I you did not want to be involved in this case?
Yeah, I don't told the world that. I think so.
Okay. And then when we were finishing, I asked if we can meet again on Monday. You remember that?
I guess.
And you told me, I'll pray about it. Is that fair?
Sound like somebody say.
Okay. And we called you on Monday and you did not want to speak to us. Is that fair? All right. Then,
I don't know, because I still end up down here.
and you came down here later that week, correct? On about Wednesday.
Tuesday.
On Tuesday of that week. Thank you. And when we met on that Tuesday, correct?
I'm down here. I don't know if I can't remember if it was you I met with, but I'm down here with y'all.
Okay. And when we met, you told us you did not want to testify and that you just wanted us to play the tapes, correct?
Because that's what y'all wanted. That's what y'all said y'all wanted. I don't know you. I don't know these trick questions that you asked me or what, but you know what me and you talked about.
Okay.
And I told you that I done lied to these people and you know got me up here. You talking about I put my hand up to God to tell the truth and I'm lying, but you can't tell me what I'm lying about and telling the truth about.
When you asked me to just play the tapes, I told you I couldn't just play the tapes, that you had to testify.
Oh, I can't.
Let me give you continuing objections.
Okay, so we're getting an objection from Steele. But remember, she had to get those tapes in, at least in large part, right? There could be parts that were stipulated to that the defense didn't care. But the other parts, she had to get them in by contradicting him, impeachment. So even her response, which is supposed to be a question, but really she's responding to him here and not actually asking a question, was disingenuous because she knew that her strategy was to impeach him, to get those tapes played, the parts that weren't going to be admissible otherwise. So this is a little bit annoying to watch. And I do think it's kind of funny so far that Woody is, being very candid in his responses to her. Oh, you mean when you were acting like you were from the hood? And she's like, you mean when I was being myself? I don't know if that's going to land. It certainly didn't seem like Hylton's response to him saying that was anything that the chat took seriously. So I don't know if that's something that would land on its face with the jury. But she's trying to have a two-way conversation with him instead of asking questions, and she's lost control of him completely. On redirect, when she's supposed to be cleaning up things that went haywire. And thank you so much, Mason Martin. I think you are on the money so far that Hylton will be lying and reaching all day. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, she talks like a PO'd baby mama right now. All that's missing is neck rolling and finger snapping. She's got no poker face. And she's not that close to the camera. It was really obvious when they panned in, when she was standing like over here on the side next to Woody. They zoomed in, like the camera was framed right here. And you could see her facial expression, but even right now you can kind of see, maybe not if you guys are on mobile, but you can see she looks like she's jutting her jaw a little bit like, okay, like she doesn't like that answer and she's annoyed that she got it when she stepped in it. Thank you so much, Chloe. Good to see you. And then Eva says, thank you, Kat, for the awesome coverage. You are absolutely welcome. Thank you for the awesome participation and being here. You guys know I love you guys in the chat. So let's see what she does here to recover and what Steele his, I don't think this will be the first objection we'll get today, according to you guys in the chat, but let's see what we kick it off with.
Really unfair, unless we still don't become a witness. I cannot answer any question. I have no reports on it.
So he can say, yeah, that's right. He can say, no, that's not right. He can say, I don't remember. He can say, here's what really happened. I mean, it's not testimony, it's questions. And I have and will again instruct the jury that what the attorneys ask is not testimony, it's not evidence. So I understand, and you continue to have your continuing objection, and it continues to be overruled.
And when I met with you, Investigator Long was present, correct?
When?
Back in June, when you came down to the courthouse.
Oh, yes, I think so.
And when we met, did I go over with you in front of Investigator Long my understanding of the events leading up to Donovan Thomas's murder?
Object to the relevance of prosecutor's understanding of events that she wasn't present.
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. Did we talk about the events leading up to Donovan Thomas's murder?
I honestly can't remember.
Okay. Do you recall telling me that I had most of it correct, but there were some things I had wrong?
I don't remember. I think I told you y'all don't got y'all facts together, but I don't know.
Okay. And do you recall telling me that some of the facts that we didn't have together was the fact that you had stolen Donovan Thomas's stuff?
What you mean?
Did you tell me?
Self-
You talking too aggressive right now, and it's frustrating me.
Did you tell me that the one thing that I did not have correct is that you were the person that stole Donovan Thomas's belongings?
It would be self-serving if he said that to you.
I guess.
Did you also tell me that when I asked you about the shooting with Thug and Nard in the car on the night that you got into the fight with Kel at Club Crucial, that I didn't have all of my facts together regarding the shooting with Thug and Nard? Did you tell me that?
I don't get what you're saying.
Do you recall telling the detectives about a shooting with Thug and Nard in the car, and you and your brother was in another car, and you saw Nard with a gun, and he wrapped it, and when you started driving away, you heard shots being
I
fired?
told you, you here?
No, did you tell that to the police?
To in the interrogation room?
Yes.
Oh, I tell the police anything.
Okay. Do you remember telling me that I didn't have all those details correct?
No, I don't remember telling you that.
Okay. Do you remember me telling you that I had to tell the defense everything that you told me that was different?
You said, only thing you told the defense?
Do you remember me telling you that
Yes.
I would have to tell the defense anything that you told me that was different than what was in the interviews?
And that's when I switched it up.
And that's why you were mad, because you did not want me to tell the defense the things that you told me that were different.
Nah, I didn't want you to tell them what I said because I didn't want them to tell on me.
Okay.
So when you said that, I was like, don't say that because I don't want to be exposed.
And speaking about that, when we met, did you tell me that your biggest concern was what the defense knew about you?
My things I did,
Yes.
right?
And did you tell me I don't have a problem testifying for y'all? I'm more concerned about what they know about me.
You
I'm
told them they were going to
concerned about both of
hammer
y'all
him.
because they can. It ain't. Cause, I mean, people. I don't know. It just, man, I don't know. You got me up here and.
And you keep telling me that you keep testifying that you kept telling us that you lied. Is that fair? Do you recall me asking you, what do you lie
Yes.
about? What do you lie about?
You thought I was gonna tell you?
Okay. And then I asked you, are you talking about like lying to your girlfriend? What are you talking about?
Because I want y'all to like, because y'all put me in here and I constantly told you, I know I just told you every time you talk, like, I don't lie. So y'all putting me up here and y'all be expecting me to remember the lies I done told. Yeah, I better remember the truth.
And remember when we met, you've never told me any lie that you said back in 2015. Is that fair?
All the time, to be honest with you, you ask me these questions. Anytime I think about anytime me and you met, it was just laughing, ha. Like, I don't, you played on me.
Because we were always cordial with one another. Is that fair to say?
If that's what it means.
We were always on good terms with each other, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you recall also telling me that the defense may have a video with you and others bragging about killing Nut? Do you remember telling me that there might be a video that the defense has that it's you and others bragging about we killed Nut?
What about it?
Do you remember telling me that?
I told you that.
Do you remember me asking you if the video exists, can I have a copy of it?
Those are two very different questions she just asked. Did she really just do that? Hold on. Will this get all of it in? She's asking about the same thing. Look how she packages it with the first question versus how she packages it after Woody questions her back.
With you and others bragging.
Oh, not back far enough. Hold on.
Laughing, ha. Like, I don't, you played on me.
Because we were always cordial with one another. Is that fair to say?
If that's what it means.
We were always on good terms with each other, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you recall also telling me that the defense may have a video with you and others bragging about killing Nut? Do you remember telling me that there might be a video that the defense has that it's you and others bragging about we killed Nut?
What about it?
Do you remember telling me that?
I told you that.
Do you remember me asking you if the video exists, can I have a copy of it?
Why? There's two, I only see two possibilities here. Either he wasn't the one that volunteered this information out of the blue, that it was actually volunteered when Hylton was saying something to him, and his response was, well, show me that then. If you say you got it, let me see it then. Or if he volunteered it, it sounds like what he says he does. He was finessing. He was trying to send you on a lead. And the other problem here is there's language here, and I'm pinning it because you guys there's been a little bit of spoilers. But if Hylton is the one that proposed this existence of this video to Woody, her framing is that the defense has something that they plan to use. The defense has the video. And apparently that's never been produced. So that's a lie she made up. To me, that sounds like investigative work that she's doing as a prosecutor. And she's trying to pin and frame the defense as being the ones that are going to hammer him with some video that apparently doesn't exist. So who actually started this question? But either way, her two questions, the way she presented them and then repackaged it the second time she repeated it, paint two different pictures of this conversation. Not a good look.
Huh?
Do you remember me asking you if this video exists, would you give me a copy of it?
I don't even. Shit, when I heard it, them people say it over there, I didn't know y'all. I don't know that. I don't know. I don't recall.
So last week when Mr. Steele asked you if there was a video about saying you killed Nut, that wasn't the video, correct? There was a video maybe that said we killed Nut, correct?
What video y'all have?
Is this the video that you said the defense may have?
I haven't seen no video. Y'all ain't showed me none.
During these meetings that we had with each other, at any point, did you ever tell me that what little D told you about the night of Donovan Thomas's murder was a lie?
I don't even, me and you, only time me and you talk about it, it was just, I told you that I made it up. And you were like, which part did I make up? And I was like, let D get into my car saying that this happened. And then you was like, so the D never got in your car and said that they killed, and I was like, no. And you was like, why is this my first time saying it? And I was like, I was scared. And then you was like, so you asked me about Noah, and I was telling her I didn't know him for real. And I just made it up. And you was like, and then you were like, well, I gotta let the defense know. And I was like, damn, you gonna tell them? And then you were like, I have to. And then I was just like, damn, don't tell them because the defense already saying that, you know what I mean, too much that they don't need to be saying.
Isn't it true that it wasn't until you were about to testify that you told me some different things about what happened that night at McDonald's?
Because you made me feel comfortable.
Okay. And that is when you told me that it wasn't Nard that got into your car. It was Little D and Shannon that got into your car.
Huh?
Do you remember telling me on the day that you were going to testify that it wasn't Nard that got into your car on the day that Donovan Thomas passed away, but it was Little D and Shannon that got into your car?
I don't get what you're asking me.
Sure. Do you remember telling me, switching your story up, that
No, I didn't switch my story, but I came forward. You made me feel comfortable, and I let you know, like, I lied. The D never told me nobody killed nobody when he got in my car.
Did you ever tell me what you told me on June 7th, 2024, that Little D didn't say anything to you? That's what you told me, correct?
You just confused me again.
Sure. When we met in June of 2024, that's when you told me that Little D didn't say anything to you. That was the first time you ever said that, correct?
You said that was the first time I ever told anybody that?
Yes.
So I guess I don't get, like, I hear what you're saying, but I don't get it. I don't understand it.
It was only in June of this year that was the first time you ever said that Little D did not tell you anything in the car, correct?
Because you're the first person I ever spoke with that made me feel like you went after me. So it was like you made me feel comfortable to let it be known that I lied. So I felt like you was somebody I knew. Okay. And I wanted to tell the truth to you that I made it up.
All right. Also, during these meetings, did you tell me multiple times that you did not kill Nut when we met?
Say that again?
When we met previously, did you tell me multiple times that you did not kill Nut?
Yeah, I think I told you that.
Okay. And did I tell you that there was other evidence that supported what you told me?
Sustained.
Did I tell you excuse me, strike that.
So she gets flustered because she can't bolster her own credibility, and the defense objects to it right away, and the judge sustains it, and then she gets fumbled over her own words. That's what throws her off her game? Was her plan to get up here and just bolster her own credibility? And you guys are hilarious in the chat talking about that thigh. Robert spelled it like the exact onomatopoeia.
Did I discuss with you that I could not show you any other evidence because you were a witness?
Huh?
Did I tell you that I could not show you any other evidence because you were a witness in this case?
No, you showed me the pictures and stuff and the phone calls that you're going to use. That's what you're talking about?
I did show you that. Was there other evidence I told you that I could not show you because you were a witness?
I don't remember.
Now, Mr. Schardt on cross-examination asked you if I showed you all of your interviews prior to trial. Do you remember that?
Can you say it again?
Do you remember last week, Mr. Schardt asking you if I showed you all of your interviews prior to trial? Do you remember that?
Can you just ask me this question? I don't.
Do you remember Mr. Schardt last week asking you if I showed you all 6 of your interviews prior to trial?
If you showed me the interviews, what about it?
Do you remember Mr. Schardt asking you if I showed them to you? Do you, Mr. Copeland, would you have sat down and watched 21 hours of interviews with me if I asked you to?
I don't even want to sit down right here and listen to y'all now.
Now, Mr. Copeland, after we met in June, you were supposed to testify on June 7th, 2024. Do you remember that?
All I know is I jump when y'all tell me to jump.
On that day, when you were supposed to testify, do you remember pleading the 5th?
Oh, when y'all locked me up?
When you got locked up because you pled the 5th. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
I never forget it.
All right. And you went to the Fulton County Jail, correct?
That's what y'all took me to.
And then you went to the DeKalb County Jail, correct?
That's what they took me to.
And then on Monday, June 10th, there was a meeting in the judge's chambers. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that meeting was with you? Slow down. Sure. On that Monday, June 10th, there was a meeting in judge's chambers, correct?
Yes.
And that meeting was with you? You were there?
Yes.
Your attorney, Ms. Bumpus, was there?
And you was there?
I was there. Investigator Long was there?
Yes.
Okay. Another investigator, Hamilton, was there?
Trying to look short bald head dude?
Yes.
Yes.
And there were some sheriff's deputies, correct?
A lot of them.
All right. And the purpose of that meeting was to explain to you what would get you out of jail, correct?
I don't know. I don't know the purpose of it.
Okay. Did we discuss you getting out of jail?
We been there for a long time.
And did we discuss you getting out of jail?
Yeah. There was some of it.
And do you remember Mr. Schardt and Mr. Steele asking you about those meetings last week?
I remember, I don't know which one asked me, but I remember being asked about it.
And is it true that there were some details missing from what they asked you last week?
You tell me?
During this meeting, were you able to talk to your attorney, Ms. Bumpus, on multiple occasions?
She sat right there with me the whole time.
And were there times when we left and you were able to talk to her by yourself?
Now, out here on the YouTube space, we may have seen Kayla and Woody on streams together saying like they have no problem with each other. I fired her to let her go. But the jury might not know that context. The jury might remember she fired. So if Hylton doesn't get ahead of that, asking all these questions, trying to imply, well, you had an attorney there, your attorney was there, your attorney was there, your attorney was there. If she forgets to address the fact that, as far as the jury knows, right after that happened, Kayla comes into the court, Woody says she's fired. How is that supposed to look if you're trying to, well, that meeting was all gravy because you had your attorney present there, but the jury starkly remembers a bombshell moment like that in court. How would they forget that? And they don't know this extra context that, you know, she had to travel and he said she was fired just so the judge would let her leave. So I don't think this is a strong line of questioning unless you think the jury forgot something like that. Maybe they did.
I whispered in her ear.
But were there times when I left the room, the judge left the room, and you and Ms. Bumpus were in there, and the two of you
I think
talked by yourself?
I think y'all probably left out before.
Oh, so the jury wasn't there. You guys are right. But still, then they had Melnick, they saw Melnick for one day. Probably didn't see the noise in between Chuck Engelberger coming into the play. So they know that there's a Kayla Bumpus. Then they know that there was a Melnick. Then they know that there was another guy that's not Melnick. All within this time span. So I still think you guys are right that they didn't hear that you're fired. But still, how does it look good to hinge on your understanding of something in this meeting with an attorney here that's clearly no longer present? And I'm just thinking, we just did a rewatch of Chontavia Stevens over the weekend. We rewound, watched his testimony, and he was explaining his attorney had to be changed because of the attorney having a medical emergency in the family. And he got to testify about that stuff in front of the jury, changing attorneys. You know, that stuff sticks out. The whole chat was like, wow, that sucks. He paid $50K to this attorney. The attorney only gave him $25K back. You know, he was trying to get out of jail. He was being held for 7 to 8 months. And no one would give him a bond hearing until suddenly on December 28th, 29th, he gets a plea deal on his plate right after he missed Christmas with his family. All of this stuff. I think the jury might be tuned into how frequently there's attorney turnover in this case. We're going to see if on recross, if this gets underscored. Because the idea that you agreed to something, you understood something because you had an attorney present, but all these attorneys it's a revolving door. How much are these attorneys looking out for someone's best interest? Or why is the court reassigning the attorney? Whatever the jury might be trying to fill in the blanks for on their own.
I can't really remember.
And did I tell you in that interview that the only reason why you were in jail is because you pled the fifth?
That sounds like something you said.
And did I also tell you that so long as you testify that you would not be in jail?
Huh?
Did I also tell you that so long as you testified, you would not be in jail?
Well, me and you were going back and forth.
And did I tell you that so long as you testified, you would not be in jail?
Yeah, but I was explaining to you why I didn't want to testify.
And did I tell you multiple times in that interview that the state of Georgia did not want you to be in jail?
That sounds like something you said.
And I didn't just say it one time, I said it. Do you need some water?
Nah, I've been coughing all weekend.
Did I say it to you multiple times in that interview that we did not want you in jail?
I think you said it the whole time.
Now, in that meeting, did I also tell you that I expected you to tell the truth?
And I told you that. I don't lie. If you keep going to the page, if you want me to tell the truth, you can't ask me about what I done told the police because when you know what I mean, I'm just going with the flow.
And do you also remember during that meeting, your attorney asking me if he gets on the stand and says things that aren't true, would I be okay with that?
If I wasn't talking, I don't know.
Do you recall Ms. Bumpus, your attorney, saying if he says something?
No, Jeff, that would be his thing.
You might be a fact on it. If he says he did something and you know he's not telling the truth, what happens? And my response to you is, if he said he did something and he did not do that thing, and she said to me, if you believe he did not, so if you believe that he's lying about that, then I said, then no. If he admits to doing something on the stand and he did not do that thing, I'm going to ask him, this is the first time you're saying that. And she asked, and you have independent evidence to prove it wasn't him, then what? Then nothing. What do you mean? So she said, so you're okay with him if he got on the stand and said things?
Ms. Hylton, get to the question.
Is it true that I said, no, I want him to tell the truth? What have I always said to you? I want you to tell the truth. I don't know what's going to come out your mouth, but I expect you to tell the truth. Is that what I said to you?
You told me that if I said I killed Donovan Thomas and I didn't kill him, you're going to lock me up. You said that if I plead the fifth, you're going to lock me up. And from my understanding, whatever I had to say to matter, from my understanding.
And let's talk about the part about Donovan Thomas, correct? Do you recall me saying to you, and this is when, we talk a lot about perjury back in the chambers.
What's the other word is too that I was saying?
Purge. Remember we talked about
Them two
perjury?
different words. Okay, yeah, that's it.
Okay. Do you remember us talking about perjury and perjury meaning lying on the stand?
I always get confused, but you know it.
Okay. And did you have your attorney ask me multiple times, if you testify and say something that I know isn't true, what would happen?
What you mean?
Did Ms. Bumpus ask me on multiple occasions, if you testify and say something that I know isn't true, what would happen?
You told me that I don't know. I was trying to get it down pat what you were saying, but because you kept going back and forth about it, 'cause I wasn't understanding it, the purge and perjury, because it sounded the same to me. And I was telling you that the stuff I said in the past was a lie. You gotta ask me now. I don't know.
Let me ask you this.
And this is all after she opened her redirect by trying to use him saying I can't read as some big trap of a lie that he lies present day. And here he is going on and on. I've told you multiple times on multiple occasions that I was confused about perjury and purge. They sound the same. You knew I was confused. You kept trying to explain it to me.
The judge was not present, and it was just you, me, Investigator Long, and the sheriff's deputies, and your attorney. Did I ask you, did you plan on taking the stand and saying that you killed Nut to help your friends out because you had immunity? Did I ask you that?
I don't know if you asked me that, but I know I told you that I'm not admitted to no crimes.
Okay. And did you tell me you were not going to admit that you killed Nut?
Yeah, I'm not going to admit that.
Okay. And did I then tell you that if you planned on claiming a murder that you did not do, that is when you'll be charged with perjury?
That's what you just said. That's what I just said. You said.
All right.
If I said it right, and you asked me when you questioned me, did I did, and I told you no.
So you talking about killing Nut? That at no point did I ever tell you if you just admit to killing Nut, you'll be charged with perjury. Did I ever tell you that?
I don't understand you.
This is the entire, I apologize, I know I object. I've said this, I've been prosecutor Hylton treated for credibility before the jury without being questioned at all. I can't
Yes.
question. So I object to this entire line of questioning.
I understand. Yes, sir, Mr. Schardt.
Is the entire transcript now open for questions?
No, it is not. She's not even asking him things about the transcript right now. She's asking him things that happened not on the transcript.
Now,
Hold on, that just pissed me off a little bit too. Whitaker is right. She's not asking about things that are actually on the transcript. But the problem is Hylton is trying to portray that she's asking things from the transcript. Asking things that were conversations that actually happened and have been verified and documented somewhere. So Whitaker is correct, but she's missing the point of how Hylton's trying to portray what she's testifying to within her questions.
last week, I believe Mr. Schardt asked you if I told you, you could say, I don't recall to every question. Do you remember him asking you that?
He pissed me off too, so I got frustrated when he was talking to me.
Do you remember your attorney asking me, can he say, I don't recall to every question?
Which lawyer?
Ms. Bumpus, in that June meeting.
Um,
Do you recall Ms. Bumpus saying, can he say, I don't recall to every question? And my response to her was, I would hope that is not the truth, because I think there are some things you do recall and some things you don't. But the things you don't recall, you don't recall. And I will go through my process of what I do. Do you recall me telling your attorney
so
that?
y'all don't understand. Like I think don't nobody in this courtroom know how I feel to be sitting right here. It ain't about what I recall, what I remember, what I don't remember. It's the functioning of my brain as I'm sitting up here. It's like I'm trying to answer y'all, but my brain is in and out. Like I don't. You feel me? Like I can't. You ask me. It's how you ask me the question. It's better than I'm trying to comprehend what you're saying and then answer truthfully. But it sounds like a trick question because I don't know how to answer these questions. When me and you talk without being in the courtroom, you talk to me on a level where I can understand you good. But when you get right here, the question that you asked me made me feel like I'm in an interrogation room, so I don't know how to answer your questions.
In that meeting, back in June, a few months ago, do you remember me telling you that I just want you to be truthful?
Yes.
Okay. And
Overruled.
And do you remember me saying to you, I don't know what your current truth is, but I know what you told the police back in 2015?
Objection. Personal observations of a non-witness.
Overruled.
Do you remember having that conversation in the judge's chambers?
Yeah, because I told you that. Y'all don't got, like, y'all don't know, like, y'all don't know. And you said that your mouth that, yeah, you're right. We don't know what you're going to say and what your truth is. So.
And do you remember me telling your attorney to talk to you about what impeachment is?
I thought they were the same word as the other perjury, whatever.
But
Ain't they the same?
I can't answer that question for you, but do you remember, did I tell your attorney to talk to you about impeachment?
Talk to me about impeachment?
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay.
I know most of the time we was talking like, my own thing was I was in jail and I didn't understand what was going on. I just felt like, I don't know.
Now, also in that meeting, you said, I did these crimes. Do you remember saying that I did these crimes?
Because I don't want my family I don't want my nephew to hear stuff that I did.
Okay. When you said you did these crimes, what crimes were you talking about?
I don't recall.
When you say you don't recall, what do you mean?
Yeah. I ain't speaking on it.
Were these crimes that occurred back in 2015 or crimes that happened more recently?
I don't commit crimes. I changed my life.
So when you said I did these crimes and Mr. Steele asked you about that, or Mr. Schardt, what crimes were you talking about that you did?
I guess the ones in my dream, the nightmares, whatever. I don't know. I don't get what you're asking me.
In that
That's an interesting answer because remember, he said that his head was all foggy between when he went to sleep on January 9th and then woke up on January 10th and heard the news that Donovan Thomas was murdered. And he's saying that, I don't know what crimes, the things of dreams and nightmares. Kind of, my brain instantly thought of him saying my head was all blurry from that special date, January 9th into the 10th of 2015. And so non-bigness, thank you so much for your super chat. I do see where you're going with this. I do also think it's part of the tone that people are pointing out, why she seems so aggressive. I think part of it, I think she seems personally offended. Not quite in the way that I think Love gets personally offended. But I do feel like she's trying to make sure the pressure's on Woody right now to try to get her last chance answers that she wants to get out of him. And to reiterate, through the body language, because she's not going to say it out loud in court, just like during the ex parte meeting when she was on the record and knew Christina Weaver was taking things down word for word, she made sure she left the breadcrumbs in there to say, I only just want you to tell the truth. I just want you to tell the truth. And then today, during that meeting, didn't I tell you all I wanted from you was for you to tell the truth? You leave those breadcrumbs when you know you're going to be transcribed. But here she's laying on the pressure with body language and her tone, I think, to underscore exactly this. So non-bigness says she's proving Woody is lying about unaliving Donovan Thomas. She's about to prove her new case with locking Woody up for murder. Now, I don't think that we'll end up getting a charge against Woody for the murder of Donovan Thomas. I don't think they'll take it that far, just because they're so buried in the sand, and I think they'd still rather go after all the other fish they have tied up in this. But I do think they might bring back that same charge that Schardt laid out. It was dismissed, but we could come back and bring that back over your head for false reporting on the deputy using pepper spray on you while you were in custody. So I do think they're hovering some risk of prosecution over his head. He might not know what type of risk, and she thinks that by getting him to say today, I had nothing to do with Donovan Thomas, that at its face, the jury's just going to accept that at face value, and she'll have cleaned up all of the damage done on cross-examination. But what's the problem with that? If you were a juror, and you heard someone on the stand someone just painted the timeline on Friday. You were mad. You're the one that had beef. Jeffrey Williams didn't have beef. They were actually collaborating together. you weren't collaborating with Jeffrey Williams and you wanted to. You had a little bit of music envy going on there. And then, you know, starting from January 6th, you get beat up. You're also worried about your partner being at risk. You hear that they had the green light out on you, or you were on a plate. And you know where they are. You go and shoot up at the studio. You end up striking somebody else's car, Rich Homie Kwan's car. And then, suddenly something happens while your head's all blurry. And you give a damaged rental car over to threat. And suddenly you don't want to talk about, you don't want to answer any of those things. You're either saying you don't recall or got proof of that. This line of questioning that Hylton's doing is not going to help her either way. I don't think that pressuring Woody to say right now on the stand, I didn't do anything to Donovan Thomas, is going to matter for much. Sure, she could get it on the record. The court reporter will transcribe it. But do you think any juror is going to suddenly think that if they were focused in and listening to what Schardt was laying out on Friday or Wednesday, right? Was it Wednesday? Wow. Do you think any juror hearing Woody say right now, today, I had nothing to do with that? Do you think suddenly they're going to go, oh, well, must have been those other guys over there for sure then. Forget everything else we heard on Wednesday. But I do absolutely think that she is holding some pressure of prosecution over his head. I'm not sure it would be the murder, but I absolutely 100% think that she's trying to sticks and carrots him right now. Thank you so much for the food for thought. And then Black Butterfly here, good to see you, says Hylton trying to take a dig on Kayla, peep the game. And I do think a lot of that was more just to show that he had an attorney present. But her tone, it's going to seem like she's throwing shade at Kayla either way, just because of the way she's been questioning Woody all day. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, all I'm thinking now is he's never seen any of the Purge movies because he thinks they are all 2 hours of nonstop testimony. Poor guy. Well, yeah, that was a hilarious answer too when he said, I don't even want to be here right now. When Hylton tried to make a example by questioning the question, oh, would you have been willing to watch 21 hours of footage with me? What reasonable person would have said yes? What reasonable person? Garrett says Hylton should rehab her witness, not rehab her career. And I think she's treading on a really thin line where a lot of her questioning seemed to be more about bolstering her own credibility. It's seeming like she's testifying. She shouldn't be doing that. So far, really, the judge has only put a stop to it one time. But she's walking a thin line. And then Touche says, is that like a play on touche? Like, touche. But Touche, like shea butter, says, I can't imagine her hand motions and pointing along with her tone looking very good to the jury. And I really think that she maybe she just can't help it. But I do think that's coming into play to sticks and carrots, Woody. Her body language, I think, is the stick hitting him along to be cooperative and give the answers that she's looking for here. But I don't think it's a smart move, because if you're not going to get the answers you want anyway, you're also making it look a little interesting to the jury. And then Eddie says, Kat, you were late this morning, but glad you made it. Yep, I had a meeting. We'll also be doing a late day. It'll be an evening watch tomorrow. We're doing all day planning for one of my clients tomorrow. I'm thrilled. I am thrilled to be in an 8-hour meeting tomorrow. So tomorrow we will do an evening rewatch as well. The rest of the week we will be on time when court starts. Thank you so much, and glad to see you too. So let's get back into this. I'll keep it going here. We'll get to other chats between another break. And what are these? I think we were just at some objections, right? Maybe?
That June interview.
No?
I mean, not interview, in that June meeting that happened a few months ago. And Mr. Steele or Mr. Schardt asked you about this last week. You said, I did these crimes, I'm telling you that. And my response to you was, okay, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm asking you today, what crimes were you talking about back in June that you said you committed?
I ain't committed no crimes.
Are you saying you haven't committed any crimes?
The crimes I committed for, y'all locked me up for them.
Okay. So then when you said I did these crimes, were you talking about things that happened in 2015?
I'm talking about the crimes y'all caught me for.
Okay. And to be clear, were you talking about any crimes that are charged in this present indictment?
I'm not a part of it, so I don't know. I never read this indictment and don't want to read it or hear nothing about it.
And let's be fair. Were you in custody between June 10th, 2015 and February 2019?
Can you say that again?
Were you in custody between June 10th of 2015 to February 28th, 2019?
February 28th,
Yes. God bless you.
2019?
Yes. God bless you.
Can you
When did you get out of federal custody?
September 12th, 22nd, one of them days, 2019.
Okay. And were you also incarcerated from May 13th, 2020 to May 11th, 2021?
I went back to jail. I did over a year.
Do you remember then going back to jail June 15th, 2021 to July 24th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay.
You said from when?
June 15th, 2021 to July 24th, 2021.
You said from June to July?
June 15th of 2021 to July 24th of 2021.
So you said I did a month in jail?
Yes.
I don't remember that.
Okay.
I remember going back to jail, and both times I went back to jail after I got the feds, I was in there longer than a year.
All right. Do you remember then getting arrested in October of 2021 and then being released in February of 2022?
You said October,
Yes.
and then getting released in a year later?
And let me say, going to prison in February of 2022.
2022. Yeah, I went, yeah.
And you stayed in prison until August of 2022. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay.
23, when,
And then you were transferred back to Fulton County in August of 2022, and you were in jail until March of 2023. Is that fair?
yes, they sound like it.
And you've been out since March of 2023, correct?
Until y'all locked me up for pleading the fifth.
And you spent the weekend in jail.
Yes.
Now let's talk about this October 2021 interview. On cross-examination, do you remember Mr. Steele playing a number of jail calls for you?
Yes.
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 And do you recall those jail calls being from December of 2022 to about February of 2023?
From December to February? Okay, yes.
Okay. And do you recall 3 of those jail calls were from February of 2023?
Shit, I guess.
And do you remember the 3 jail calls that Mr. Steele played for you? That was after the October 2021 interview that you did with Investigator Viverito was released. Do you remember that?
I guess.
Now, this is the interview that you told Mr. Schardt last week you thought that the state of Georgia released, correct?
I believe it.
All right. Now, you had a total of 6 interviews with the Atlanta Police Department. Is that fair? 5 from 2015 and then 1 from October 2021. Is that fair?
I don't keep up with it.
Okay. Do you remember watching 5 interviews in court?
Yeah, I'm definitely trying. I don't want to watch no more.
Okay. And the only one you did not watch was the October one. Is that fair?
Please tell me not about to watch another one.
Is that fair that you have not watched
Yes.
the October one?
Yes, I have watched it. The world watched it too.
Okay. The only video that was ever leaked was the one from October, correct?
Yes.
Did you know, or are you aware that between the Fulton County District Attorney's Office and the Atlanta Police Department that we've had that October 2021 interview since the day it was recorded?
Can you say that again?
Sure. Are you aware that between the Fulton County District Attorney's Office and the Atlanta Police Department that we've had that October 2021 interview from the day that you sat down and did the interview?
Yes.
Did you know that we had the interview for 16 months in our possession before it was released?
Yes.
Did you know that we served that particular interview in discovery in January of 2023?
Yeah.
My objection.
I think I got it.
I believe it is relevant to the assertion that defense counsel made last week when they opened the door as far as who released this interview.
She's kind of, they should have approached before she responded there.
They questioned him. You're right. We
Yeah,
objected.
I mean, I think that is not a fair characterization. There was questioning about it.
And we objected to it. And it was a
Who do you think leaked that video. They didn't ask, do you think the state leaked that video? So just because the state knows how they try to ask questions, they're projecting their way of asking questions retrospectively and inaccurately to how the defense asked their question. They said who? They said who? They didn't say the state leaked that video, didn't they? And she just, I wish they approached. Look at it. Look at Steele's face right now, puffing air out. Oh my God, can you guys see his cheeks? He's like, but they should have, the way she just spoke, she put that assertion in the jury's head. The jury's sitting right over here. They should have approached.
Overruled, Your Honor. And he was allowed to answer it. And so we are following up on the ability that he was able to answer that question.
Oh,
I don't oppose that. It was on a jail call, but I would like to ask a question to the prosecutor. This is
For a witness.
all right. It's not testifying. Miss Hylton, rephrase your question.
Are you aware that that interview was given to defense in January of 2023?
No.
Are you aware that the video was released within 30 days of it being given to the defense?
I'm going to object. If they have any evidence, they can bring it forward in court.
Overruled.
Are you aware that after the video was released, we brought the fact that it was released to the court?
All right. Let's take a break. Time for a bathroom break anyway.
Helpful time to a break. I mean, to me that seemed, I agree with Steele. You guys know I typically like Steele's argument, so maybe I'm just biased, but it seems like she made assertions in her questioning or in her speaking response. All right, so they're going to end up letting, I just wanted to make sure they didn't keep saying something out loud because you know they do that. We're going to wrap up on a few super chats and then skip this recess and get right back into however they come back to. Steele's face looks a little heated up here. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. Doug looks ready to launch. The ADA with the curly hair that was sitting back here, she threw her head down a little bit too when kind of looking like in relief when Whitaker said Hylton could continue, just rephrase the question. She looked relieved that this wasn't going to be a big issue. And then 2 seconds later, Hylton makes it a continued issue. Now they got to recess. So I wonder what that ADA is thinking. Oh my gosh, you guys. So we're going to skip this break. Thank you so much to Chloe Albert's Revenge. Your Honor, the chat requests permission to treat the prosecutor as hostile. Yeah, I mean, she's been hostile all day, but this is a little bit extra here that we just threw in the redirect potluck of things that could go wrong instead of going right. Dave911, thanks for the super chat here. Says, thank you for all you do, Kat. You're my go-to person for all things related to this case. You make sure we understand everything. You're the best. I rely on the chat just as much as you guys might rely on me. I rely on you guys. It's a little bit of a crowd activity, chat Rico activity going on in here. Thank you so much for the super chat. Emmanuel McRae, this was a great point too. Going back, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but Hylton is convincingly proving the involuntary immunity agreement was a pile of poop. Her star witness is also a hostile witness. And it's weird because there's times where it seems like Woody wants to just cooperate and answer the question as he's being asked. And then he tries to say something, and then Hylton just stomps her foot right back down and makes it kind of contentious again. So even when he's trying to be just conversational, not be quippy, it's like she can't hold on to that. So I totally agree. Lola says, doesn't look good to the jury to press him that admitting to unaliving Thomas is perjury. It's weird that prosecution admits to pressing him on that particular crime. And it's just going to bring, for me, it brings my recall back to that timeline that Steele started to lay out, and then Schardt really detail by detail laid out on the last thing we heard before court got back in session today. So, yeah, we kept pressing you on this one thing because we kept looking at you on this one thing. And then we're going to find out if Michael Sprinkle takes a stand and says, yeah, I'm the one that initially we had charged these 4 individuals, and one of those 4 individuals was Kenneth Copeland. So you keep drawing this association, whether it's clear or not. The way neurons work in the brain, you keep associating the term Woody and Donovan Thomas murder. You keep associating his name with that phrase. It's gonna stick whether there's really proof, hard, solid proof there, if you keep saying it over and over. And the jury will have to use critical thinking to just make some kind of discernment between those associations. But I don't think it helps to keep not just focusing in on it without actually cleaning up what the defense did on cross-examination. But to keep repeating that they pressured him, that they had all these meetings with him, they kept meeting with him to clarify that they didn't want him to say this thing because they knew he didn't do it. But also, we want you to just tell the truth. Well, you seem like you put him in a tough position where even though he wanted to come and tell the truth today, according to Doug Weinstein, which Hylton started her redirect off by trying to push back against Doug Weinstein's cross. Well, we put you in that position ourselves. We, the state, put you in the position where you wouldn't actually be able to testify truthfully, even though we want the jury to think that we gave you free rein to speak truthfully. Really not a good strategy here. And it's crazy because, guys, in all seriousness, I think there's a lot of stuff that the state, a different prosecutor, may have been able to work with for an effective redirect. It's just, I just don't see it happening here at this point in time. Thank you so much, Lola. And thank you so much, Tony, for becoming a member. And look at that. No weapon formed against me has been a member for 1 month. You guys use those emojis to your heart desire. All right. So yeah, we're going to get in. Well, we're not skipping. Oh, I get what you're saying. While they're on recess, they argue here. Okay. Got you. Got you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Let's get back into it. We will end with this one. Bridgetta says, it looks like Young Thug has lost weight. A nice fitted suit. But his look has definitely shifted, since the beginning of this trial. So here we go. Let's get the jury out. We will skip the jury shuffling in and out, and we will hear my favorite thing, attorney sparring.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, previously, the predecessor court came to the court's attention that there was a release of what I'll call discovery, but it's October 27, 2021. And it's a recording of an interrogation of Mr. Copeland, and it was very harmful to Mr. Williams. The part that was released that I'm aware of, and I believe Mr. Adams, unless he corrects me, just has lies, Rob can say lies, about Mr. Williams ordering people to die. It was very harmful. I asked Judge Glanville, predecessor judge, for relief and a bond because it denied Mr. Williams' right to a fair trial. The predecessor judge said there's going to be an independent investigation of who released that and that he would get to the bottom of it. I never heard back from that. A jail call, I listened to all these jail calls. We had others listen to all these jail calls. On a jail call, I didn't say anything last week. I played a jail call where Mr. Copeland said that immediately after telling the authorities in December and February, December 22, December 23, that he had lied and that everything he said was a lie about Mr. Williams, and he's telling this to his friend and his sister. He said all of a sudden, this this interrogation was released. So he believed it was the prosecution team released it. That's how it all came up. For a prosecutor who's an advocate to then vouch for and put her own credibility in the issue, that's what I've been objecting to. And to say, we gave it to the defense. I'm raising my voice because I don't have an amplifier as a microphone. So I'm not trying to get out court shaking your head with a smile. My point is, I'm sorry, Your Honor, is that it sounds like I did something wrong. I didn't release anything. I didn't do anything wrong. I was the one objecting for the release of this information. And it was given out, and I'm not very technical, so it was given out in a Dropbox, and I was told that's a bad way to do it. And Judge Glanville, then predecessor judge, said, don't do it that way anymore. Yet the Dropbox was never taken down. It was all a mess. And the predecessor judge, and I'm not asking this person, It may have been a great investigation. I just never heard anything. Now we hear on Tuesday, the 3rd day of September, and the prosecution is asking questions which clearly target that did you know that within X amount of time that the defense got this discovery, which the previous answer was no, I don't know what the defense got the discovery. There's no foundation. That doesn't stop the district attorney of saying, then it was released. Clearly, it's the same pattern that they've been given about all these witnesses. Mr. Trotavia Stevens, Mr. Bean, B-E-A-N, Mr. Murphy, this witness. Have you ever had to testify in front of Jeffrey Williams or these other people? Now all of a sudden, your testimony is different. And I've been objecting every time, because there's no evidence of intimidation. And what happened, which you may not know, and this is based on information belief, I never spoke with Mr. Copeland about, so maybe it's not true. I believe he got beaten in the jail after that was released. I believe that. I could be wrong. But assuming that's all true, for the prosecutor to now say that their hands are clean, and I can't ask the question. Judge Lamble denied my request to call the prosecutors and their agents to assert under oath, under questioning, who released this. Because it certainly wasn't in Mr. Williams' best interest. So anybody on Mr. Williams' behalf would be would do a disservice to release that Mr. Williams is having people killed going in the middle of jury selection. So anyway, my bottom line is this entire, Ms. Hylton has taken, and I have all the cases we argued before, but has taken herself, and she has moved from the position of asking questions and acting to testifying as a witness. You told me. I was there. Detective walks out of the car. You told me. You only told me this. Did you know that the prosecution served this? Were you aware that the defense had this? All of this needs to be questioned to Prosecutor Hill. So I asked the court, I know I've been repeating the asking that, I know you have a continual objection, but this is not how we try cases in the state of Georgia. All of these cases require Ms. Hylton to take a witness stand. And if she does, I have an objection. I'm not witness. But it's been denied. That's my objection. I'd like her to be removed from the case. I'm not trying to stymie the prosecution. They have other witnesses. They at counsel table like 3 other women. I mean, this is not new. So I asked for the prosecution, that specifically Ms. Hylton and Ms. Love, to be removed from the case. I have a question for both of them. I'd also like to renew my motion I could call predecessor. That's my entire objection. The mistrial motion, I don't want a mistrial. I can tell you what I don't want. This has to stop. And now the last question had to be with the intent of casting aspersions on not only Mr. Rick, but I presume everybody else here by saying that we're releasing information, which I assume is not true. So I don't want to go too far. But the next question goes, and you got beaten, Mr. Copeland, after the release of that as intimidation. So those are my motions for mistrial that I don't want. I don't want the motion for mistrial, but I feel compelled to make.
All right.
That wasn't going to be my next question. I didn't know he got beat up in the jail. Your Honor, last week when Mr. Schardt, I believe, asked.
So, let me interrupt a second. He may not have. This one may not be accurate. I don't have any personal knowledge, or I was not told that about Mr.
Last week when Mr. Schardt asked he went down a line of questioning about this call being released, and Mr. Schardt asked Mr. Copeland who was his belief. What was his belief of who released this recording? And the state objected, saying that it wasn't relevant who he believed released this video. The court overruled the state's objection. He was able to answer that question, which was he believed it was the state. Mm-hmm. And at this point, we believe that it is proper for the same reason that he was able to disparage that the state will release such a video.
Okay, you need to be careful about what you're saying, because there are questions from the attorneys and then there are answers from the witness stand, and that's what the evidence is. And I do not believe that anybody on the defense side made the suggestion that the state had released it. I mean, the transcript will reflect what was asked and what was answered, but.
And maybe not disparage is the right word, but the question was asked, who do you believe released the video? And he says, I believe it was the state of Georgia. I believe that an appropriate line of questioning, Your Honor, is would he feel differently if he thought the defense leaked it? And to give questioning about what his understanding of, what Mr. Copeland's understanding is of what happened and what transpired when this video was released.
Well, we already know what Mr. Copeland's belief and understanding is.
But would it change if
that's not what you asked, though?
But I had to give some foundational questions in order to ask that question, in order to ask what my next question is. Because another question I'm going to ask him, and it's something he alluded to earlier, was that after this video was released, Ms. Love, Investigator Long, Ms. Rolak, all visited with him after this video was released to check on him, to make sure that he was okay. And he alluded to that earlier when he thought I was present at the meeting. And all of this happened around the time that the video was leaked. And so I was asking some foundational questions to Mr. Copeland to see if his position would be different if he thought that someone else leaked it and not the state of Georgia.
Then you should ask that question.
And I can get to that series of questions, Your Honor, but I mean,
You are coming very, very close to the line with this line of questioning. I mean, you're basically, the defense is not far off. Let's just put it that way.
So I can move to my last two questions regarding this, which is who came to visit him after the video was released, and would he feel differently if he believed that the defense leaked the video?
Oh, no, don't let that in.
No, I'm not going to let you ask that last question at this point.
She is bold for asking.
I mean, that's a total hypothetical question. That is an assumes facts, not an evidence question. Not the objection you keep making.
Your Honor, I feel compelled to just make a brief record. First of all, any insinuation that I asked a question about the release is way off. That topic never even came up during my cross.
You know what? And I know you're not finished, but let me just say that I believe that this jury is paying attention and that they have enough wherewithal to remember what actually happened, and for questions that are potentially misleading. I'm not sure why they're being asked, but I think the jury's going to take note of what got said. And I understand, but I think the jury is doing what they have been told to do, which is to pay attention to the evidence, not the questions.
And second, Your Honor, I just want Your Honor to understand kind of the backdrop here. I guess there was a release. I don't even remember the time that it was released, but apparently it was on social media. When that came to the attention of the court, to my recollection, from my vantage point, yelled at the defense, and this was prior judge, and essentially blamed us. And all of us were saying, well, we didn't do anything. I personally don't even know how to release a video to the press or the internet anyways. But, I just went along with it. Okay, there's going to be an investigation. We're being told we're under investigation. And then all of a sudden, no one mentions the investigation anymore. And it's kind of like, well, if you're accused of something, you would like to know the progress of said investigation.
I'm certainly happy to ask the predecessor chambers what's going on with it, if anything, but that's not really relevant to what's before this jury.
Well, it's not until the state, knowing that there was an investigation, knowing that they haven't heard of any findings, then lights this thing on fire again and starts suggesting that we did something wrong. And, I can only speak for myself. I don't believe anyone did anything wrong on this side. I know I didn't. And then somehow those insinuations are coming out in front of the jury with absolutely no basis. And I'm going to join my my friend, Mr. Steele, and I'm going to state in my place that I believe the state at this point is goading a mistrial and goading us to move for a mistrial. So I just think that was very inappropriate, and it suggested things that there is just no basis. And in fact, there's apparently been an investigation, and it's been settled as far as I know.
Well, I don't know what has happened, if anything, with that. But would you like to address the assertion that you are goading the defense into a mistrial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Number one, into a motion for
Here
mistrial.
comes love.
Yes, Judge, thank you. Number one, we don't want a mistrial. We vehemently object to a mistrial, and we do believe that the line of questioning, whether it was posed by Mr. Schardt or Mr. Steele regarding Mr. Copeland's belief about who leaked that video, was one, not relevant, but understanding that the court ruled as it did, we believe that an inquiry whether his belief that the state leaked the video had some impact on how he decided to testify would be a valid question.
Okay, that's, again, not what y'all asked.
Understood, Judge, understood. But I vehemently object to a mistrial. I do not believe that anyone here at this table has done anything, anyone at this table or on the state's behalf has done anything to in any way merit, warrant, call for, justify a mistrial. So we definitely object to a mistrial. And Your Honor, as it relates to the assertion that counsel for the state have somehow made themselves a witness, repeatedly, the witness has affirmed that there were people in the room whom either counsel for the defense could call without having to disqualify either prosecutor in this case. So that being obvious, we definitely object to a mistrial, and Additionally, we object to the speaking objections that are being made while the jury is in the box.
All right, well, I'm going to overrule that objection. I don't think that that is going on. Sometimes it's just not particularly clear what the objection is, and if I need further elucidation, then I have permitted that. But I'm going to overrule the motion for mistrial and, or deny the motion for mistrial and deny the motion to remove either Ms. Hylton or Ms. Love from the case. I do think that it appears from the questions that there was somebody else present at every meeting. But, you know, Ms. Hylton, that's another option as well. Yes, ma'am. I can't hear you.
All right.
Can you try that one?
All right. Can you hear me?
That works.
All right. Your Honor, I want to add that we cannot question any other individual that was at that meeting about Ms. Hylton and the way that she asked some of her questions and made her comments. Let me give you an example. Ms. Hylton said, I was standing to the side because I didn't know you. That's her feelings. That's her reasoning on why she was standing where she was standing. Ms. Hylton also said, I was just being me. I can't ask Detective anyone in reference to that.
Hang on. Sorry. I mean, I think that each of those was not a statement. It was a question. It was a cross-examination question. They were, and was this essentially like, is this your recollection or is this what happened? So it was not her testifying. I'm overruling that objection.
All right. And I just want to add that she also said the purpose of the ex parte meeting. So there's no way that
He said, I have no idea what the purpose of that meeting was. So, I mean, I understand, but it's overruled. Thank you for the additional making of the record. Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. Just briefly, I know I kind of objected earlier about what Attorney Caleb Bump was allegedly said in that meeting. Court overruled our objection on hearsay grounds. The state indicated that it was affecting the listener. Those are objections that we're making because we certainly cannot cross-examine Caleb Bump today on this issue. We may have to put her on the witness list if we think that it's warranted. But today, she has not testified in this trial, so at this point, it would be hearsay. So I just want to remove my objection.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and take our restroom break as well. And let's try to be back as quickly as possible because the jury's already been out for 15 minutes.
Well, that was a good time. So now we're going to get the seal. We're going to catch up. Thank you to everyone. You guys didn't have to send super chats. So on StreamYard, you guys, when I'm looking at the chats that were sent as supers, StreamYard puts them in another tab. So sometimes when I'm reading the super chats, I can't see immediately what you guys are saying, but I wasn't going to skip that. I would have noticed if I tried to move forward that we weren't at the seal yet. So we would have, I promise we would not have missed that moment, but I appreciate your reminders anyway. And you guys didn't have to super chat it, but thank you so much for super chatting it. But wow. Wow. First of all, they just slapped the state. The judge slapped the state a little bit there too. I can't believe Hylton tried to get that question in anyway, and then sat down, and then judge was like, no, because that's an assumes facts, not an evidence type of question. And then Love comes up making the motion for the mistrial, and she has to emphasize it's their belief. Well, why are you taking it so personal, needing to clarify that it's someone else's belief, when every time you're discussing something, all the way back in the bond hearings, all these pretrial arguments, you never make it clear that what you have is something that you intend to introduce, or you believe the evidence will show, or upon information and belief. You never characterize what you've got as your basis for anything as an intent to prove, we think the evidence will show, or upon information and belief. But you are so sure, you are damn sure to clarify that when the defense has something they're working with, and it's really evidence coming from Woody, just like Judge Whitaker said, just like Schardt was arguing. Woody's the one that said the defense leaked it, or the state leaked it, sorry. That was not something that was part of the defense attorney's questions. That was testimony from the witness. So technically the evidence, the only evidence so far from a witness is that it was the state that did it. But we're going to call it belief. She had to emphasize that so hard. And it really stood out to me. Oh my goodness. So I know we have a long lunch break too after they come back from this little short comfort break. We've got a couple. I do want to thank Thank you guys so much. You guys have been so supportive today, even though we started late, which I felt bad about. And reminder, we will be doing an evening watch tomorrow, probably starting. It'll be a happy hour stream for East Coast time. It'll be like an Australian morning show tomorrow because I have an all-day meeting with a client getting some things in order. But big thank you. I had gotten 2 Cash Apps and I always forget to check those. So big thank you here to Keisha, who says, "Hey Kat, from Indie Love 2008. Thank you so much. Thank you so much." And then we also had from Tamika, who said, "Law and crime chat is traumatizing. Thanks for being you." I'm sorry you guys had to deal with law and crime this morning. I hear that every time, that it's just like a little bit crazy over there, which is kind of weird to hear, right? You think that's just kind of like a news channel. People would be a little bit more boring and reserved over there, but no, you guys always come over like, thank God the regular chat is back. Hello, Cat Rico chat. But thank you guys so much. Big thank you to Michelle, who says, "Hylton was lying to Woody about having evidence that he didn't kill Nut." So they're talking about that phone record, right? We know that you're at least one of your cell phones, but they're not going to qualify it that way. They're going to say your one single cell phone that you always have on you all the time was not in the vicinity of the area where Nut was shot at that night, right? That's their evidence. That's how they say, we know he didn't do it. Michelle goes on, "He can say he shot Nut. She just doesn't want him to." Exactly. And I still think to this day, he's confused on what exactly he can or cannot say. I don't think he trusts that immunity deal. Plus, it's a catch-22 because even if I trust the immunity deal, if the state is insisting to me that if I say something, they're going to charge me with perjury, then it doesn't matter if something's true or not. It just means I can't say that or I'm going to go to jail, which is the thing I don't want to do. So whether immunity should cover me telling the truth about Nut's killing or not, if they're going to prosecute me for perjury for saying that, that's a whole separate bird's nest. So there really is no clarity, and I really hope conceptually that this is something that the jurors can understand, because it's not exactly, I don't think it's really laid out that clearly until we're able to discuss it, but the jurors can't sit there and have a conversation with each other to figure it out. But you guys in the chat are seeing that conundrum. The conundrum that Woody's probably sitting there facing. At least my interpretation. Thank you so much, Michelle. And then Angie Lay, thank you so much, gifting a membership. I think we are going with the sprinkle term. You're sprinkling the memberships. You're sprinkling them in. Thank you so much for making someone green today. No Weapon Formed Against Me says, "Show Kat some appreciation and hit that like button." Thank you so much. That would be appreciated. It is free 99. And then Mark Lyon also says, "If Woody with the skull and crossbone symbol, Nut, smash that like button. Unless you've already smashed it. Make sure it stays liked." Thank you so much, Mark. Esquire, good to see you, says, "It's frightening to know Hylton is a professor at Emory Law School teaching what she's clearly bad at." Yeah, I was wondering why the judge was pausing so long. Because I was like, this is kind of an obvious thing to not allow that question. I'm a layperson. If she lets us in, I'm going to be like screaming. And then I think maybe her hesitation was the disbelief that Hylton was planning to still use a question like that. Not just in general, but still planning to try to use that question after the argument that just took place before that. Like, a little wild there, a little wild. I'm always for education, continuing ed, but yeah, very interesting. There's been a couple 101 moments taught here in this trial. Hopefully she brushes up. And then Chloe Albert's Revenge says, "She didn't put it in the form of a question, no double jeopardy round for her." She should have said, "What if anything?" No, this was just a recess, you guys. We are going to be catching back up. The jury's going to come back in, and then we have a very long lunch break, like from this second part here. Because remember, we started at 12 noon Eastern. So they come back like right here. Right. Get the jury back in. I'll look for when they're seated. All right. And FFS sneaking in with one last encore before we hit the play button. "Lawn crimes is 5 times worse than having a few of me in here." If you guys shout out to FFS, he's changing his name for us to keep it gravy in here. By the way, 3K and the likes aren't matching. Let's do something about it. So thank you so much. Good to see you, FFS. People were looking for you. The duck sweater.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Hylton.
Mr. Copeland, after the video was released, did anyone from the state come and visit you after that October 2021 interview was released?
No, not that I remember.
And hold on, sorry to pause it right away, but shout out to Jim and Maya, who called out the exact problem with this. So the state's trying to say, oh, we're trying to insinuate that the defense leaked it. Well, Jim says, so Love, an investigator, Hylton, someone else all went to go check on Woody after it was released. I call BS. And then Maya says, right, Jim, they released it and followed up to see if Woody was going to testify. Because remember, Woody told us Love was begging. Begging how? How badly was she begging for Woody to say something? They got up and left the interview because he wasn't telling them what they wanted him to say. So does it look good for the state to say, we visited you after it was leaked? Well, that sounds like a cause and effect.
On cross-examination, you were asked by Mr. Steele about the murder warrants that were taken out regarding the Donovan Thomas murder. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember telling Mr. Steele that you never saw the warrants, but you were told about the warrants by your then attorney back in 20.
My lawyer came to the jail and told me I was child murder.
Okay. And do you remember when your attorney came and spoke with you?
I was in the feds.
Okay. Were you ever brought to Fulton County Jail for those warrants?
I was in the feds.
Okay. Were you ever arrested on those warrants?
I was in the feds.
Were those warrants dismissed against you?
That's what I was told.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you have not or were not indicted for the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr.? Is that fair to say?
I don't understand you.
Were you ever charged with the murder, like formally charged with the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Well, my lawyer came to the jail and told me I've been charged with murder.
Okay. And did your lawyer also tell you that the case was dismissed against you?
Yeah, like at one point, I can't remember when.
Okay. Were you still in the feds?
I think so.
All right. Now, last week, Mr. Schardt asked you about the false statement arrest warrants that were taken out by the Fulton County Sheriff's Department. Do you remember him asking you about that?
Yes.
Okay. And it wasn't until last week that you found out that those charges were dismissed against you, correct?
When he told me, that's when I knew. That's when I first time hearing about it.
Okay. Now, do you remember him showing you a document? Do you remember him showing you this document last week, Defense 27, Charlie?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember him asking you about Fonnie Wilson's name on here? Do you remember him asking you about whether or not her name was on there?
That's the same paper?
Okay.
Yes.
Right. Did Fonnie Willis sign this document?
How for no?
Whose name is on the bottom?
Mine's? No. Some. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Does it say Kenneth Hutcherson?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that that's not my name, correct?
Now your name is Hylton.
Okay. That's not Ms. Love's name?
You just said the name.
Is it fair to say that no one over here talked to you about that case prior to last week when you learned about it, correct?
I don't get what you're asking me.
We did not, did anyone from this prosecution team here dismiss this case in exchange for your testimony?
My first time hearing about this case.
Did we ever tell you, did any of us ever tell you that your charges would be dismissed if you testified? That those charges would be dismissed against you if you testified?
All right, the same objection.
And
There's no alternate witness.
the same objection as before. No, she's just overruled.
Did anyone talk to you about those dismissal of those charges in exchange for your testimony?
I didn't know nothing about church till he told me about it.
So it's fair to say that you are not testifying here today because in exchange for your testimony, for dismissal of those charges?
I'm testifying here by force.
Okay. Now, on cross last week, you were asked by Mr. Steele, excuse me, let me ask you this. Do you remember Mr. Steele showing you a number of video clips last week from your from your interviews from June of 2015?
Yes.
And then he also showed you clips from your interview in January of 2015 as well.
He showed my interrogations.
Okay. And do you recall being asked by Mr. Steele on cross whether the district attorney or the police or anybody ever came back to tell you or confirm with you things that you said? Do you remember him asking you a lot?
I don't get what you're saying.
Sure. Do you remember Mr. Steele asking you whether or not the state of Georgia, the police, or if anyone ever came back and showed you a 911 call? Do you remember him asking you about that?
Yes.
Do you remember him asking you if anyone ever came back and told you that they talked to Valerie?
He asked me no questions.
Okay.
That's what you asked me?
Yes.
Yeah.
And do you remember him asking you multiple questions like that?
Well, he asked me a lot of questions.
Okay, God bless you. Now, let me ask you this. You served about 51 months in federal custody. Is that fair?
Yes, a little bit over, but
After your release, did you want to speak with the Atlanta Police Department?
what you mean?
Once you were released from custody, did you want to meet with the Atlanta Police Department?
They never tried to reach me.
Okay. Did anyone from the state, the police, or anyone ever tell you that they found shell casings on a side street on January 6, 2015?
Say that again?
Did anyone from either the police department, the state of Georgia, ever tell you that they found?
Passing notes.
You're helping out these here side.
I'm gonna strike that question, Your Honor. Okay. Did anyone ever come from the state of Georgia, from the police? Did anyone ever tell you about the Hertz rental car records that you were shown a few weeks ago?
Nobody never said that to me.
Okay. Did anyone ever from the police department or the state of Georgia ever showed you the surveillance video that you saw last week?
Which one?
The surveillance video, God bless you, at the gas station.
Say that again?
The surveillance video at the gas station.
You said what about it?
Did anyone ever show you that before you saw it in court last week?
Yeah, I seen it before.
Where'd you see it?
On the news.
Okay. Did you ever come into the police department to see it at all?
I never, no.
Okay. Did anyone from the police department, the state of Georgia, ever show you telephone records that they received?
The police just asked me questions.
Okay. Did anyone ever show you your telephone records from 2015?
No.
Did anyone from the state of Georgia ever show you cell phone records from NARD that they may have received?
Which night?
Demise McMullen.
You said that again?
Did anyone ever show you any phone records from Demise McMullen, also known as NARD, that they may have received?
What you mean? With me and him talking?
Did anyone ever show you any telephone records, period, that came from NARD?
Yeah, I can't because none of them got my number. I don't know nothing about what you're talking about.
I'm just asking, did anyone ever show you any telephone records?
No.
Okay. Did anyone ever show you any telephone records from Duwop's phone?
Nobody never showed me no telephone, nothing.
Did anyone ever play any calls from jail with Duke and Javorce Bradford or Tuda?
How am I supposed to know?
Did anyone ever play that for you?
Oh, no.
Did anyone ever show you telephone records from OG Bentley?
No.
Did anyone ever show you any phone records from Sub?
Who?
Sub.
No.
Say Jeffrey Williams.
Did anyone ever play any phone calls from Shannon Stillwell for you?
You showed me.
I showed you, I played for you a telephone call with Shannon?
The visitation.
Not the visitation, a phone call. Did anyone ever play for you a jail call, a phone call with Shannon?
No.
Just because you didn't see these things, does that mean that these things do not exist?
Huh?
Just because you never saw these things doesn't mean that it does not exist.
I suppose
To
no.
salvage that video. This is a little
Now,
bit
Mr. Copeland, on cross-examination,
like burden
you were
shifting.
asked by Mr. Steele about the fight at Club Crucial. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Do you remember also testifying on cross-examination that you spun out in the Infinity with Quindarius Zachary?
I don't know nothing about that. I don't recall. I don't know what you're saying.
Do you remember testifying last week that you were in the Infinity a few days before Nuts murder and it spun out on the highway?
What you asking me?
Your Honor, I object to the form of the question.
It's apparently you're not the only one that objects to it. Mr. Copeland does not understand what you're trying to ask him. Rephrase the question.
Last week, do you remember being asked by either Mr. Steele or Mr. Schardt about the Infinity spinning out on the highway a few days before Nuts murder?
Object to a few days before, Your Honor.
Why don't you just try to ask it maybe in pieces?
Do you remember last week being asked about the Infinity spinning out on the highway?
Yes.
Okay. And did that spin out happen right before Nuts murder?
What you mean? What you saying right before it happened?
Do you remember telling last week during cross-examination?
I remember saying that. I read the card and I gave it to Britt.
All right. And then you also remember you gave Threat the car at the studio the night before Nuts murder, correct? You remember giving the car to Threat the night before Nuts murder, correct?
I'm listening.
Is that a yes? You remember that?
I remember getting Threat the car and leaving.
Okay. And you also remember stealing Nuts' chain, correct?
I ain't steal nothing.
Or do you remember taking Nuts' chain out of the car?
What about it?
Do you remember testifying that you remember that last week?
I remember.
And that you testified to remember that you gave him back the chain, correct?
Yes, I did.
All right. But the only thing you don't remember now is what Little D told you in the car at the McDonald's. Is that fair to say?
It's not remember. It's like I told you, I made it up. Like, I mean, Lil D didn't get in the car and tell me that.
And is it only now in 2024 that it's convenient that you don't remember what D told you, or that D did not tell you anything inside of that car?
Because I didn't think it was gonna be a big deal. I just, if I knew that it would have did all of this, I wouldn't even, you know what I mean? Like, damn, man, I keep telling y'all.
Do you remember on cross-examination, Mr. Steele asking you about the shooting at the gambling house?
I've been involved in so many shootings, man. Like, you got to be more specific.
The shooting at the gambling house that happened the week before Nut passed away. Do you remember talking to Mr. Steele about that?
He was more specific, and I'm asking you to be more specific.
Do you remember Mr. Steele asking you if you heard a 911 call from the shooting at the gambling house where Thug's car got shot at?
I remember he asked.
Okay. To your knowledge, did Thug ever get his car window fixed?
To my knowledge, did he ever get a car fixed?
Get the car window fixed?
I never seen the bullet hole in his car.
So you're saying that you never saw the window get shot out at the gambling center?
When the night it happened, I was so mad. Shit, by the time I knew he was gone, I didn't even, like, I don't know.
Now, do you remember last week on Cross that Mr. Steele showed you the surveillance video from the Texaco gas station?
Yes,
And do you remember him asking you whether or not you saw Thug get out the car?
I'm listening.
Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember, I believe Mr. Schardt also asked you if you saw Shannon get out the vehicle? Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember them asking.
Okay. First, let me ask you, did you or Thug get the car window tinted on the Infinity after you rented it from the Hertz rental facility?
I don't know what you're talking about.
So you don't know if you got it tinted?
I don't even think the car had 10 windows on it. I can't remember if it had 10 windows on it or not.
I'm asking, did you or Thug go get the windows tinted?
I don't know if the car was tinted. Like, I don't know. I can't remember if the car was tinted or not.
Now, on the night of Donovan Thomas's murder, it's fair you were not at the gas station that night, correct?
I told y'all I was at my baby mom's house.
And you only told the police what little D from Mechanicsville told you, correct?
I told the police whatever to get them out for me.
And in that interview, you told the police that little D told you that they switched cars at the gas station, correct?
Excuse me. You say that again?
Sure. You told the police that little D told you that they switched the cars at the gas station, correct?
I told the police whatever to get them out for me.
Do you know if they switched the cars behind the gas station?
How would I know?
Okay.
I just know when I looked at that video, what they showed me last week, I didn't see nobody switch cars, so I felt that that'll prove that, you know what I mean, that I lied in the past. I can't speak on now, like.
But you only know what Demekion told you, correct?
He didn't tell me that.
Now,
If he would have told me that, I would have knew. So for example, let's say if they did switch cars at the gas station, the camera would show that. So that's why I keep telling you stop going in the past. I ain't trying to go to jail, but if you're gonna keep going in the past, I'm telling you, don't do that because I lied.
Okay. Do you know if there were cameras behind the gas station?
To my understanding, there's cameras all over them.
I'm asking specifically, do you know if there were cameras behind the gas station?
You gotta go ask the gas station and see.
Now, on cross-examination, Mr. Steele asked you, or you told Mr. Steele that Thug encouraged you to speak to the police on the night of the murder. Is that fair to say?
I don't recall telling him that. I don't know.
Let me ask you, did Thug take you down to the police department to go talk to the police?
No.
On the same night of Donovan Thomas's murder, your family's house was targeted, correct?
My baby mother's house was.
And to your knowledge, Mr. Williams or Thug's stepfather's house was targeted, correct?
To my knowledge, I don't know. I don't have a clue. Still to this day, I don't know.
Now, on cross-examination, you told defense counsel that you had multiple phones back in January of 2015. Is that fair?
Here we
I
go.
did.
Okay.
I had two, not multiple.
You had 2 phones. Now, I'm going to show you a screenshot of Stacey Exhibit 378 Yankee Alpha.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes.
Can you put that down just a little bit?
What?
The air.
As in hotter or colder?
It's freezing. Thank you so much.
Now, do you see the screenshot of 378 Yankee Alpha?
Yes.
And is that a phone in your hand?
Yes.
And I'm going to also show you a screenshot from 378 Yankee Bravo. And do you have a cell phone in that picture as well?
I guess so.
Now, when you said you had 2 phones, did you have one phone that was your primary phone?
Can you be more, what you mean?
Is there one phone that you use more than the other phone?
I got both of them for the same purpose.
What was the same purpose?
To use them.
Okay. Is there one phone that you called Dashon on primarily?
I call on both phones if I had to.
Okay. What about calling your brother, Trez?
I treated both phones the same.
Do you remember the phone number for both phones?
I actually got locked up with the other phone
When did you get locked up with the other phone?
for my probation violation.
The phone that you showed Detective Thorpe on January 11th, that is the phone that you had with you the night of Donovan Thomas's murder, correct?
Can you say it again?
The phone that you showed Detective Thorpe, that is the phone you had with you the night of Donovan Thomas's murder, correct?
Yes. Did my wife show in the interview?
Yes.
Yes.
And that is the phone number that you gave him for the night of Donovan Thomas's murder, correct?
I don't remember know which phone number I gave him. I can't just say yeah or no to that.
Now, do you remember, we talked about this earlier, Mr. Steele playing for you a jail call from December of 2022. Do you remember that?
December 22?
Yes, when you were in the Fayette County Jail?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember in that call talking to your, I believe it was your sister, about Yak overhearing a conversation that you had?
Yes.
And that Yak was in the bedroom, I believe, with your cousin, and you were talking to someone else, and he overheard that conversation. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were concerned that he was going to tell people about the conversation he overheard. Do you remember that?
I'm concerned. I try to be more secretive about whatever I got going on.
What was the conversation that you were having that you were concerned he was going to go back and tell?
I don't think you heard me. I like to be secretive about my conversation.
Okay. Well, let's play Defense Exhibit 250E. And we're going to only play from 425 to 559.
I need to put the headphones on.
Yes, please.
It's working now?
It should be.
I mean, yeah.
Try putting it. Is it showing up on your computer?
It's right here, but I hit it out loud. I went ahead and do these. Let me take it out, put it back in.
It should be. Are you on the Zoom? Can you see that same screen?
Can I? It's right here.
That same screen is on your computer?
Mm-hmm.
Overheard me and somebody else having a conversation.
No.
I mean, so.
Hello, this is a prepaid.
Not that promo again.
Last week, it seemed to just take it a minute before it would play on there. And also, where are the good headphones that were around a few weeks ago? Anybody know?
We were still looking for them, Your Honor. I think it got carted away with the
Yeah,
other.
I think so too, but
Yeah.
that might help also.
We are trying
Love
to
is
find
on
it.
it.
All right.
Say, Steven says, think back to grade school reading classes. I remember Dick and Jane struggling to follow the 24-point type, basic language. Hylton doesn't even come close. I actually think Hylton's words make sense. I think her strategy for questions
So we're only gonna play
don't make
450.
sense.
Yeah, I can hear it.
559.
I mean, again, yeah, overheard me and somebody else having a conversation. I mean, so he was in sister house. Yeah, this nigga was late. No, sister house, cause this nigga was laid up in her bed, and I was in the living room. I was in the living room telling nigga. I was telling my partner, like, man, look, man, these fuck niggas got, this and then third. I'm telling him what's going on. Like, these fuck niggas lying on me. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So when I'm telling him that he's lying on me, this nigga yeah, get a whole conversation from the room.
Mm-hmm.
So when I see him, my mouth dropped. I'm like, what? You feel me? Like, so he heard the whole conversation. I'm just like, shit, fuck it. I mean, I already know he could go back and let him nigga know what's him.
Mm-hmm.
He tried to tell me that when I was talking about I was wrong, I ain't know what I was talking about. I'm like, yeah, I do know what I'm talking about. I ain't stupid.
There's a little, I said, that's crazy as hell. Y'all just put them up on my beat.
Then I did. Then what's the name when to kind of posting on his Instagram page and try to come back around. Man, come back around, y'all niggas. I knew what I got, man. Come on, man, y'all niggas crazy ass niggas. I'm stupid.
Now, Mr. Copeland, what conversations were you having such that you were concerned that he was going to go back, he being Yak was going to go back and tell people about the conversation you were having?
What you mean?
What were you talking about to your friend that he overheard that you were concerned they were going to go back and tell?
I was planning on doing something to somebody. That's what I said.
In the call, didn't you tell your sister that you said, I was in the living room telling this N-word, telling my partner, like, F these N-words, this, that, and the third. I'm telling him what's going on, that they plotting on me. You feel me? When I'm telling that these N-words are...
Okay, help me out because I'm white and I can't remember. Hasn't she said the N-word before when reading transcripts and now she's censoring it? Or has she, like, done both before? Because I feel like I've heard her just say it flat out and now she's not.
are plotting on me, this N-word, yet hear the whole conversation, and he came out the bedroom.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So who did you think was plotting on you?
Didn't I tell you I like to I think they was planning on me.
Who's the they?
Mr. Williams.
Okay.
That's why I said.
And you were concerned that Yak was gonna go back and tell Mr. Williams and them what you were telling your friend?
I wasn't concerned about him going back and telling me. I really was debating, should I let him leave?
Okay. Did you tell Yak, I already know that you're fixing to go back and tell them what happened? And he tried to tell you, I'm not going to do that.
Me and my friend was looking at each other, trying to debate on what we had going on right then and there.
And it's safe to say that you didn't do anything. Yak left the room, correct?
Yes.
Now, also, during the same call, and even in the course of your testimony, you said that you lied on Thug. Do you remember testifying to that multiple times?
I told you that.
What are the lies that you told on Thug?
I put a lot of blame on him that I know that I should never did. Like I said, if I knew that it would have caused all these problems right here, I would never did it. But I told you I was going through a dark phase in my life. And at the time, I didn't care about none of the choices I made in life. And through the midst of, I was going through that phase, I had my little girl, and she gave me a purpose. So, I'm done.
No, are you done? But specifically, you keep saying that I told these lies because I thought it would get me out of trouble. So what are the lies that you told on Thug that you thought was going to get you out of trouble?
Whatever the police wanted me to say. If they brought his name up about anything, I didn't care. If he could have been in another country, I would have said he's right there, and he did it. Like he had something to do with it because they made me feel like they wanted him, and they only got me because of the stupid stuff that I done done. And if I could get them something to help them out about him, then they'll let me go. And that's what I kept doing. And the whole time, they knew that I was just doing it, and they didn't care.
So let's talk about some of the things you told the police about Thug, okay? Do you recall that you told the police that Thug's window was being shot out? That Thug's window was shot out at the gambling house?
I think I said it in the interview.
Do you recall that you told the police about Mo and other Bloods wanting to harm you and Thug?
I think I probably did.
You told the police about a concert with Thug and Rich Homie Quan?
I probably did.
You told the police that Thug gave you money to hold?
What you mean by that? Be more specific.
Sure. You told Thug that he may have one time give you $1,000, but like that you could keep, but he may have given you $300,000 that you could flash.
That nigga ain't never gave me. I mean, excuse my language, but he never gave me $300,000 to flash.
Okay. But it's fair to say you told him he gave you some money to hold.
What you mean?
He gave you money to flash with.
As we together?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what you told the police, correct?
Yeah, I ain't gonna tell them it was my money.
At some point, did you tell the police Thug just gave you money that you could flash in the club?
Right. So the police asked me where I get all this money from. My job is to lie to the police. That's how I was raised up. I'm not gonna tell them that, oh, I break in stores or I do this and I do that. I'm gonna tell them that, hey, he's legit. It's stole money. If I knew that it was gonna backfire me, I would never said that.
You also told the police that you didn't know what beef Thug and Nut had, correct?
I probably did.
You told the police that Thug rented the Infinity.
I did.
You told the police that on the night of Donna Thomas's murder, that Thug got into another car with a girl and Little D, correct?
Mm-hmm. That might be one of the stories I told them. I can't be specific if that's what I said.
You told the police that Thug was not in the Infinity at the time of the murder, correct?
I probably did.
You never told police that Thug shot anyone. Is that fair to say?
Huh?
You never told the police that Thug shot anyone, correct?
Yeah, I did.
No.
I told the police.
You never told the police that Thug shot Nut, correct?
Oh, no, I don't think I told them that.
You never told the police that Thug was driving the Infinity at the time of Nut's murder, correct?
I didn't tell them that either. It wouldn't make sense to tell them that.
You never told police that Thug was bragging on the murder of Nut, like Nar and Dolly, correct?
Huh?
You never told the police that Thug bragged on Nut's murder, correct?
I never heard nobody bragging on it.
You told the police that Nar and Dolly bragged on Nut's murder, correct?
No.
So everything that you told the police that we just went over, which one was the finesse?
The one that make more sense, where you take a little bit where you know that they can prove, and then
But if you're trying to
put the
finesse
twist on it.
them, if you're trying to finesse them to get out of jail, why not say Thug was bragging about the murder?
But when I say he brag about the murder, what you mean?
Why wouldn't that be believable?
Who brags about the murder?
Okay. Why wouldn't you say that Thug was driving the Infinity at the time of the murder? He rented it.
Because I'm talking to Gator and Dennis. Like I've been dealing with them for a long time. I know they're a long way from stupid.
Right, but that's believable. He rented the car, so why not tell them then?
Objection, Your Honor. That's testimony on behalf of her elder.
Rephrase your question.
Sure. If you're trying to finesse the police, why not tell them that Thug was driving the car?
Because think about this. This man, the multi-millionaire superstar. If I go in the police station and be like, yeah, Thug was a getaway driver in the killing of a nut, they gonna look at me like I'm stupid.
But he rented the car, didn't he?
And why would you rent a car to commit a murder?
But you told the police that he rented the car, correct?
But that's something I know that they can prove.
All right.
They can prove that he rented the car. But I don't know if it was this car that was used in the murder.
Why not, if you were just trying to finesse the police and you didn't care if they were going to verify what you said, why not make up the beef that Thug and Nut had?
Because you gotta get this, like I said, you gotta get the facts together. You gotta get stuff where you know they can go back and see. Like for instance, okay, they jumped on me in the club. Everybody know they jumped on me in the club. So I can say, hey, they punched me in my face. They happened. Then I can say, oh, okay, something that didn't happen. They can't prove that this ain't happened or they did happen.
Right. And you wanted to tell them things that they could verify, correct?
Can you say that again?
And you wanted to make sure you told the police things that they could verify, correct?
I'm trying to make the police believe that I can help them. And if they let me go, that's what I'm willing to do. So every time, let's say the time they didn't let me go, you see, I never came back and helped them. When I told them I'd get them their gun back, what they had to do, they had to bring SWAT team to get me. So anytime they let me go, they knew I wasn't coming back.
On cross-examination, you talked about a meeting that you had with your lawyer and the U.S. attorneys back in 2015. Do you remember telling Mr. I believe Steele about a meeting that you had with your lawyer and the U.S. attorneys back in 2015 or sometime during that period?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember telling Mr. Steele that there were some APD officers present when you were going to have that meeting with your lawyer and the U.S. attorneys?
Yes.
What APD officers were there?
Gator and Dennis. And it was another lady, but I don't know her name. And it was the ATF agent. It was everybody who was in the interrogation room
You mean interrogation room in that June interview?
when they locked me up.
Okay. Do you remember how long you were in the feds before you were going to have that meeting?
It was like probably the first couple months because I found my lawyer right out the rip.
And why did you fire your lawyer?
Because he working with the state. He was trying to work with the police.
And when you said he was trying to work with the police, what was your understanding of what he was trying to do?
He was trying to get me to do whatever they wanted me to do.
When you said he was trying to get them to do what you wanted,
He was trying to get me to work for the police.
and was that going to be in exchange for a reduction in your sentence?
That's what he told me. He told me that if I go down there and talk with them, they'll throw my case out. But he didn't say it. Like he lied to me how he said it. But he was like, when you go to court, I mean, we just gonna get this case swept under the rug. But when I got down there, it was all the police. They locked me up, and I got mad.
And then you decided not to move forward with whatever the agreement was.
Yeah, because I seen it got real, and I knew what I had done.
Now, last week on cross-examination and on direct, you testified that YSL is not a gang, correct?
And it still ain't a game.
And you testified it was a music label, correct?
Well, that's the purpose of it.
Okay. And it's a music label that you were never signed to, correct?
Clearly,
Okay. And you never done any songs with Thug, correct?
I haven't.
Now, on cross-examination, do you remember Mr. Steele playing a portion of the On the Porch video?
Off the porch.
Off the porch, excuse me, thank you for correcting. The Off the Porch video with you?
Yes.
And that was Defense Exhibit JW246 for the record. Now, that's a blog for up-and-coming artists, correct?
Yes.
And you talk about music?
Yes.
Right. And you talk about life growing up, correct?
I think so.
Now, the portion that Mr. Steele played, was that was the portion when you called yourself a gangster and said that you would slap people in the face if they tried you or something like that. Do you recall him playing that portion of the
Yes.
for you?
Yes.
But that was not the entirety of the interview. Is that fair?
No.
Okay. I want to play for you a few portions, okay?
Put the headphones on.
Yes, please. I'm going to first start playing Defense Exhibit JW 246, starting at 00 and ending at 007.
Yeah, they little Woody Freehand Entertainment. Just trying to pull Dirty Glove. That's Slack YSL for life.
Now, there
Great.
is a Slack
YSL for life.
correct?
Yes.
And again, you were never signed to the YSL the label, right?
No.
Okay. And SLAT means slime love all the time, correct?
Slack me slack.
Slime love all the time?
Yeah, this, I guess.
All right. Now I want to play JW 246 at 9:15 to 9:47.
Yeah. You dropped a music video for that song too. Was that your first music video you shot?
Yeah, first one ever.
Yeah. How'd you think that turned out?
It was fun. It turned out great. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Yeah. I like it. Still watch it today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. And you rep YS.
This is so dumb. I worked in nightlife. I've helped promote artists and DJs. I did it for a long time. And every time someone had some clout, some motion behind them, there would always be somebody trying to, basically it's like photo bombing, except it's clout bombing. You try to come in there and you try to associate yourself with what seems hot in the moment. And we'd have to say all the time, like, that's not one of our events. That's not one of our people. Like, shout out to them for doing what they're doing, but we're just like, for compliance issues, for our own branding, we're not affiliated with them. They're just posting kind of like they are. So if Woody's trying to make his own music happen, and he's clearly not actually collaborating in any music videos with Jeffrey Williams, Young Thug, and he's saying YSL for life, why would, to me, my brain goes right to, he's trying to build his own brand and show that other people that are known for their music or getting known for their music are already popping. So you should give me a listen because I'm similar to that. Like, but somehow this is just him claiming a gang in a YouTube video interview. Yeah, this is piggybacking off YSL clout. That's the simple way.
You dropped a music video for that song too. Was that your first music video you shot?
Yeah, first one ever.
Yeah. How'd you think that turned out?
It was fun. It turned out great. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Yeah. I like it. Still watch it today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. And you rep YSL a lot in your music.
Gang.
How far back does your relationship with them go?
Yeah. Still.
When he said rep, he asked you if you rep YSL in your music, you said gang, correct?
No, I said game.
Why would you say gang?
Game. Like I wanted to be a part of YSL. I wanted, like, on the papers, I wanted to be a YSL artist.
This interview was done in 2020, correct?
One of them years.
Okay. Is it fair to say this is after you got out the feds, correct?
Yes, yes.
All right. And at this point, you had known Doug for a number of years, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And it was fair to say at some point in time y'all were friends.
Yes.
And even at this point, you still were not signed to YSL label, correct?
But me and him spoken about it. And he just told me I had to convince him that this is what I really wanted to do.
And you still aren't signed to the label, correct?
I had went back to jail.
All right. I'm going to play the last section, which is 2010 to 2040.
The freeze frame. And Carson, thank you so much. I have no idea what the jury is supposed to get out of this. I do not think it's
Other than,
rehabilitating.
you know, everything.
This was up. All right. Any last words to shout out before we get you out of here?
You know, shout out to the game. YSL for life. You know what I mean? Shout out my nigga Munt, Ralph, you know, Threat. You know what I mean? For the ops. You know,
Hold on. Before Hylton asks her question that's probably not going to be very strategic, who did he name? Who did he name there?
Last before we get you out of here?
you know, shout out to the game. YSL for life. You know what I mean? Shout out my nigga Munt, Ralph, you know, Threat. You know what I mean?
Did he shout out anybody sitting in this courtroom?
For the ops. You know,
You said shout out to the gang, YSL, some other people, Threat, and then fuck the ops.
Mhm.
Who are the ops?
the ops.
The ops of another record label?
No, my ops. Fuck them.
All right. But this is after you talked about shout out to the gang, YSL, correct?
I said shout out to the game. Then I said YSL. I said fuck the ops.
When you said shout out to the gang, YSL, you're not talking about the music label, correct?
Which, can you say that again?
You're not talking about the music label, correct?
I don't get what you're asking.
When you said shout out to the gang, YSL, you're not talking about the music label, correct?
I'm pretty sure I know you're not you're not in the streets, but you keep sticking on this gang stuff, and I don't know how much it's gonna take to convince you that when you're a gang, you can't be 2-3 different gangs or sets of members. Like, again, you can't be YSL, the gang in your voice, and be a blood, because let's say if YSL is a gang and YSL get into a blood gang members, you got to pick. So what you gonna do? You're blood or you YSL? It don't make sense. And if you're blood's not gonna let you be YSL if it's a gang. Just like with Crips or just like anything else.
But you gave up being a blood, correct?
Yeah, I did.
All right. So when it said YSL for life, gang, that's who you rep now.
No, I
correct?
said no. I always been 30 deep when I was a gang member, but 30 deep is not a gang. You know what I mean? It's just my neighborhood. A gang in Atlanta is Bloods, Crips, GDs, or whatever. And let me correct that. To certain people, it's not a gang to them, but y'all trying to say YSL when you know, Atlanta, we monkey see, monkey do. We see people doing something, we want to be a part of it. We want to represent it. We want to say it. If you see that most of these people in the courtrooms don't got no ties to me, I never seen them before. So you can't say it's a gang. A gang, everybody know who he is. Everybody, we rock together. A lot of these guys, we don't did stuff to each other.
And it's in the same video where you called yourself a gangster, correct? That's the portion that Mr. Steele paid for you last week, right?
It's entertainment.
All right. Now, on cross-examination, Mr. Steele played for you a portion of that jail call with you, Max, Thug, and Dashon. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember the portion of the call that he played for you?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I remember some of it.
All right. I'm going to show you. We're going to be stationed at 405Y.
I got to listen to it.
Yes, sir.
Right, I'd like to go through a jail call that the state played for you, Ms. Hylton played for you earlier this week. It's, Your Honor, it's already in evidence. It's State's Exhibit number 295Y. And specifically, Your Honor, starts at 128. And just to orient the jurors, this should be the 13th day of June of 2015. So 13th day of June 2015. And I believe you said you're on the phone, and there's other people on the phone too, but Jeffrey's sister, you identified her, or she's been identified as Max, and then Jeffrey in the background, maybe his voice on the phone, it's on the call. I'd like to just play that short snippet, okay?
I can't hear me.
I don't think it's playing.
What's up? Yeah. Yeah. How much the money? 15,000. But I go to a bar, I come about 15. You found the money too? I'm on lockdown, so they don't let you out one time a day. But my brother there did. You guys call when he hang up, please don't call his brother, and he say his brother, so he give you money. Is your brother? No, I'm saying call his brother on Friday. Yeah, Dashon, where you at? I'm at home. You ain't got I can get on your book, friend. Meet me on University. On University what? Alright, that gas station you already, you know where they can say meet me at Chevron. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, right. What did he do? I'm gonna take some money. He told what I did. Well, you can what? Yeah. You told him I'm so too. You said I'm fucking playing. You told him I'm so. You told him I'm so. Just because you want to play on fucking good. You don't give a fuck. I don't agree. Hey, these guys don't have to meet you so you get your money. Don't pay me bond so you get out, bro. And when you get out, who that? I can have 10 talk. I really feel some type of way. I'm talking to you about so you get out. Man, listen, that's dirty shit. I ain't playing with you. I ain't fucking playing with you either. God's first birthday on the way. What's wrong with you? Yeah. I appreciate it. Thank you, but I love you. He hear you? He said you gotta get the mind together, bro. Like you said. Man, I just left out there. I ain't heard nobody, bro. I just feel like nigga left me out there. I ain't see shit. He ain't never got that wrong. You just want to be out there person. That boy, we ain't fucked up no more. You ain't got to be out there pretending to be. Shit, I had no choice. Nobody gonna get you time.
That's it?
Yes, and that is where Mr. Steele ended the call. Do you remember that from last week?
Yes, that was last week.
Okay. Now, a few things. Do you recall last week, Mr. Steele asking you, when you all were talking about Little D, do you remember him asking you if Thug said anything when you all were talking about Little D? Do you remember him asking you that?
Shoot. I don't know when brought the D name up.
Do you remember Mr. Steele asking you, though, specifically, if you heard Thug say anything when you mentioned Little D on that phone call?
I don't get what you're asking me.
Last week, after Mr. Steele played that call for you,
Yes,
do you remember him asking you some questions after he played that call for you?
yes,
And do you remember him asking you whether or not Thug said anything after you talked about Little D in
Right.
the jail call?
yes.
And do you remember your response being, no, Thug did not say anything?
He didn't. I didn't hear him say anything.
Is that not Thug who says, Little D, that pussy ass told?
Oh, you gotta play it again. I didn't hear that.
All right, I'd like to go through
You playing the whole thing, go?
a jail call. It should be the 13th day of June. Other people on the phone too, but Jeff's on the phone. It's on a
Can I speak?
After.
I can hear me. I don't think it's playing.
Wait. What's up? Yeah. Look, yeah, you got a bunch. Be done. Yeah. How much the money? 15,000. But I go to a bunch, I buy something about 15,000. You found the button too? I'm a lockdown, so they only let me out one time a day. But my brother there did. You gotta start when he hang up, please don't call his brother, and I'm sure his brother so he give you money. If your brother no, I'm saying call his brother on Friday. Yeah, Dashon, where you at? I'm at home. You don't got no ride? I can get on your birthday friend. Meet me on University. On University what? Alright, that gas station you already. You know where they get Chevron. Meet me at Chevron. Hey, okay. Yeah. Yeah, right. What did he do? I'm gonna take some money. He told what I did. Well, you can what? Yeah. You tell her right?
Did you hear we said D told pussy ass?
Probably, yeah, I heard it.
Okay. Is that not Thug who said that?
I can't say 100% if it was him or somebody else. I can't say, but I heard it.
Okay. Now,
But me going to jail was for a gun that he bought for me. So throughout the interviews, you'll see that they just be me breaking my mojo. I mean, Lil D name was never brought up for me to say he ain't right. Again, that's proof of me lying, and I'm pointing it out to you.
were you saying that Little D wasn't right because you wanted him to claim the gun from the Dunbar Center?
No, I was saying Lil D wasn't right because I'm trying to manipulate everybody.
All right. Now, Mr. Steele, when he played the call for you, he ended the call, but that was before Max actually got off the phone. Is that correct?
What you mean?
When he stopped the call, that wasn't the entirety of when Max was on the phone with you, correct?
He played the call. I listened to it.
Okay. I want to play for you 378 Yankee Echo, and we're going to start at 3:48. And my apologies for the record, we're going to be playing 395 Yankee. Starting at about 350.
You ain't never got there long. You just want to be out there in the trenches. And bro, we ain't fucked up no more. You ain't got to be out there in Cannonville.
Shit, I had no choice.
That was gonna get you time. Cannonville. Out there in them apartment. I keep telling you that.
Yeah.
And what's that shit, bro? Hey, you got to realize, yeah, swear to God, we killed nuts, so they going to stay on you.
Yeah. Hello?
Stay away from that shit, bro. You just don't know it be your hood, bro. Your hood is scared of you, bro. Don't do that. Trust me, your hood is the main hood. Them the main people that want to have you fucked up before anybody else on the street do. They won't tell you, they scared of you.
I already know.
You gotta stay away from that shit. You got a little girl now. I've been telling you that shit. Cause I ain't gonna lie. I was just mad at your ass, bro. On my money, how you want
the phone going out for me like I don't need something wrong, bro.
yeah. Call Max. Motherfucker.
Man, you know Valerie told me that.
But I'm saying you listen big bad. You call my phone 20 times, bro. You know what I'm telling you? They just call my phone 20 times. No call ID, then we get right in the corner. You walk past me like you're a boss. Bitch, I got it on me that fake ass weed in your head, hoe. I just rock your ass. And I got my pistol on me too, hoe. Don't try me fuck around with you. I bet hoes don't be listening to this fat ass hoe. She want to keep up drama, bro.
Yeah.
Come on, man. These hoes just talk somebody look just on her house. Don't listen to her.
You finished?
Yes. So the portion that Mr. Steele did not play was when Max said, "Swear to God, we killed Nut." Correct?
What you mean?
I played for you the clip.
I heard you.
Someone else swears that we did it. They're looking at us. They swear that we did it. Not, I swear to God, we actually did that. Hylton.
I don't get what your question is.
The portion that was not played was when Max said, "Swear to God, we killed Nut."
She said they swear to God we killed Nut. But if that's what you want her to say, then
That's what the recording says. "Swear to God." I'll rephrase your honor.
Sustained, rephrase.
In the interview, did you hear, "Swear to God, we killed Nut"? I mean, in the jail call, excuse me.
I'm telling you what she said. I mean, I talk to her on a daily basis. Like, I might not ain't here, but I can come like I can understand street talk slang. And she's saying what they saying in the streets. They swear to God we killed Nut.
Did you hear the person in the background said, "We smoked Nut"?
You gotta play it again. I didn't hear that. But I never heard of that.
Okay. We'll play that. That's that portion for you.
Thank you. I want to hear the whole thing.
I don't think smoked would make a difference. If they're relaying what someone said and you're correcting, it could be, no, they said we smoked him.
Shit, I had no choice.
That was gonna get you time. Cannonville. Out there in them apartment. I keep telling you that.
Yeah.
And what's that shit, bro? Hey, you gotta realize, yeah, Swear to God, we killed nuts, so they gonna stay on you. Hello. Stay away from
Can you say it again?
It was
so fast.
cause and effect.
Not the whole thing. I can't.
Yeah, we're just gonna play the portion.
That wasn't gonna get you time. I'm telling you, I damn put me. I keep telling you that. Yeah. And what's that shit, bro? It be the, hey, you gotta realize, it be, yeah. Swear to God, we killed nuts, so they gonna stay on you. Yeah. Hello.
Did you hear that?
No, I didn't hear it.
Okay. Let me ask you, who is the we?
Huh?
Who is the we?
See, you hear what she said? They gonna stay on me. Like, I don't know.
He says, swear to God, we killed nut. Who is the we?
Ask Dolly.
I'm asking you.
This her.
Sustained.
Why didn't you ask her what we are we talking about?
Because that's what the streets are saying.
So who is the we?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
You didn't ask, why didn't you get clarification as to who she was talking about?
Because I heard it in the streets myself.
So when you heard it in the streets, what did you hear in the streets?
Sustained.
Love just stretched her writing hand. She said,
When Dolly is talking to you, is this when you were being shot at because people thought that you killed Nut?
I don't get what you mean. Can you be more specific?
When you told Dolly that it was people were coming after you, was this because people thought that you had something to do with Nut's murder?
Sustained.
Why did you think people were coming after you?
It was more the police that I was really speaking on coming after me. It's like every time I did something, they was popping up. Like I wasn't worried about nobody in the streets. It was the police. So that's why I kept saying they come after me. I was going to jail for charges I didn't even crimes I didn't even do. Like that's why I was telling her like, I ain't got nobody. I ain't got nothing. I ain't got no money to get myself no lawyer. Nothing. Every time I come outside, the police locking me up. I actually went to jail in a county I never even been to.
When you heard her say, either according to you, you think or they think we killed Nut, who did you understand the we to be?
Shit, they kept telling me. They kept saying me and these people on the west side, me and Monton, me, Darker Head. They were telling me and everybody to it. So I knew she was talking about me and whatever the street saying. So,
And all those people you just named, those are all people who are associated with YSL, correct?
no.
All right. Now,
Only people that was associated with Thug and Monton, and that's not that was, y'all try to put a part of this.
now you talked about, at any point, did they ever say that it was you and Dolly that killed Nut?
What you mean?
You said that they were saying it was me and Thug, me and Monto, me and this person.
I'm pretty sure you heard the rumors when it happened. You know what I mean? They put my name in there with everybody.
I'm asking you, did they ever put your name in there with Dolly?
I don't remember them saying, so I can't say yeah or no to that.
Now, you continuously talked about wanting to finesse people. Do you recall last week, Mr. Steele showing you a clip from your interview when you were talking to Detective Dennis about Bloody J and having Bloody J and Thug become friends again? Do you remember him playing that example for you?
Yes.
I'm going to play for you Stacey Exhibit 378 Yankee Echo at 10:40.
It's the same one?
No.
Jurors, when they're getting all these set up, because it seems to take a minute, if y'all want to stand up and stretch or anything, that'd be a good time.
holy moly.
We're waiting on y'all, so when you're ready, go.
Gosh. Called out.
10th, 2015, that you tried to get Mr. Williams or Jeffrey, and do you know who Bloody J is? I heard him. Do you know the given name Justin Ussery, excuse me? With it, that's fine. I'm gonna use Bloody J, okay? Do you remember telling the police, and this is Your Honor, JW240D, was in David States Exhibit number 378YE. It's June 10, 2015, meeting, interrogation, whatever, or conference, with law enforcement and Mr. Copeland. It's 10:40:37 a.m. to 10:41:08 a.m. And Mr. Copeland, tell us if you hear this, okay? And if it's not, correct us. Detective Dennis tells you, so the night of Crucial, when you were saying they jumped on you, you said, when all the, I'm just not saying, but SHI blank popped off. So what happened, Mr. Detective Dennis, what happened when you came outside with Bloody J? Because you were saying last time that there's overlapping conversation, meaning I can't understand if multiple people are speaking. And you said, when the Detective Dennis said, when you were trying to bring everybody back together. And the Detective Dennis said, you were like, is he ready? And Thug or Jeffrey kept saying, nah, he ain't ready. You remember that? That was Detective Dennis saying, you remember you told us that when you said, you mixing things up. You're talking about the time we was in when I called Bloody J and tried to get him and Jeffrey or Thug. You said, back, cool. That's what I'm targeting, okay? So please listen to it. If I said it wrong, just say it right. Your Honor, can Mr. Copeland listen to this, please? And the jury.
So the night at Crucial, that when you were saying they jumped on you, right? Well, our shit popped off. So what happened when you came outside with Bloody J? Because you were saying the last time, you were trying to bring everybody back together. You were like, you ready? And I stood and said, I ain't ready. You remember that? You remember you told that? When you said, you know, it's all that time you made shit from that house that day, trying to afford that cool.
Remember saying that you were.
Now, in watching that video, do you see that you corrected Investigator Dennis when he had some facts wrong?
What you mean? You said did I correct him?
Correct. Did you correct in the interview? Did you correct Investigator Dennis when he had some facts wrong?
Right. I'm listening.
So if you were trying to finesse the jury, why even correct him when he had something wrong?
I wasn't trying to finesse the jury. I was trying to finesse the police.
Correct. When you're trying to finesse the police, why correct him if he had something wrong?
Because they after me. And like I said, just when we going, one thing I know about Dennis, I know I got to come correct when I'm talking to him. So I got to, but Dennis, I know Dennis play games.
Right. So you said, when it comes in, you have to come correct. That's what you just said, right?
No, I'm saying, like, when I say come correct, I'm saying, like, it's hard at convincing Dennis and Gaten. Like, you gotta really make them believe, like.
Because they can see, like you said before, Gaither can see through your BS, correct?
Mm-mm. What I said before is that, like when I make up the names, I know that I can't come to Gaten with the names.
Shout out to Lil Mike and Quez.
I already know I made them up. So it's different, like when I'm dealing with like different polices. When it comes to Gaten, I gotta be more convincing than I will with Thorpe.
Okay. Also, let me ask you, in 2015, is it fair to say that you were closer to Shannon than you were with Duop?
With who?
With Duop.
If I was closer with Shannon than I was with Duop?
Yes.
I guess.
And matter of fact, Duop is Yak's friend, correct?
I'm cool with Duop.
But that's more Yak's friend than it is your friend. Is that fair to say?
I guess.
So if you're trying to finesse the police or mixing some truth with a little lie, then you would agree with me that the full truth doesn't matter, correct? Like if you're trying to mix in a little truth with a little lie, then the full truth doesn't matter, correct?
So my whole purpose was in the interview was my little girl birthday was coming up, and every time they got me, they would ask me questions and they laugh and act like they was believing the stuff I was saying. So when they got me on June 10th, I didn't want to go to jail. I'm not scared of jail. You feel me? I know how to adapt to my environment. It's just the timing of when they got me. And my whole purpose was if I could convince these people that I work with them and I help them out and do whatever I do to let me go. And that's what my intentions. Y'all keep dragging me in here like I got facts. You know what I mean? And I don't.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted at 378 Yankee Echo at 5:34:49.
Do I listen to it or it's a picture or something?
I'm going to show you and you're going to listen to it.
Okay.
Or I'm going to ask you if you can listen to it, please.
Yak driving, Shannon with the AK, Nara with the pistol, and Duop with the pistol. Nah, I don't think you got that pistol. Okay. All right. But you don't know what seats, how you ever sit in the car, all you know the yak was driving. Yeah, I didn't know yak. They said yak was driving. And that's based on what the Mistrial told you. Yeah. Lil D. Okay. Did they say that to anybody else or just y'all was sort of? Right.
And we're gonna stop it at 5:35:18. In that clip, you clarified for the police who had guns, correct?
Again, if I wasn't there and Lil D wasn't there, how could we say what happened?
All right. Because you were telling them what Little D told you, correct?
But if Lil D wasn't there, how could he tell me what happened?
Okay. You told the detectives and you clarified that it was Shannon and Nar shooting a gun, Yak was driving, and Doo-Wop didn't have a gun. That's what you just told the police, correct?
Right.
If you were just trying to tell them anything, why not tell the police that Doo-Wop had the gun?
Again, I can't, right now, everybody in this courtroom see what's going on in this courtroom. The people who's not in this courtroom, they can't say what's going on in this courtroom. So if Lil D said that this what happened in that car, he had to be in that car to know that. If I say this what happened in the car, I had to be in that car to know that. Neither one of us in that car to know that. So it shows, again, that I'm just saying whatever.
Okay. I'm asking you, why would you tell the police or put the gun in your friend's hand when you could have put the gun in Doo-Wop's hand?
So again, January they got me, February they got me, whatever month come out today they got me. They got me every month. I wasn't convincing neither of them times because they were locking me up or whatever. I wasn't convincing them, so I had to be more convincing. It ain't like it's just like, okay, let me put it on Doo-Wop. It's the spare of the moment. So in the spare of the moment, you gotta get them up off for you. You just gotta off the top. Like, but I wasn't listening to you. I'm sorry. I mean, like, I don't mean no harm, but I wasn't there to be able to say what anybody had, and this just proof. And no matter how many times you ask me, which way you ask me, it's just what it is.
And again, you're just telling the police what Little D told you, right?
Lil D can't tell me something that he ain't. If Lil D say I was in the car and this would happen, then okay, I say that. But if I'm sitting right here lying saying Lil D told me something that I know that he didn't tell me and he know that he didn't tell me, because for us to know that, we had to be there.
And the reason why you wanted to make sure you were accurate with what you told the police is
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Sure. The reason why you wanted to be as accurate as possible when you talk to the police is because they told you that they were going to try to verify what you were telling them, correct?
Well, when Nut got killed, the people on the scene was already saying what they saw. So, like I said, you just take pieces of what you hear, you know what I mean, and you put them together.
Now, last week, Mr. Schardt talked to you about making up fictional characters. Do you recall that?
I think I just spoke on it.
Yeah. He asked you about making up Lil Rick and Quez as related to the
Lil
stolen
Rick!
items that were found on June 10th, 2015.
I'm listening.
Do you remember him asking you about making up when you talked about Nut's chain? That he told you that you made that up as far as stealing Nut's chain and who stole Nut's chain?
I made somewhat to a certain extent, but the truth of the matter, I didn't steal it. The door was open. I keep telling you that.
Okay. He asked you about making up characters as it related to threat shooting up the barbershop. Do you remember him asking you about making up individuals regarding the barbershop being shot up?
I'm listening. I'm listening.
So if you know how to make up people in those instances, why won't you just make up people for the night of Nut's murder in order to finesse your way out of getting in trouble?
So if you realize Gator and them wasn't in front of me. So when Gator and them did get in front of me, I know what I'm dealing with. And when it was in the investigator that I knew didn't know me, I could tell them anything. But when it's Gator and them in front of me, I gotta convince them. Like I gotta convince them that to make them believe me. So just like for instance with Shannon, it was stupid that I put me to your name because I know Gator gonna be like, Woody, really? When have you and Shannon never not been together? But I just a roll of a dice.
Okay. Do you recall that it was Gaither who you told about Lil Rick and Quez?
You confused. Say that again.
Do you recall that it was Gaither who you talked to about Lil Rick and Quez?
So.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Do you recall it was Gaither who talked to you about Little Mike and Quez?
Yes. But I said they from West Side.
Ms. Hylton, how much longer do you think you anticipate on your redirect?
Probably about 20 minutes, Sean.
Yeah,
Maybe
okay.
about 25 minutes.
Good.
Well, I'm sorry. I have 2 jail calls, so it's gonna be a little bit longer.
All right, let's break for lunch.
Lil Rick. Rick.
Y'all be back at 1:30, please.
Oh my gosh. Hold on. Screw the mistrial tape is. We now have Lil Rick entering the equation. Yeah, she denied the motion for a mistrial earlier. Maybe there's another one that comes in after lunch, so if that's a spoiler, my bad. Oh, you guys are funny. We were going to skip this lunch. There are 6 super chats here, so thank you to FFS. I'll mute this. We can watch their body language while I read super chats. Technology is great. Watching K&W and Classy at the same time. I can't tell. See, we're a hybrid gang here, right? You know, we've got the Cat Not Williams chat, the Classy Beach chat. We're hybrid ganging. I can't tell which screen I want to punch more. The DA's nasty on both sides, and the judge is allowing it. Oh boy, what happens after lunch? Yeah, we are about to get caught up to real time after lunch. Oh my gosh. Oh, did she say something? Bad.
Everybody got, right, we were gonna take up a matter at lunch that y'all got notice of, but I don't think that everybody got notice. So we're gonna just try to reset that for maybe Friday. All right, anything before we break for our lunch? Yes. Okay.
All right, so we'll mute. You can watch their body language up there. They're going to approach about something. And then Touche says her why questions regarding his finessing strategy are so ridiculous and a waste of time. It's honestly, to me, it's just making it repeat, and it makes it his answers land. And I know Woody's a liar, right? He lies. Everybody can agree that he lies. But certain things that he says just come off the tip of his tongue so readily that they sound really credible. And in those moments, those things tend to be things that do not help the state's argument. So by giving him a repeat chance over and over to keep responding in such a way, guys, I don't know. I really do think a solid trial lawyer could have done some good work with like a 45-minute redirect of Kenneth Copeland. I like Love's outfit. She looks like, you know, I feel like it's a little like airline because of the frills, but it looks nice. I like that. Thank you, Touche. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, I said bad boys for life yesterday. Yeah, the chat was loving this comment. Does that make me besties with Will Smith and Martin Lawrence? That's the way it works now. Guys, everybody in the chat, just claim whoever you want to be affiliated with, and it's just true. Carson says, the state's star witness, Woody's a liar. The defense, Woody is a liar. Woody, I'm a liar. Jury, yeah, Woody's probably a liar. That's what we're looking at here. And it is a tug of war, right? Because the state's trying to rehabilitate from cross-examination and say that Woody was lying when he was saying things that don't help our case, but he was telling the truth when he said things that do help our case. And the defense wanted to make the opposite argument. So it is a bit of tug of war about when he may have been telling the truth. I just don't think they're doing a good job pulling the rope back over to their side. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, when they were charged with Rico, it meant he was charged also and tried first in secret. He's there with them in spirit. It's the rest of us who got it wrong. I mean, I think they're redefining the process of exactly how all of this works. And then I do want to... Did they actually let it be 1 hour, 10 minutes? Okay, they come back around here. There we go. Miss Kim's, good to see you. Good afternoon, Cat and chat. Have a wonderful day. So nice. You're always so friendly and so warm when you enter the chat. Thanks so much, Miss Kim's. And then Miss AB, good to see you. They need to free Woody off the stand. Yeah, can you imagine if you thought, and hopefully he knew better, but imagine thinking, oh, 1.5 to 2 hours. And then you end up being here all day again. You know, does anyone know if his attorney's in the courtroom? Let's get this started back up. We are still on 1.25 speed.
Okay.
I don't know how far we're gonna get today. If we're gonna finish Mr. Copeland, but y'all have your next witness lined up, just in case? Okay. All right, let's get Mr. Copeland back in and get the jury.
Oh, so let's get ahead of this jury reseating.
Okay. Is that what you're talking about? Okay. Thank you.
More microphone problems, headphone problems.
Thank you. DAISHAWN. I didn't hear you. You're welcome. Anybody now?
All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Fulton.
Good to see you, Blue-Eyed Hillbilly. Yeah, Hylton tried to recoup her credibility and not rehabilitate the witness testimony.
I believe you had testified that you did not recall ever telling the police that you that Nard and Dolly had bragged about killing Nut. Do you remember saying that before?
I didn't say nothing about it. I don't ever recall. I never heard anybody bragging about killing him.
Okay, I'm going to play for you Stacey Exhibit 378 Yankee Echo at 3:48:46.
The dude telling me the story, he's like, but they talking about it, you know what I mean? I ain't never really saying something about it. I never felt like talking that about it. I mean, what is it? I mean, what they did. I mean, so I laughed. Then I heard do it first time, she talking about that. I mean, what she said? She just after that girl, yeah. She just talking about like, yeah, what they did. Something about I think my brother. I mean, what is it?
Did you hear when you told the police you heard Thug's sister talk about it and say F that nigga? He should something. He shouldn't.
Just saying it again.
No, I didn't hear. I didn't understand not one word out of that whole thing.
You need to play it again.
You can play it 10 times. I just can't understand. I can't make out the words.
Why did you bring up that Thug's sister talk about killing Nut?
Miss Hylton, it's about trying to convince them. So I'm pretty sure you watched the interview and you laughed at the stuff I said and you knew that I'm lying, but.
And you told this to the police on June 10th. Correct. That was the day that you got arrested, correct?
I don't know what I said in that interview.
All right. And it was on June 13th that we heard the phone call of the Dolly saying we killed Nut, correct?
Again, she said they saying.
But that was on June 13th that jail call happened.
I can't say what date it happened, but I heard it on the jail call.
And it says that jail call was after your interview with Gaither and Dennis.
You tell me?
All right. Now, you've said on numerous occasions throughout your testimony that you feed the police whatever lies that you're telling in the moment, correct?
What you mean?
That whatever lies you're making up, you make it up in the moment, correct?
Not necessarily. Sometimes they might ask me a question where I'm not prepared for. Like, my own thing is, my being interrogated, my only thing is get them off of me. So, by any means necessary, get them off of me. With Detective Gaither and Dennis, I know that, you know what I mean? I got to be more convincing with it. I keep telling you that.
And all the lies you make up while you're in the interview, correct?
No.
So you make it up beforehand?
Yeah, I actually tell myself lies on a daily basis back then. Like, I'll put stuff in my head and make myself believe it so that, but they just when it comes to certain, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. I'm just, at this point, I'm over it. You know what I mean? Like,
So when you're sprinkling your truths with your lies, is it fair to say that you don't make up the lies with anyone else?
now what I'm saying is, I'm trying to tell you that that was back then. Like, you feel me? You trying to make me go back into, you know what I mean? Like, I play games like that back then. So now it's like, it's hard for me to answer your question because you keep going back back then.
We're talking about the interviews that you did back then.
Right. So I'm in the interrogation room. I'm scared. I'm nervous. I keep going to jail every chance the police see me. So some things I just knew where they after.
And my question to you is, it is fair to say that you made up these lies on your own, correct? Whatever you were telling the police back in 2015 to finesse yourself, you were making those lies up on your own, correct?
I'm not up here trying to reveal my hand. So what I'm saying to you is I lied back in 2015. If you want me to be speaking in general, like over the whole curse of the thing, like you gotta be more specific. Like with this situation right here, they questioned me one time. I told them out the real when he questioned me, I told him whatever I told him, I don't remember. The next time he questioned me, I told him something different. I don't remember. Every time he questioned me, only thing I could remember was to convince them that I didn't do these crimes.
And
Let me go.
And my question to you is, in all of your interviews in 2015, you keep telling the jury that you sprinkle a little bit of lie with a little bit of truth. My only question to you is, those lies that you were sprinkling in, you made them up on your own, correct?
Well, somebody's supposed to help me make it up? Like, I don't get what you're asking.
That's all I'm asking. Did you make up those lies on your own?
Did I make them up on my own? What the heck? Did I make them up on my own? You need to be more specific.
Did you make up the lies with anyone else?
Somebody like, did I go to somebody else tell them lie with me?
Yeah.
I went to people and told them what was going on,
Okay.
what the police were questioning me about, and I said certain things to certain people.
Who did you tell those lies to?
I don't remember who all I told it to, but I told it. I have
Who were some of the people you told the lies to?
Montunk, Lil D,
Which Lil D?
from my neighborhood.
Okay. From Mechanicsville.
Yep.
Okay.
My brother. Shit, I told Vlad to us hear my name. Yeah.
Did you tell Shannon about the lies that you told the police?
Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure I probably did.
Did you tell Thug about the lies you told the police?
Yeah.
Did you tell Yak the lies that you told the police?
No, I don't think I told. I don't, because I didn't really talk yet much, so I don't think I told yet.
And what lie did you tell them that you told police?
That I spent the story that, you know what I mean? Shit, I told everybody goddamn it, you know, shit, these motherfuckers on me, so I put it up on everybody else, get them off me.
So you told Monksunk that you told the...
I can't hear. I'm trying to. I got you.
So I'm gonna be clear, because you said you told Monksunk. So you told Monksunk, I went to the police and I told them that Little D told me about what happened the night of the murder.
No, I told Moonton that the detective thought questioned me, and he let me right back out. I said, "The nigga dumb." Like, my bad. I said, I told Moonton that, shit, you can tell the detective thought anything. He gonna go for it.
Did you tell him specifically about what Little D told you?
But he never told me nothing. So this how I go. They don't question me so many times. Even over the phone, they don't call me. Now, who did this and then gate me? Who did this and then third? I ain't do it. I don't care nothing about it. I don't want to hear nothing about it. Why is it? I ain't in handcuffs, so I didn't really have to come up with no story.
I want to talk specifically about the June interview, okay?
Yes.
When you gave up most of the information.
Most of what information?
Did you tell Monksunk that in that June interview, I told the detectives that Little D told me what happened the night of the murder?
Every time they question me, and I left, the one y'all didn't lock me up on, I mean, I was telling the D, I mainly told the D, I mean, because I felt like the D always had my back, so I was telling the D what the police were questioning me about, and the answers that I was giving him, and the D like, damn, what you hear? Like, with Moonson, just like, shout to them, they own me, you feel me? Like, well, they trying to get me, you know what I mean? Like, I put off on Shell Kill, like, I just told Moonson stuff like that.
So I'm asking you specifically, because this is my question. Did you ever tell Monksunk that you told police that Little D told you what happened the night of the murder?
Well, I can't be specific about that because, like I said, I know I went back to Moonton. I got into Moonton because, like, I was telling him, like, but they own me, and then I felt like he was starting stuff up. So, yeah, I felt some type of way towards him.
So, yes, you did tell him what?
I told Moonton, I feel like I was telling him that how I was spending the police, and he was creating a problem. So I stopped talking to Moonton at one point. So I don't I can't be specific on what I was telling him, but I just kept telling him that, you know, I told him that they asked about me and him. They asked about me, him, and, I mean, not me, him, but me, Doc, and Head. So they keep tying me to the murder, and I just kept throwing it off on shit. But they nutting them right the plug, this and that and third. Like, shit, they just going for it. That's why I was telling. I can't really be specific on what I was saying because it was so long ago.
Let me ask you this. Did you tell Moonsoon that it was Shannon, Nard, Yak, and Doo-Wop that shot Nut?
No, I mean, we don't discuss that. Like, I don't know nothing about saying none of that.
You said you also talked to Shannon about what you said to police. Did you tell Shannon that you told police that he, Yak, Doo-Wop, and Nard shot and killed Nut?
Why would I tell him that? I mean, Shannon probably was surprised to hear that I said it. So I don't.
Did you tell Thug that you told police that he drove the Infinity? I mean, excuse me, that he rented the Infinity, that Shannon, Yak, Nard, and Doo-Wop were in the Infinity when the murder happened?
I didn't think this stuff was gonna come out, so because like I said, so I didn't tell them none of it. What I'm telling them that for? I don't want to.
And did you not tell them because you knew you snitched on them about what happened the night of the murder?
Huh? I can't snitch on nobody that I don't. Like I said, if I knew that the problem that I caused would have did this, like I said, you know what I mean, I didn't even think y'all would do this. So talking about snitching on somebody, this ain't their case.
Let me ask you this. Outside of Dashon, did you tell anyone what you told police about Yak, Shannon, Doo-Wop, and Nard killing Donovan Thomas?
I'll make sure you hear me this time. I don't know. I never seen Yak, Shannon, Doo-Wop, and Nard. They never told me they did anything to Nut or Donovan Thomas. I never saw them do anything to him. I'm not trying to defend nobody, no nothing. Y'all trying to use lies that I'm told in the past against these men. And I'm just here to straighten it up on my behalf that I lied. So you can't sit here and say I snitched on them for a crime that I don't know if they committed.
I ask a better question then. Did you ever tell anyone outside of Dashon that you told police what Little D told you about the night of the murder?
You saying outside Dashon? I never told Dashon that they did this. I told Dashon that people were saying I killed Nut and I didn't do it. That's what I told Dashon. And I told her that she needed to let the police know that I didn't do it.
And so I ask you again, did you tell anyone that you told police that Shannon and Yak killed Nut?
You said, did I tell the police?
Did you tell anyone that you told the police that Shannon and Yak killed Nut?
Did I tell anyone that I told the police that Shannon and Nut killed?
That Shannon and Yak killed Nut?
Not that I know. I don't know. You confusing me.
Now, so is it fair to say you never told anyone that you told the police that Yak and Shannon?
You trying to trap me up?
Sustained. Did you ever tell anyone at all? Yes, no, or you don't remember?
I don't know that he's answered it, so I'm going to overrule that.
Is it yes, no, I don't remember. Did you ever tell anyone that you told police that Yak and Shannon killed Nut?
I don't know how to answer that because I don't want to say yeah I did. I don't want to say no I didn't because I can't remember.
And can you not remember because you don't want to tell me an answer?
I've been telling you the answer since I've been in here. So what's the purpose of me getting up here saying now? Like I told you last week, or whenever I told you that if I was seeing them, if they would have told me that they killed Nut, I would sat right here and said that Shannon said he killed Nut, or Yak said he killed Nut. Neither one of those told me that. I told you that I was going through a phase in my life, you know what I mean, and trying to tell the police anything. Yeah, every time they question me, I told Mouton, hey, yeah, man, I just left down there, they trying to question, but they trying to basically put it on me. They trying to do that. Why they, you know, I called him a squirrel brain back then. I said, man, that nigga did tell the story, so stupid. You know what I mean? Like, so, and I told it to Lil D. Lil D laughed at me like, boy, you crazy. I put it off on anybody to get them off of me because they keep coming at me. They keep trying to get me. They keep trying.
Earlier, did you say that I don't recall means I don't want to speak on it?
No, I said I don't recall because you'll confuse me and I don't want it. You trying to make me lie. So you asking the question in a way, like you talking to me back there in a way I can comprehend you well. So even though I'm talking the way I'm talking, I can hear you, but I don't, like, my level of understanding is different. So if you talk to me like how you talk to me in a bad street way, then I can answer you better. But the way you ask me now, it's just like, it seems like it's a trick question. You want me to say something, just straight up say it to me.
Last week, do you recall when Mr. Weinstein asked you about an interview that you did recently?
With DJU.
Yes. And that, I guess in the interview, you were thinking God that you were not on this indictment. Do you remember Mr. Weinstein asking you that?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you thank God that your name wasn't on this indictment?
You said, why I'm thanking God that I'm not on there?
Yes.
Because how y'all keep locking me up. Like, y'all done lock me up. They locked me up for looking at the police the wrong way. Like, so to see y'all lock up everybody and I'm so traumatized by keep going to jail. I'm expecting to be, I'm already in jail at the time. So I'm already expecting y'all to come down there and get me again. So
the crimes that you talked about last week that you said you committed, you said that you
when I say
shot up.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That you shot up Rich Homie Quan's dad's barbershop with threat. Do you remember?
I said it out of frustration.
Okay. Was that a crime that was done on behalf of YSL?
Huh?
Was that a shooting that was done on behalf of YSL?
Miss Sister, you know me. You know what I mean? If I do anything, I do anything on my own. Like, ain't no a crime on behalf of YSL. Like, I keep telling you, y'all trying to make YSL be a gang and all that. A gang, you got shot callers, you got structures, you got leaders and all of that. Like, YSL a label. So if, like, how y'all got all these peoples in here or whatever, you can't say that, oh, for instance, I got charged, y'all charged me with a possession of a firearm and a possession of some pills. And the gang charge saying that I had these because I'm a gang member. No, I'm not a gang member. I don't have drugs, had drugs because I'm a gang member. Like, but y'all making this stuff be what y'all want it to be because y'all can do that, but it's not right.
Back in 2015, did you have a beef with Rich Homie Quan?
No, I never had beef with Rich Homie.
And isn't it true that you told police that Thug had an issue with Rich Homie Quan because he brought some IF gang members to his condo?
No, Threat had issues with Rich Homie Quan.
I didn't ask about Threat. I asked about what you told police regarding Thug having an issue with Rich Homie Quan bringing individuals from IF gang to his apartment.
Thug was protecting Rich Homie Quan. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So, like I keep telling you, y'all don't have y'all facts together.
So I'm asking you a specific question. Did you tell police that Thug had an issue with Rich Homie Quan bringing members of IF gang to his condo?
Again, when I'm talking to the investigators, I'm gonna tell them anything to get them out of me. But as I sit right here, I'm telling you the God and the truth that Thug, I had an issue with Rich Homie through Threat. And about my partner, whatever he went on with, they don't have nothing to do with YSL. Y'all trying to make it seem like this has some, just because they don't have nothing to do what I do and what Threat do, they don't have nothing to do with YSL.
I still think I heard answer. Did you tell police that Thug had an issue with
I think
Rich
I just
Homie Quan? I don't think you did. Oh, if you did, I did not hear you. So
Oh,
you
I'm
could
sorry.
repeat your answer.
I said it. Thug was trying to protect Rich Homie. He was calling us saying that, man, hey man, leave Rich Homie alone. Like, he don't tell me what to do.
So that's still an answer to the question. Yes, no, I don't recall.
Not the answer you
Did
want.
Thug have an issue with Rich Homie Quan bringing members of IF gang to his apartment?
Thug, did you have issue
what-
with Rich Homie?
I'm asking you for what you told the police.
Her question has shifted. She caught herself here. But first it was, did you tell the police this? Then she just tried to say, did Thug have an issue? Without it being, did you tell the police? She's blurring the lines between him saying something, because he keeps telling the jury that I say things, I make things up, and just trying to make it a factual thing. Like, and he's controlling her. Woody is really controlling her here. But like,
And I'm answering you. I just told you several times. I tell the police anything.
Okay. Do you recall talking about the shooting at the studio with Rich Homie Quan's car last week with Mr. Schardt?
I don't know nothing about it.
And you asked him if he had proof. He asked you if it was you who did it, and you asked him if he had proof.
Right.
Why was that your response to his question?
I ain't answering it. I don't know.
Was that shooting done on behalf of YSL
What shooting?
at the studio? The one you asked him if he had proof of.
Yeah, because that was my first time hearing something about some shootings. I don't recall. I like
I know he asked Thug. I heard the laughing. I'm more infuriated with the way Hylton's asking these questions. It's bordering on testifying through her questioning again. We can rewatch it. Even though the volume is low, you can hear them laugh in the back. Was this like a minute back?
Right.
Back in 2015, did you have a beef with Rich Homie Quan?
No, I never had beef with Rich Homie.
And isn't it true that you told police that Thug had an issue with Rich Homie Quan because he brought some IF gang members to his condo?
No, Threat had issues with Rich Homie Quan.
I didn't ask about threat. I asked
But-
about what you told police regarding Thug having an issue with Rich Homie Quan bringing individuals from IF gang to his apartment.
Thug was protecting Rich Homie Quan. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So, like I keep telling you, y'all don't have y'all facts together.
So I'm asking you a specific question. Did you tell police that Thug had an issue with Rich Homie Quan bringing members of IF gang to his condo?
Again, when I'm talking to the investigators, I'm gonna tell them anything to get them out of me. But as I sit right here, I'm telling you the God and the truth that Thug, I had an issue with Rich Homie through Threat, and about my partner, whatever he went on with, they don't have nothing to do with YSL. Y'all trying to make it seem like this has some just because they don't have nothing to do what I do and what Threat do. They don't have nothing to do with YSL.
I still think I heard answer. Did you tell police that Thug had an issue
I
with
think I
Rich
just answered
Homie
you.
Quan? I don't think you did. Oh, if you did, I did not hear you. So
Oh,
you
I'm
could
sorry.
please answer it.
Yeah, I said it. Thug was trying to protect Rich Homie. He was calling us saying that, man, hey man, leave Rich Homie alone. Like, yo, he don't tell me what to do.
So that still didn't answer the question. Yes, no, I don't recall. Did Thug have an issue with Rich Homie Quan bringing members of IF gang to his apartment?
So did you have issue
what-
with Rich Homie?
I'm asking you for what you told the police.
And I'm answering you. I just told you several times. I tell the police anything.
Okay. Do you recall talking about the shooting at the studio with Rich Homie Quan's car last week with Mr. Schardt?
I don't know nothing about it.
And you asked him if he had proof. He asked you if it was you who did it, and you asked him if he had proof.
Right.
Why was that your response to his question?
I ain't answering it. I don't know.
Was that shooting done on behalf of YSL
What shooting?
at the studio? The one you asked him if he had proof of.
Yeah, because that was my first time hearing something about some shootings. I don't recall. I don't know. You talking about shooting at the studio?
Now, Mr. Schardt, on cross-examination, I believe he said to you that you had time between January 11, 2015 and June 10th, 2015 to make up the lies that you told on your friends. Do you remember him asking you some questions around that?
Can you ask me that again?
Sure. Last week, Mr. Schardt asked you whether or not you had between January of 2015.
Okay, Rick, can you sustain, but with regard to being able to hear you, do you have I think the mics might be working now, so pick it up and,
I'm going to.
yes,
Is
it
it working?
works, yes.
I'm going to object. That's a
Sustain.
mischaracterization of the testimony.
Do you recall testifying, Russell, maybe I had the question wrong, about what happened between January of 2015 and June of 2015?
Can you ask it again?
Sure. Let me just ask you this.
Yeah, that'd be nice if you were just getting to what you want to ask instead of whether he recalls what he said last week or not. I mean, just skip that part.
Thank you,
Just
Your
get to
Honor.
the question you want to ask.
Thank you. On January 11th, you did not tell the detectives what you knew because you were trying to protect your friends, correct?
No, I told you I was raised to lie to the police. So if you look at my history, like police asked my name in the past. I told them somebody else's name. No, I just do that for no reason. I walk down the street, police, what's your name? I say, I give my little cousin's name. Driving without license, what's your name? I give them somebody else's name. So this is how we raised up.
And in this interviews, all these interviews, you gave them your real name, correct?
Because they know who I am.
All right. And in all these interviews, you gave them your real phone number, correct?
Because you got to understand, like, when you lying, you ain't lying to get caught.
But you said you just said you were raised to lie to the police. So, but you
Right.
didn't do that in these interviews.
I gave it
correct?
to the ones who didn't know, like, know the information. Like, for instance, with Gaten. Gaten knew my name and stuff. She knew my number. Why would I lie in?
But you didn't do that with Thorpe, correct?
Yeah, because what I had to do that for?
And you didn't do that.
I had
with-
to, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah, because it didn't take a rocket science. So they talking about a murder. This is serious. So you got to conquer it.
You didn't lie to Detective Curry about your name and who you
I don't know
were.
who that is.
The one who interviewed you after they shot at you, Dashon and the baby. correct?
I'm a victim.
All right. And in that June interview, when multiple detectives came and talked to you, you didn't lie to them about who you were, correct?
About who I was?
Who you was.
They knew who I was.
Okay.
It get to the point police don't even ask me my name no more. They just walk up on me. Yeah, they already know everything about me.
In January of 2015, you hoped or you thought that your friends were going to protect you out in the street, correct?
I've been protecting myself since I've been protecting myself.
By the time June came, Shannon wasn't talking to you anymore, correct?
That's a lie.
Okay. If Gang wasn't shooting at you, correct? If Gang was shooting at you, correct?
You know who was shooting at me?
People from If Gang were shooting at you, correct?
I can't say for a fact.
In June, you thought that Thug was trying to kill you, correct? In June of 2015.
I was gonna use that for a platform to start problems with. So I use people to, you know what I mean? To be honest with you, yeah, I let people get in my head.
And by June of 2015, you thought that you were out here all by yourself, correct?
I still feel like I'm out here by myself. I'm just trying to keep myself free.
And that is why you told the police what you knew or what Little D told you about Nuts murder, correct?
Like, D never told me anything. And again, if you ask me now, we can speak now. But if you want to keep going in the past, I'm gonna keep telling you the same thing. Like, I didn't tell the police anything.
Now, you've known that you've had to testify in this trial since, or that you were going to be asked to testify since about November 2022, correct?
The way y'all played it, man, y'all kind of kept me in the blind. But I in my heart, I feel like y'all probably was gonna call me, but people tell me that, oh, well, not people, but I was hearing that y'all won't call me because y'all know I was lying. So until the day you can't see me in Pittsburgh, that's when I like, oh damn, when the day you can't see me in Pittsburgh, I was like, dang, they for real.
And ever since you either heard about it in 2022 or I actually came to see you, you have not wanted to testify in this case, correct?
Said it, yeah, because I lied. I knew I lied. You can't put me up here to lie. Why you think I'm so scared because I don't know, I can't remember my lies. So it's just like, you don't know which one to lie, which one to truth. So you can just easily be like, well, you lying, we'll lock you up. I ain't trying to go back to jail.
And for the last 2 years, you've been trying to figure out how you're going to get around having to face your YSL counterparts about what you told the police back in 2015, correct?
If anybody know me, they better be serious with me.
And you made up in your mind that you were going to tell this jury whatever it is that you were going to finesse, that you were finessing the police back in 2015, correct?
I had no intentions in sitting in front of this jury. Y'all forced me to sit up here. Y'all gave me immunity. I told y'all I lied and I'm going to plead the fifth.
And because we forced you, you had to figure out how to finesse your way through testifying in front of this jury, correct?
I'm not finessing my way. I'm telling my truth. And this is that.
Now, in 2015, you consistently said you told the police whatever you could to get yourself out of jail, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And your finessing was about you getting out of jail, correct?
And me only.
It was never about protecting Thug back in 2015, correct?
And it still ain't about, right now, it's like, and you might try to say I'm protecting him now. It's just my conscience. You know what I mean? My conscience knows this man ain't did anything. And I'm not trying to have it on my conscience.
Okay. But in 2015, when you talked to the police in any of those 2015 interviews, you always omitted your roles in crimes because that would make sure that you did not go to jail, correct?
I don't understand you.
In 2015, when you talked to the police about crimes that you were involved in, you left yourself out of it, correct?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Because that would make sure that you didn't go to jail, correct?
What you mean?
When you talked to the police, you didn't tell them about your role in Rich Homie Quan's dad's barbershop shooting, correct?
Did they ask me about that?
You told them that Rich Homie Quan wanted to pay money for Threat to shoot up the barbershop, or wanted to pay people to harm Threat because he shot up the...
Yeah, because I'm trying to make the police believe that I can help them. So a lot of stuff I told them back then is just like, okay, I'm the key. I don't know without the information. You know what I mean? So that was my motive back then.
Okay.
So I was speaking on a lot of stuff that, you know what I mean? Like anything to make police feel like, oh, I know all the business. I can tell them everything they want to know.
So again, you didn't tell them about your part in shooting up Rich Homie Quan's barbershop, right?
Did I tell them about my part?
Correct. You did not tell the police that you and Threat shot up the barbershop, did you?
So what, you gonna charge me now?
I didn't say that. I'm just asking you a question. Did you tell the police back in 2015 that you and Threat shot up the barbershop?
No.
Right. Because telling them would not let you get out of jail, right? If you told them that, you would get in trouble for that, correct?
Well, they might get hurt, so I didn't think no My whole thing is lie to the police. So I'm not going to tell them the truth about nothing that took place for real. Especially when it got something to do with me.
Also, you didn't tell them about your parts in the stolen items that were found in your house in June of 2015, correct?
They told me about the stolen stuff that they found.
But you didn't tell them about your part in those stolen items being found in the home, correct?
And Dunbar?
Yes.
What you mean?
You told them it was Little Mike and Quez, correct?
I don't get what you asked me though. I told the police that I gave them their names. Yeah. That's what you asked?
So you did not tell the police about any crimes that you were involved in, correct?
I wasn't committing crimes on the behalf of nobody but myself. Anything I do is beneficial to myself. If that's what you're asking, I don't get what you're asking me.
Right. Anything is beneficial to yourself.
I don't take shots from nobody. Can't nobody tell me what to do. Nobody knows able to tell me what to do. I'm gonna do what I want to do regardless.
So when you were meeting with police, you did things that were beneficial for you, correct?
What do you mean?
You just said I did things that's beneficial for me. That's what you just said, right?
I'm saying, like my, I'm
Like
my
finessing.
I'm a selfish person. If that's what you asked me.
So when you were in those interviews, it was all about self-preservation for you, correct? You want to do anything so that you did not go to jail, right?
That's what I said.
Okay. So even if that meant telling on your friends, that's what you were going to do so that you did not go to jail, correct?
No. Telling on my friend would be like, okay, Bobby robbed this store, and Bobby did rob the store, and it's proof that Bobby robbed the store, and I was with Bobby when he robbed the store. But making up things saying, okay, Bobby shot Tony. Bobby was over there somewhere else where he could prove that he had nothing to do with it. It wouldn't make sense. They're just getting the police off me. That's what I was doing.
So the finesse was, I'm going to tell the police what I know about the murder because that's going to keep me out of jail. But I'm not going to tell them what I've done because that's also going to keep me out of jail, correct?
No, my whole thing was, I don't got nothing to do with nothing, and nothing don't got nothing to do with me. So when I'm talking to the police, they're so convinced that I did this crime, and they're not going for the stuff I don't told them in the past. So I'm just keep trying to talk my way out of it, and I'm making stuff. I'm stupid at the time.
And the finessing that you did to police back in 2015 is always and only was going to be about you and what you needed, correct?
I don't get what you're asking me.
You told Mr. Weinstein last week that you were a BSer. Do you remember telling him that last week?
You told me that yourself one day we was in the back talking.
Do you remember telling Mr. Weinstein that last week?
Yes.
And right now, you're still trying to finesse this jury because it's still always about you, correct?
I'm not trying to finish this jury. I'm trying to be God unto you, trying to get up out of here so I can move on with my life. And that's it.
You're still YSL, correct?
What you mean? Am I still YSL?
And you're still YSL for life, correct?
I don't get what you're saying. Like,
you're still YSL for life. That's what you said in the off the porch video, correct?
But you're trying to make it seem like it's a game though. My only purpose is it's not a game. So you saying what you're saying. If you drop the game, like you confusing like a more.
All I'm asking you is, are you still YSL for life?
Am I still YSL for life?
Yes.
I don't know how to answer that. Like I don't know.
And what you're doing and what you've been doing for the last couple of months that you've been on the stand is you're still trying to stay loyal to YSL, correct?
If that was the case, I wouldn't even be up here lying on them. If I'm trying to be loyal to them, I wouldn't be trying to lie and put the blame off on them.
And you feel guilty now because you told the police what Shannon, Yak, Thug's involvement was in the murder of Donovan Thomas back in 2015, correct?
No, ma'am. I feel guilty because I have put my hand in some stuff that I should never even done. It's a difference. Like I keep telling you, if I knew that these boys did this and that I saw them do that, and I can say for facts they did this.
And matter of fact, in the October interview, October 2021 interview, you talked to Investigator Rico about what you told police back in 2015, correct?
Probably so.
Okay. And you talked to her about the fact that you feel guilty. Do you recall doing that?
I said, I talked to her about, I do. I have a conscience. Like, you know what I mean? Y'all caught me in a vulnerable, in 2015, y'all caught me in a vulnerable state. And then, you know what I mean? I was going through a lot. I have done so much stuff. And it was just like, and police got me, and I'm trying to throw the blame off on other people that I should never did.
And in 2021, 7 years later, you told Investigator Rico what I told you back then was the truth, correct?
Because you gotta understand. So I know you don't know. Varito, those people touch us. You feel me? Like they literally sit there and follow us around and pull the car over, lock us up because they know we don't have a license. Like they constantly do that like on a daily basis. So when I'm in front of them, I already know they about to lock me up. And I'm just, but Rito, she's better than Gaten because she know how to play on you good. And I knew she was playing on me, and I was trying to pay back on her. I was trying to convince them that I would be truthful with them.
And did you tell her that I told them everything in 2015, but no one ever helped me out?
I never needed nobody up because my only thing was, shit, I knew they was playing on me, but like I said, they sitting here. I didn't want to go to jail. If I could prolong it out, or they go for what I'm saying, then hopefully I can get out of here.
So what you're saying, what you told Investigator Riverito was not the truth?
What I'm telling you is, I mean, June, whatever date you said, when they questioned me, I have made it up. I told you that before you put me on the stand in front of the jury. The jury didn't even have to hear or see me. But y'all still forced me up here. I told you I was going to plead the fifth, and y'all like, why would I plead the fifth? And I told y'all why, because I lied. So don't put me up here and expect for me to say something that is a lie. If you ask me the truth, and I can tell you the truth. And the truth is, I didn't see these boys commit no crime. I'm not trying to protect nobody. I don't even know some of them over there.
Your Honor, they would like to attend the State's Exhibit 3078, Yankee, Frank, and play portions of the October 2021 interview. First.
You may. Tell me that number again also, please.
Yes, Your Honor, 378, Yankee, Frank.
Okay.
Oh boy. Are they approaching on this? Schardt was really quiet in the back.
If you don't, that's fine. But if you do, let me know. It would be a good time to take one. Y'all all good?
What is Woody doing over there, tying his shoes? But yeah, thank you again, Blue-Eyed Hillbilly. Hylton tried to recoup her credibility, and ever since you sent this super chat, it's just going downhill, downhill, downhill. Now, you know what would be pretty powerful? I think the same way that when Schardt got to his finale, Woody got quiet. Woody started saying things like, prove it, or he would go, I'm listening. If we had that same silence with Hylton's lines of questioning, then I think it would be effective. But I think the demeanor on Schardt's finale was a lot more effective as far as credibility for things that the defense is arguing. Woody is very quickly quipping back, and it seems genuine. A lot of these, no, that's not what happened. Like, why would you have on redirect? Why would you give so many opportunities to this witness to tell you that you are wrong? That you are wrong, you are wrong, you are wrong. So I don't think she's doing a good job rehabilitating this witness at all. FFS, thanks so much for all your support today. Says, I'm typically good at knowing when someone's a liar. I'm sitting here with my mind effed. Is he lying right now or partially lying or both? Man, I don't know. Is orange juice orange? The color or the flavor? Is water wet? Right? And again, subjectivity, that's for the jury to determine. And really, the state has the uphill burden. All right, so they're sending him on a recess?
Yes, thank you.
Hello.
Just stay close. 5 minutes at least.
Do you guys think it's going to be 5 minutes? Put a 1 in the chat if you think it'll be 5 minutes. Put a 2 if you think it'll be longer than 5 minutes. We'll have to see. FFS also says, Kat, if you ever hear me tell you, I'm telling you the God's honest truth, just know I'm probably about to lie to you. And yeah, this is actually a good one, Heidi. I had to ask what you meant by GHT because my mind was blown. I was annoyed with the way Hylton was swapping her questions around.
Yeah, Mr. Schardt, you were saying that this was not.
But maybe this would be a good one for today. Either that or we might get a Lil Ricky. A Lil Rick. Maybe Rick and Morty. Rick and Morty can be Lil Mike and Quez. That's what we're gonna do. But this might be good. I have some emojis that Nancelot sent I gotta go through as well. But I did just get... YouTube gave me, I think, 5 more emojis. Spaces that I can fill because we're full. So keep that in mind, you guys. I can add 5 more emojis. Maybe 4 because I added a Waluigi. So, thank you so much, guys. We'll do this one quick. Thank you, Robert. Good to see you today. Woody's testimony is so unlike anything I've ever seen. Yeah. We are going to get into this argument, and I will continue reading Super Chats. Thanks so much, you guys, for the support, but this is really spicy today.
One of the statements that we had kind of litigated in detail or at all, and I think that's right. And Ms. Hylton has 4 specific little excerpts, but instead of trying to sort that out up here, let's just, if you'll go ahead and put on the record what those are and let the defense attorneys have a chance to see what you're talking about and whether there are any objections that we need to go ahead and sort out without the jury being present.
And we can play it right now. It's only about 2 minutes in total, Your Honor, the 4 sections.
I'd really not want to hear it 2 and 3 and 4 times if necessary. If we've got a transcript of it, do we have a transcript of it?
I put the yellow one.
Do the defense attorneys have a transcript of it?
Yes.
All right, just reference the page numbers.
And Your Honor, I have a copy for the court.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
All right.
Your Honor, the first portion is on page 12. And it goes from page 13, page 12, line 13 through page 13, line 18. And it says, Investigator Flores, what you want to do? Then Kenneth Copeland says this, no. And I told them everything that I knew about in this situation. Investigator Rivera says about what?
I can read it. I mean, we can all read it. We don't need you to read it out for us. Any issue as to that? And it may be that there are some unintelligibles that aren't unintelligible that might be problematic. So I guess that part you could fill me in on.
I would need to go back, but I believe essentially he's saying I told them everything that I knew back then. That's what he's talking about.
Okay. Any issues with that being played?
Why is it being played? Why is the out of court statement being played?
Your Honor, it's impeachment by contradiction. Mr. Copeland has again testified that everything he said in 2015 is a lie. In 2021, they can see his demeanor about how when he's talking to Investigator Rico, Investigator Flores, he is referencing everything he said back in 2015 is not a lie, that he gave them information. He gave them what he knew about what happened in 2015. And so this would be a contradiction to what he's now testifying to in court.
Okay, all right. By the time this is going on in 2021, right? This
yes.
Interview with Viverito?
Yes.
So he's given all of the 2015 statements, right? The January and February ones, but also the June one.
Correct. And he's now telling them what I told you all back in 2015 was true. Like I told you these things. I told you what I knew. And he says them multiple times in this interview to again negate this idea that everything he said in 2015 is a lie. In 2021, he's telling the police when he's in custody, I told you things in the past that were true, and I ended up getting tortured. This is, and you're right, we did actually talk about this statement last week, because this is on the heels of us discussing, it's in this interview that he discusses the plot to kill Shell Kell. And we talked about the fact that the state could not get into the fact that he plotted on Shell Kell or that he knew about a plot to kill Shell Kell, but there were specific areas that we said we were going to get into. We weren't going to talk about the Shell Kell plot, but in this interview, he talks about the fact that what he knew in 2015 was true or was accurate, was verifiable. And so that's what this portion is, Your Honor.
I guess I don't agree with the state's characterization of this testimony here today. He's saying that he has lied on these gentlemen in the past, and he is in court telling the truth, and that it was a lie before. I don't recall him specifically limiting when he lied or how he lied. So to me, this is just bolstering. It's just pointing out that he's made the same statement more than once, which I don't believe that is a path to admissibility.
The fact that he is now saying in court in 2024, I lied to the police. In 2021, it's a prior inconsistent statement because he's telling the police in 2021 that what I said back in 2015 is true. So now
No, he's not saying it's true. He's saying that's everything I knew. And what he has said on the stand is every time I have ever talked to the police in my entire life, I have lied to them. And that would include this 2021 interview. You haven't had him say that yet, but
that's the point, Your Honor. When he says here, I didn't have any parts. What I did was I heard after the fact things. I said everything I knew when
slow down.
Sorry.
She's not gonna be able to take that down.
Sorry. And I said everything I knew when I went through that. He's now telling this jury, I never told the police anything Little D told me. What I told the police about what Little D told me is a lie. This is what he's saying now. What he said in 2021 is, I told the police everything that I knew, which is what Little D told him.
Well, that's your version of it.
But when you continue to look at the other sections, Your Honor, that will illuminate what.
Okay, let's look at the next section.
The next section is page 28, line 15 through 16.
So glad the judge didn't just Glanville it there, because she could have. I don't mean she could have, like, she had the room to. I mean, Glanville would have.
So he doesn't appear to be talking on lines 15 and 16 about the same thing that we've been talking about here in court. That appears to be about something else, doesn't it?
No, so that's why I said, Your Honor. So this interview starts with Copeland going into, after he's arrested, he goes into the interview and he's like, I have information I can provide.
Right.
The information that he can provide is about a plot to kill Shell Cal.
Mhm.
So when you get to page 55 and he starts at line 12, there's a murder.
We were on page 28.
Excuse me, page 28, line 12.
Okay.
When he starts there. This is a murder that's about to take place with some very bad people. Bad people. The stuff that I know right now, you know what I mean, should be good enough, I think he says, to get out of my situation. You know what I mean? I'm not bullshitting. You know the last information I gave y'all was right. The last information that he gave was about 2015. That is what he's talking about here. And then I can further
Do
continue.
you have something that establishes that that's what he's talking about?
Yes, he tells Investigator Viverito, I think earlier, and I'll find the page, because he keeps bringing this up in front of Investigator Flores. Investigator Flores doesn't know about what happened in 2015. So Investigator Viverito says, are you talking about this stuff in 2015? He wasn't here. So you have to give him some more information because Flores wasn't around in 2015. So the context of this is he's referencing what occurred back in 2015.
So where's that part?
Let me find it.
This is a great point, Bama Rose. Woody's the only one that can tell the jury what the state does not have their facts straight because of all the plea deals that the other witnesses have. You know, with the plea, they signed off and agreed that they would testify to specific facts.
Like before we ever get to page 12, what are they asking him about?
So before you get to page 12, when he gets into the interview room, he's about to get arrested, and he begins to tell them that he has information about some stuff that's going on tonight, getting ready to happen tonight. He then proceeds to tell them he's not going to give up a lot of information because previously when he's given up information, no one ever helped him out.
Mhm.
So then he proceeds to give a little bit of information, but to say, I'm not going to give you much because when I've done this in the past, no one has helped me out. So what he's talking about is in 2015, when he gave information to Gaither and Dennis, no one helped him out. He still had to go to the feds. He still had to go to jail. So throughout this interview, when he makes references to the past, he's making references to what he told police back in 2015.
Thank you, Violet. Violet says, can somebody please put Hylton out of our misery? The whole chat's like, I thought this was supposed to be 20 minutes. It's been 45. And this is on 1.25 speed, so. All right, what are we doing, people?
About when was she explaining to Mr. Flores? I'm getting it on page 12, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
At line 25, going to page 13, line 2. And Flores says, because you know I wasn't there, this is my first time meeting you. So he's talking about, he being told was talking about 2015, and Flores doesn't know what he's referencing because he wasn't around in 2015 when all this stuff occurred. And that's why he said, so you have to fill me in. So that's when he goes into the paragraph that we want to play, which is starting at line 12.
Yeah, I'm just looking for anything that lets me know or lets me have any comfort that when he says, I told them everything I knew about this situation last time, that's everything I knew, that he is talking about whatever he told police in 2015 about the Donovan Thomas murder, because I don't see any reference to that before he starts saying this. I mean, he's saying on page 9, they're saying, you want to talk about today.
Correct, Ryan, but when he's saying, when he's talking about the last time,
Yeah.
I think that Mr. Copeland, there are no other interviews between APD and Mr. Copeland between June 2015 and October 2021. So he does not ever meet with the Atlanta Police Department ever again until this occurred. So when he's getting locked up, he's referencing, and he even talks about Gaither, and I'll find where he talks about Gaither in here, that he didn't trust Gaither, or Gaither didn't help him out, essentially. And so his whole reference is about 2015. And if we continue to page 144, line 25 through 145, line 15.
So what does he say on 9 through 10? Everything I knew about what happened with that unintelligible situation.
Are you on page 144?
145?
Such a waste of time.
I mean, I do see he says everybody felt I had something to do with it. So that at least is some kind of circumstantial indication that he might be talking about the Donovan Thomas murder.
And if you give me, of course it doesn't.
Yeah.
To answer your question, according to my notes, the unintelligible on line 10 is same.
Is what?
Same.
Same.
Yeah, with that same situation.
Okay.
And then I also talked to that he talks about Gaither.
All right.
And then, Your Honor,
they should have been prepared to make this argument.
He mentions Gaither on page.
All right, so what's the other
section?
Part, the other section?
The last section, Your Honor, is page 168, line 18 through page 169, line 2.
All right, and so is your position that he's essentially like protesting in this interview? Look, I told y'all what I knew, which was the God's honest truth the last time, and y'all didn't do anything to help me. And
God's
that-
honest
that
truth.
establishes that he, at least in 2021, and your position is saying what I told you in 2015 was true. And that's inconsistent with what he's saying on the stand today and the past few weeks, which is everything was a lie.
Yes.
I mean, whether that actually accomplishes that or not, I guess will be up to the jury, but
Well,
yes, sir.
before it gets to the jury, I just don't know of any rule of evidence that allows someone to reiterate in between the time of the original statement and testifying. Okay, we'll say those two things are inconsistent. I don't know why a statement made in between those two times would be admissible as either a prior inconsistent or prior consistent statement. It just seems like we're at this point using another out-of-court statement to bolster the June 10th, 2015 statement.
So I think the state's position is that Mr. Copeland is now saying, he's now disavowing everything he said in 2015 and saying all of that was a lie. And it's only here today that I'm telling the truth. Everything before was a lie. And here is something prior to today that is him saying the exact opposite of what he is saying today. So it is inconsistent in that way.
So his disavowing prior statements certainly has happened, and he's disavowed it. To me, as I've listened to the testimony, he hasn't specified, oh, I disavowed the June 10, 2000. He said every time I talk to the police, it's a lie.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what playing another statement, which he's already saying is a lie, what that is accomplishing. I just don't see this. To me, the state needs to outline a path, an exception to admit a out-of-court statement. And I'm not seeing the exception to the general rule that out-of-court statements would not be admitted into trial.
Do I speak to that, Ms. Hylton?
I believe that the court said in its analysis that you just gave, what he's saying in court now in June of 2024 is inconsistent with what he has said in any of his interviews to police. And in 2021, 6 years after he gave his initial statement, he is still telling the police in 2021, what I told you in 2015 was true. You all didn't help me in 2021. What I told you all then is what I knew. I gave you the information. That is inconsistent with what he is saying now in court, that he's just finessing the police, that he's just telling them whatever, and the jury can determine if they believe what he's saying now in court, or if they believe what he told the police back in 2015 and in 2021. They can make that decision. But this is an inconsistent statement with what his court testimony is.
But isn't someone in 2021 saying what I told you in 2015 is the truth, was the truth? Isn't that exactly what we don't allow in the trials, is someone self-bolstering their own statements? Like, I mean, if I make a statement and then I just go around town and tell everyone, hey, that statement I made is the truth, that statement I made is the truth, are we going to have a trial where we call in 100 people to say I said it was the truth?
Yeah. So, I mean, Ms. Hylton, is your position that even though he is saying on the stand, everything I said before was a lie and what I'm saying today is the truth, that it's in fact the opposite of that?
Yes, what we believe that what he told the police back in 2015 and in 2021 was true. Like that's the state's position.
And that he is now, you believe, lying on the stand.
Correct. The state believes he is lying on the stand, saying that what he said back then isn't true. But even
and that his motive for doing so is,
we believe his motive for doing so is that he's now present and has to deal with what he said back in 2015, now sitting in front of the individuals he testified or he talked to police about. He now has to confront his own statements in front of these defendants who he talked about back in these interviews in 2015.
and so he's trying to wiggle out of it today.
He's trying to wiggle out of what he told the police back then, back in 2015. And furthermore, in 2021, he's asserting again what he said back then was true, but now he's trying to tell this jury that everything he's always said is a lie. But in 2015, with no prompting from anyone else, he brings up what he told police in 2015. Investigator Rico didn't ask him about what he said in 2015. With his own prompting, he told the detectives his first line, which is on page 12.
All right, so I think that this would come in under 24-6-613 C, that essentially right now he has, and I'm not saying he does, but the state's position is that he currently today has a motive to lie, and that this 2021 position he took with the police is before that motive to lie arose, and it's prior to that. Although honestly, it's not a consistent statement, then it's an inconsistent statement. So, I mean, in all honesty, you've already rehashed a lot of this, and I think we're just kind of plowing the same ground.
And further,
Please keep it out.
also brought up this interview, one, by playing the jail calls that they played. This is the interview that was leaked. And I believe Mr. Schardt asked a line of questioning about this particular interview. I think he ended up asking the question. He was getting ready to play the video, but he did not play the video. I think he asked questions regarding this interview, and I would have to find the exact clip when he actually was going to play this interview for the jury. But I think he ended up just asking a question because there might have been some technical difficulties with the interview itself. So this interview has been discussed. The portions are about 2 minutes total. And more importantly, around the last section is what I just asked him about, which is feeling guilty about having to confront or be around thugs. And what he says in this,
It's the same thing. I feel guilty about it. He doesn't say why he feels guilty about it.
on page 24, he does. He says, on page 168, he does say why he feels guilty. He says, you don't understand how it makes me feel when I go around. You want to know, I think he says, know the truth. When I go around, dude, I know what I've done. So I don't want to be around him because of guilt. That's why I don't want to be around, because I'm afraid.
And you fill in the blank about what the reason for that guilt is.
He says it here. He says, I know the information that I gave. Y'all sit here and play like this ish ain't valuable.
Which could be, I ratted him out, or could be, I totally made up something on him, and he doesn't specify which.
But we believe when you look at the totality of it all, our argument is that he is talking about the fact that he gave up information.
Okay, but this doesn't establish that this is inconsistent with what he's saying on the stand. You need to move on to another topic. I'm not going to allow this. I'm going to give you this back. All right, let's get the jury back out.
All right, we're getting the jury back in. This gave me a headache.
None of it.
This gave me a headache, guys. And thank you, by the way, Jeanette, for the Year Number 1 super sticker. That's really sweet of you. It'll take him a while to get back in. Yeah, Miss AB hilarious when Woody got out there to take the break. She said, "Run, Woody, run, be free." This has been a long 2-hour redirect. Keisha had me dying laughing here. Are we biased against the state? They are great. And in case you're wondering, she's trolling. Yeah, Miss AB, the judge seems tired of it, of Hylton too, but she let that long argument go on and on and on and on and on. Hylton didn't say anything new each time she started repeating her argument. She just wasn't going to let the argument end. Cece's trying to take one for the team here. Cece says, I feel like going into the courtroom and just screaming, "Mistrial!" and then quietly sitting down.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Hylton.
Thank you, Rana.
Thank you so much, Cece.
Now, Mr. Copeland, you've told the jury
What did you tell the jury?
Now, Dashon, you would agree with me, Dashon is not the police, correct?
Can you say it again?
Dashon, she's not the police, right?
Right.
She's the mother of your child, your daughter, correct?
Correct.
And in 2015, and through 2019, when you were in custody, she was taking care of your daughter, correct?
Can you say that again?
In 2015, she was taking care of your daughter, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you would agree that, at least back then in 2015, you loved her?
Can you say that again?
Sure. In 2015, you loved Dashon, correct?
I still do today.
All right. And you cared about her, correct?
I still do today.
And back in 2015, Dashon was the person who was trying to get you a bond. Like she was trying to help you get a bond, correct?
How she gonna do that? She's not the judge.
No, she was trying to get you the money for the bond, correct? To help pay
Oh,
the
she was
bond.
doing what I asked her to do.
And she's someone that you confided in, correct?
What you mean?
She's someone that you talked to, that you trusted with what you told her, correct?
I don't trust nobody.
But Dashon was someone who could see right through you, correct?
You can't even see right through me.
I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about Dashon.
No.
Dashon isn't someone that you could finesse, correct?
Say that again.
Dashon is not someone that you could finesse, correct?
She's not somebody I can confess.
Finesse.
And what make you figure that?
And in 2015, you talked to her repeatedly on these jail calls, correct?
Yes.
And you talked to her about what you felt.
I talked to her about what I felt.
Yes. Your feelings.
All right.
You talked to her about your interviews with the police.
I'm listening.
You talked to her about what you told the police, correct?
I talked to her about what I wanted to tell her.
And you told her everything that you were feeling back in 2015, correct?
No.
All right.
Cause I didn't. No.
I want to play for you what's already been admitted as Stacey Exhibit 394Y. And I'm only going to play from 7:50 to 11:24.
Right now.
Yes.
What? Yeah. So?
Yeah, I just know I ain't tell you, cause I ain't want you to be worried and like that. So that's why Shannon act like it told me.
Yeah.
So I said, well, man, I ain't had nothing to do with what man going on. If I let you need to know with my family, man, I just go out like so.
Yeah.
I mean, but they say they gonna move me so somebody doing anything and like that, and then they got see how everything work, and they like shit. They need detail on what happened because D told me what happened. So I mean, they can't go out with.
They told you what happened with?
About what happened to I ain't know what's going with that shit, man.
Talking about what?
Yeah.
So
I mean, when D tell them and they see that I ain't just making that up and I ain't lying stuff like that, then they gonna help. You feel?
yeah.
No, I ain't gonna tell Trey now. I just tell you guys, I know you.
So did you tell Dashon that D just has to tell them what he told me?
Can you say that again?
Did you tell Dashon right there in that call that D just needs to come down and tell them what they told me?
I did. See, one thing about me, I know they recorded my call. And that was after they locked me up. I knew they was playing me in the interview.
And did you also tell her that once D comes down there, then they'll believe that what I tell them is the truth?
Because that's what I was expecting.
So wait, so you know what I'm saying? You know that telling me.
Trey, no, everybody gonna know.
Yeah. I mean, so they just me and your sister, we gotta take them to the graveyard. That's all right.
Yeah, why you trip with Evo?
I ain't telling you all this.
You just told me you did.
No, I ain't telling you that. You feel me? I just told him.
You just said you did.
I'm saying what I told him. I was just like, hey, bro, if I ever need you, you'll be like him. You feel me? I like, bro, don't let you down, bro. You feel me? You
just said to tell him, cause you,
I only told you.
yeah.
I only told you. You the only person I told. The only person.
Which one you gonna say? Cause you was lying.
You're not listening to me, bro. I told you this. I can ask
This is help Hylton.
Would you ever be there? Would you ever be
You just switched the whole thing up.
No, you're not. I just told you. I let him know, like, I just let him know, like, bro, if I was to come to you with a situation, would you help? And he was like, yeah, bro. I like, you sure, bro? Cause I helped him when he came down here. You feel? So one thing I know, when these folks come in here, he not gonna lie. You know what I mean? He don't want to play with these people, bro.
You helped him do it.
You still playing?
No, we stopped it. Now,
How is this supposed to
I wanna
help?
play for you. What's been tendered and will be admitted as State's Exhibit 404Y.
It's like she searched the transcripts for the word
Y'all need to listen to
lie
it?
or lying. And said, oh, we'll just play it because the word is in there.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call.
Hang on a second.
Oh gosh, Echo. Oh my god. This is just stupid. Moses, I wish it was Young Thug Asks Me Anything Tuesday. Instead of Hylton asking Woody the same two things over and over and over and over and over. I'm not kidding. I got like a headache sometime when the state started making their argument for the call to come in. Shout out to Mrs. R. Lord have mercy on these prosecutors. They're horrible.
All right.
Just try it. You can hear it.
Shout out to Miss Persefield for, like, always seeming like she's fixing stuff. Oh no. Thank you, that ill kid Jay. Free Jeffrey. Not the yawn on double echo. Oh my goodness. And Tina, I think this is a great point. So Tina says, just joining for today, so hopefully not a repeat. Nope. After Schardt, I believe the state gave immunity to the person most likely to have killed Donovan Thomas. What does the rest of the trial matter? And what's crazy is there are other charges, there's other incidents, but they made Donovan Thomas such the, like, feature film of this whole production that if, you know, someone on the jury is like Tina here and that whole thing has been dismantled, it shakes the credibility of the lesser counts. So they put all of their eggs, not just in the Donovan Thomas murder basket, but in Woody, and I guess we're going to hear from Spencer Wright, Nick Robinson, who gave a fake name. That's where we got some of our leads from to start prosecuting this, and then we wanted to actually charge Kenneth Copeland in the first place, but then we didn't. It just doesn't make sense. And Donovan Thomas's murder is the centerpiece of this trial. So I don't know how they're going to rehabilitate not just from Woody, with the exception of relying on people signing plea deals to avoid possibly facing 20 years just on one Rico charge. in addition to anything else that they might have tacked on. All right, we're back. Let me turn the sound back on. I think we're back. Maybe we're not.
This is a prepaid collect call from.
The rest of their case is going to rely on witnesses that pled, that have to testify to certain facts. And how credible is that?
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from an inmate at Fulton County Jail.
Can you hear Mr. Cook? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Imagine love on an echoing microphone. The chat would implode. Thank you, Angie, for gifting someone. Thank you so much, Angie. Another sprinkle. John Coleman, good to see you, says, it's going to be sad to see Woody leave. I swear elves in Middle Earth got old watching this. I mean, it's been since back in June that we've had Woody come into the picture.
And we just played it instead of like the back of the none of it. I'm choosing one.
I think.
And then, I don't know if it's Jaya or Yaha, but I'll look for the pronunciation in the chat if you want to put it there so I can get it right. I'm convinced Woody is the real-life Omar from The Wire. You know, I get a lot of the Kaiser Sozas. You guys say I gotta watch Usual Suspect. I see The Wire too, and I think Schardt really likes that movie. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Do they fix this? Oh my gosh. Okay, so they're gonna take a recess here. Understandably so. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. This is absolutely the worst redirect ever. The microphones are imploding. Woody's telling you you don't have your facts right. Oh.
There's Mr. Kokomo, Mr. Adams. There he
Roll
is.
call. Jury. Oh, and Woody has a mask
Queued
on?
up with what you want to, assuming we have sound that stays with us.
Dog in the yard kennels, Miss AB. Someone's asking, single asking for myself. And then Miss AB coincidentally says, I got pulled into this trial back in June with Woody. I need the conclusion with him finally being finished testifying. It's been an absolute mess. Guys, I really think at this point it would have been more effective if they just didn't redirect him. Like I said, there were things that they needed to try to clean up, but honestly, look at them two. And look at Atkins back in the middle. And this is so funny. G Lander says the state is dressed like a funeral today.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we don't know why, but the first sound system is back up. So we're going to try to use that while we can. And I just cannot apologize more for, I mean, I know that your time is valuable and I just hate that we keep having to essentially just lose chunks of time from this trial because we can't get our sound system to consistently work. And I am trying to do whatever I can to get that
remedied. Anyway, let's just go ahead while we've got the sound.
And you're right, we're gonna play from 12:40 to 14:30. And this is on State's Exhibit 406Y.
Crazy. So that nigga showing me, that nigga showing me, on the tip was showing, the other, I was getting the video with Doug saying, I just kept saying, I was thinking myself, that nigga trying to make sure I get me so they can lock me up, bro. And the whole time, man, that shit, like you trying to set me up, bro. Like, that shit got me so mad, bro. Like, you keep putting my name, you didn't even know damn.
They didn't go off of what songs, right?
But these folks already coming after me. They showing that it's now this about something you know I ain't do. Why the hell would you put these songs out there and have folks really thinking I did this? You know what I'm saying? This is so damn bad. He should have put these names down. If you gonna rap about it, he should have put their names down who did it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I fucking put my name in no shit, bro. Now I'm trying to be out there with my family, bro. I wouldn't even fuck with these niggas, bro. Period, bro. The only reason I called them just to see something. You feel what I'm saying? I don't want them folks to be nasty, bro. Like. Anyway, every time I think about shit, they make me mad. I'm just saying, these niggas out there with his family and shit. The whole time, I ain't have nothing to do with that. I mean, I was sweet, bro. These niggas did that shit. I ain't even have no problem with anything, bro. Like, this shit is so crazy, man. They didn't have no problem. They had a problem with Thor, bro.
Who had a problem with Thor? Nothing.
Yeah, all them, yeah. They didn't, I mean. Yeah, because I supposed to be, I mean, they think I supposed to be hanging.
That's my what?
14:28. Now, Mr. Copeland, in that portion of that jail call, that's you talked to Dashon, correct?
Yes.
And in that call, you talked about the fact that Thug put you inside of a song, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't like the fact that that song had been released at this point because people are thinking that you did something, correct?
Yes.
And that's what got you upset, correct?
That's what it say.
And were you upset about that? That he put your name in a song?
You sure right about it.
Okay. And when you said these N-words are shooting at us and all this is about something you know I ain't do, what are you talking about?
Is that what I said? Somebody didn't do.
Okay. So who is the shooting at us? Who's the us you are referring to?
Whoever was behind the gun.
You said they're shooting at us.
Me, Dashon, and my little girl.
This is in June of 2013, June of 2015. So that's who you're referring to?
Well, I can't be specific who I was preferring, but I'm pretty sure that's what I was talking about. Shit, I'm the only one ever getting shot at.
And when you said you're going to rap about it, put their names, who did it?
Huh?
When you said to Dashon, why the hell would you put these songs out there and have folks really think I did this shit? You feel what I'm saying? This N-word, this N, know for a damn fact. He should have put these N name in it. You want to rap about it, put their names, who did it.
Right. So if you go back and look, I said it after the interrogation. So anytime before that, and I was in jail, I never said that. I knew that they were gonna be listening to my calls.
Okay. You said you feel what I'm saying. Don't put my effing name in no shit. Did you tell Dashon this?
That's what it said.
And I'm trying to be with my family. I ain't messing with, well, you didn't say messing. I ain't fucking with these N-words, bro, period. Only reason I called them was just to see something. I don't want these folks to do nothing for me, bro.
That's what I said.
And who didn't you want them doing anything for you?
You talking about 10 years ago.
Then you further said to her, I had nothing to do with nothing. I was at the house sleep. These N-words did this shit. I had no problem with this N-word nut, bro. This shit's so crazy, man. They had a problem with Thug, bro. Who had a problem with Thug? Nut in them, and your response was Kel in them, correct?
That's what I said.
And this is what you're telling Dashon, correct?
That's what we just heard.
The person that you trust and the person that you confide in.
And you heard her keep telling me why am I lying. She said she see right through me, right?
She didn't say that on this call, though, did she? Did she say that on this call? Did you hear her say that on this call?
Oh, I heard her say it, so
Did you hear her say it in the call?
None of the clip you just played.
All right. So next I want to play for you State's Exhibit 40.
Did anyone else hear Dashon go, like she wasn't really listening to anything he was saying? Like maybe you tune out the BS? Because I heard a very uninterested,
7, Y. And we're gonna start at 3:28.
This is perfect timing, Toothless Tiger. Thanks so much. So Woody came back as the mask man, priceless. And then all of a sudden he puts the laptop camera down so his face isn't showing. Like he was fine showing it before he put the mask on. Thank you so much, Toothless Tiger. Good to see you.
I don't know what to do.
Crazy.
I don't know what they say.
What did you say?
I don't know. I bet I was coming up with the I was forgetting thing.
I ain't talked to her.
Mm-hmm.
I know she's all right.
Mm-hmm.
You hear me?
Oh, yeah.
And then they thinking I'm doing everything for her. So they thinking me. You know what I'm saying? So they I can give out 25 years.
They don't even have no evidence. No proof. They don't have no proof or no evidence.
No, the fed different. Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you, but they don't have no proof, no evidence, and you know you ain't doing it. Why you stressing yourself like that?
No, it ain't about it. It's about it. It's everything them niggas doing, man. Like, it ain't the meeting. You know, you already put my name in the songs and stuff. So much what I do. I mean, he make me fuck thinking me who's doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit is on another level. You know what I mean? This shit ain't got nothing to do with it. It ain't got nothing to do with it. When home getting killed, it ain't got nothing to do with it. It got something to do with all them houses getting shut up, all them guns, stuff like that. You know what I mean? I ain't got nothing to do with none of this shit. You know I want to hang with them. You feel? But I just got to prove that I ain't had nothing to do with none of this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why I was trying to tell you. Don't tell nobody. You know what I mean? I don't tell nobody.
I ain't telling nobody.
Huh?
I ain't telling nobody.
Yeah, I know. I mean, shit crazy, man. I told her.
Why you said so? You put up with what?
What you say?
Why you said you had $150 they gonna get you down there?
I can't hear you.
Why you didn't just say you had bring the $50 they gonna get you on your book?
What, to you?
To put on your book. Cause he ain't getting out of yet. He probably trying to see him and say him put the $50 they gonna get you on your book.
He's gonna give me some money from himself. Like he gonna come with my own. I just ain't they trying to kill it, I ain't got a chance to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You want me to text him?
Yeah, catch me. And that's did he come put money on the book?
Hold on.
I mean, this sounds to me sounds like
I don't know what I'm gonna do. I might have to cancel for him.
Hey, you sure like you in me with it right now, bro?
Because
It's my fault, I know. It's always my fault.
I ain't seen you, bro.
She won't nobody give me that. Shit, what time is it?
11:24.
You know what I'm saying, man? I need to get into a gate.
Mm-hmm.
To a gate.
Who?
Gate,
No, you know how to get situated.
you want to try to call him too late?
where they try to three-way
Hmm.
Gaither in. To me, it sounds like he doesn't want to get put out of where he stays for bringing trouble to where they all stay. So it's not me, it's not my fault, I didn't cause this. He also knows he's saying this on a recorded call.
You finished?
Woody asking the question all of us want to ask.
4291. Please enter your password. Please enter your password. Mailbox number, please. Sorry, Could not find a mailbox for that number. Please enter the mailbox number specified by your system manager.
Hello.
Please enter the mailbox number specified by your system manager. Sorry you were having trouble. Please try again later. Goodbye.
What? Nobody in my background. I just said I'm here by myself.
Hello.
Yeah.
Anybody even went to your window? Say me about your window.
Hello, what?
About your window.
You said they went there?
I think nobody went to the window.
I know.
I'm cleaning the kitchen.
Well, that's time you start spreading our rumors.
Huh?
Then you start spreading our rumors.
Yeah, look,
I'm not saying it.
I need to get timing them.
Who they?
Catching their brother who I always speak to, Johnny Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
I need to ask him if he did help me out of my bun.
He know that's money. I wish he don't turn. He said, ask him, did he check to see was it on there?
Tell him I couldn't do it, man.
Hello. Yeah.
I mean, they really could have played the relevant quotes.
Yes. Misha too.
I just need to get me out of trouble, bro. About somebody too, man.
You have 1 minute remaining on your call.
You play them, but you won't play no that issue all the time. When you say it was on there, can't you call me from your book?
I can't hear you.
Can't you call me from your book now?
So, JJ,
He said like it was on there, so can't you call me from your book?
I'm going to try to check if it's on there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love you, okay?
I love you too.
I need you to be the fun.
Hold on, I'm here.
I'm just trying to, my book is tight, right?
All right.
All right. And Mr. Copeland, in that call, did you again tell tell Dashon, that he's already putting my name in songs and stuff about what I do? He's making these folks think it's me doing it. You're staring. Do you have a response?
Yeah,
Did you tell Dashon that?
we just heard it.
Okay. So that a yes?
I said, yeah.
All right. And that this shit is on another level. This shit ain't got nothing to do with homes getting killed. It got something to do with all those houses getting shot up.
That's what I said.
All right. And all them guns Thug got.
That's what I said.
Okay. I ain't got nothing to do with none of that shit. I was just not just hanging with them. I just got to prove I got nothing to do with none of this. You know what I mean?
That's what I said.
All right. And then later on in the call, you said, I let these N-words get me in trouble for something I did not even do, man. Do you recall hearing yourself say that?
That's what I said.
All right. Now, these are 3 jail calls that we played. All of these were between you and Dashon, correct?
That's what we heard.
And on June 10th, you told Dashon, not say June 10th, on that first call, you told Dashon again that when D comes down and tell them, they will see that you're not lying, correct? You testified to this jury that Demekion never told you about Nuts murder, correct?
That's what I said.
So which one is it? Is it what you told Dashon on his jail call, the woman that you love, or what you telling this jury here today?
What I'm telling the jury today is that Ladie never told me that.
Okay. But that's not what you told the mother of your child in a jail call back in 2015.
And you heard her telling me to stop lying. So she know that how I am.
Did you hear her say stop lying in the call I just played for you?
She said, what are you telling 2 minutes? Like, just stop. You heard her, man. She get no different treatment from nobody else. I'm not trying to drag her in nothing I got going on.
And what were the houses that you were referring to when you told her these houses getting shot up?
Whatever houses that were being shot up.
Okay. Do you know which ones you were talking about in this particular?
No, I do not.
Okay. And what guns were you talking about?
No,
So why would you tell her that?
because I mean, I'm in jail. Like, I don't know.
Isn't it true, Mr. Copeland, that when you talk to Dashon, she's not the police? She's not anyone you have to finesse, that you told her exactly what was happening back in 2015.
Miss Hilton, you heard her say to her mouth, why am I keep lying? I did say this, and why am I switching my, you doing it to yourself, just stop.
In these last two calls, she never said anything about lying, did she?
It's checked out.
No, she didn't.
And Mr. Copeland, is it fair to say that you still love Shannon?
Yes, I do.
You still love
Yes, I do.
and you don't want anything, and you don't want your testimony to hurt them, correct?
It's not about hurting them. I told you I lied. It's the truth. I lied.
I have no further questions.
All right, does anybody have recross?
Hallelujah. All right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Copeland. I'll be brief.
Okay.
You recall this morning, Ms. Hylton spent a lot of time going over the fact that you're a liar, correct?
Yes.
And you told Ms. Hylton that before you ever testified to this court, correct?
Correct.
I did not call you here as a witness, right? You didn't receive a subpoena from me.
I haven't spoken to none of y'all.
Okay. You received a subpoena from the state to be here.
State? Yeah, from Miss Hilton.
Thank you.
Okay, Doug. Doug just pressure cooked there.
Mr. Copeland, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to make sure we're all on the same page here. Your testimony is that what you told. Gotcha. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Remember, we went through your statements to the police in 2015, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you remember we pointed out the first time that you said that you had heard, first time you had claimed that you had heard that my client Shannon and Mr. Kendrick and others were responsible for Donovan Thomas. The first time you claimed that was June 10th of 2015, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you claimed that your source of information was Demekion Garlington.
That's what I told the police.
That's what you told the police. And you have made it very clear, I think, that your testimony is that was a lie.
It is.
Right. Now, what I want to make clear is your intention at the time, June 10th, 2015, you were being arrested.
Yes.
That was the reason for the finesse, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your intention was that Demekion Garlington, Lil D, was going to back you up.
That's what I said.
Okay. And I want to be clear, the statement Shannon, Yak, Duop, and Nard, you were asked by Ms. Hylton if you told that lie that you made up on June 10th, you were asked if you had shared those names with anyone else. And I believe you said with Little D, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
You said I shared the names with him?
Yes.
Yes.
Characterization of the question.
Okay.
You want to rephrase?
Those four names that you made up, you shared those names with Lil D, correct?
That's what I said.
Okay. And I'm asking, I'm not worried about what you said right now. I'm asking for the truth. So you shared those names with Lil D.
Y'all confusing me at this point, man.
I'm not trying to confuse you. You needed, in your mind, you felt you needed Demekion Garlington to back you up, correct?
That's what I thought he was going to do.
Okay. And you needed to share the lie you made up with him, correct?
I told the investigator that Lydia will come clear me.
Right. And so you shared the information that you gave to the investigator, the lie. You shared that with Lil D, correct?
I shared it with Moontoon too.
Okay. And you, I believe your testimony was Lil D, after you shared it with him, said, damn boy, you hell. Is that?
He said he got my back.
Do you know, if you know, do you know who Moontoon might have shared that information with, that lie with? If you don't know, you don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Do you know who Mr. Garlington, Lil D, may have shared that information with?
Well, I thought he was going to tell it to the police, but I guess he didn't.
Okay. Do you know who he shared it with? I'm not asking you to speculate. If you don't know, you don't know.
I don't know.
Or note passing.
Okay. We just played some jail calls from 2015, correct? They just did. Yeah.
I guess.
All right. And that was 394 Yankee, I believe, was the exhibit number. Every time you speak on those jail calls from jail, every jail you've ever been to, they play a recording in the beginning. A lady's voice comes on in the beginning, right?
Your call is being recorded.
Right. You know your calls are being recorded, correct?
Right.
You knew in 2015 your calls are being recorded, correct?
I knew before I even went to jail.
Right. That's common knowledge, correct?
Right.
Okay. And obviously, if you're being recorded, you can control what you say on the recorded line, right?
Right.
So you can say things like, Lil D told me this or that, right?
I can say whatever I want to say.
Right. What you can't control is what the person you're talking to says. Like when Dashon said, you're a liar, you're lying, you switched it up. That's the part you can't control on the jail recorded calls, right?
Well, you know that.
Talk about recordings. Let's move to meetings with the district attorney. You talked about several times the district attorneys, members from the district attorney's office coming to meet you in jail and in prison too, right? Federal?
Not federal.
Okay.
But state.
State jail
No,
and
no,
state prison?
County jail.
County jail. Okay. Rice Street.
Fayetteville.
In Fayetteville. Okay.
And Verito came to Rice Street.
Okay. Viverito had a, when we say Viverito, we're talking about investigator Viverito.
Yes.
She had a cell phone, you said.
She did.
Okay. Now you didn't have, you're in jail. You don't have the ability to record your meetings with the DAs in jail, do you?
No.
Okay. Do you know if they recorded those meetings?
The one in Fayetteville, I thought I caught Verito recording me, and then I started watching her phone.
Have you ever heard the recordings of the DAs when they came to meet you?
No.
Okay. What about in judges' chambers? You ever hear a recording of that?
What you mean?
A recording, an audio recording of that meeting.
You talking when I recorded them?
No, I'm talking about June 10th, 2024. You ever hear an audio recording?
No.
Okay, so the state has been playing recordings of phone calls you're making from jail, right?
I don't understand.
The state has played phone calls, recordings of phone calls you've made from jail. We just heard some, right?
Yes.
Okay, but do you know where the recordings of the state meeting with you, those meetings are?
Objection.
Know where those recordings are?
Come with facts, not evidence.
Sustained.
Okay, let's talk about the warrants for the murder of Donovan Thomas. Okay, you acknowledge that you were charged with the murder of Donovan Thomas, correct?
They charged me.
Right. And when you say they, let's talk about that. When you say they, you're talking about Detective Thorpe, correct?
So I'm talking about the police, the DA. I don't know who did it, but they told me I was being charged with murder.
Okay. Do you remember in 2015, we talked about it, you gave statements about where you were that day, right? That you felt cleared you from the murder.
I did.
Okay. And you also lied to the police about Demekion telling you certain information.
Well, I don't say that for like a big time.
Right. And you would agree that if someone were to believe that lie, it would have cleared you from the murder, right?
I don't get what you said.
Speculation.
Sustained.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Detective Thorpe, he took those warrants out on you in October of 2015, correct?
He took them out on me while I was in jail.
Right. After you gave that statement on June 10th, 2015, right?
Some months after, yeah.
Right. So he heard what you said on June 10th, 2015, and then months after that, he took out warrants for your arrest.
You say that again?
He heard what you said on June 10th, 2015, and then months later, warrants were taken out for your arrest for that murder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And finally, may I approach the evidence? Your Honor?
Yes.
What do we got? Thank you, FFS, for the 60-second all-cap event session. I think the chat appreciated it very much. Thank you for your super chat.
Could you play that prior testimony? Do you remember testifying about do you remember when I stood up there and talked to you about your pending charges that were dismissed?
Yes.
Okay. Could you play that clip, Mr. Kokomo?
Do I got to listen to it?
If you would.
You're right. He said he remembered it, so I would.
Is there some reason we need to hear it again? Can you just ask him about it?
Okay. I can. I can.
Okay, let's do that.
You remember I was standing right there and reading the sheet?
Yes.
Okay. I was reading the sheet and you were agreeing with me, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I never said that Fonnie Willis signed the piece of paper, did I?
You say who named is that?
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you publish 27D?
He said, State, you try to boost your own credibility? Well, I'm going to fix mine. The shoulders. Look at the shoulders.
Okay. And Mr. Copeland, I asked you if Fonnie Willis's name was on the decision of district attorney declined to prosecute defendant. And that's your name on the sheet, right, Kenneth Copeland?
Yes.
Okay. And I asked you if Fonnie Willis's name was on the sheet, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the sheet starts out, comes now, Fonnie Willis, district attorney for the Atlanta Judicial Circuit, state of Georgia, and shows this honorable court the following, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it's signed by another man named Kenneth Hutcherson, whose title is labeled as executive district attorney, correct?
That's what she just showed me.
All right. And you know Ms. Fonnie Willis to be the elected district attorney of Fulton County, correct?
I think she's like the head person.
The boss.
Yeah.
Mr. Hutcherson's boss. Let me ask you, this was from 2021, right? When you were first charged with this false statement and false report of a crime. It was 2021, right?
When I was in jail.
Yes. Okay. Who was the attorney that got this case dismissed for you? Who was your attorney on this case?
You.
I was?
You told me.
Did you ever hire an attorney on this case?
No, I'm saying you told me.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, what advocating for yourself did you do that convinced the district attorneys to dismiss this case in January 2024? What did you do to get them to
Great
dismiss
question.
Sustained.
Oh.
Mr. Copeland, you've said in your testimony that you've been sent, the police have constantly sent you to jail for things you didn't even do, right? Right. The state has prosecuted you time and time again for things you didn't even do, right?
Yep.
People are picking on you, right?
Yep.
And then in January 2024, your case just got dismissed and you didn't even do a darn thing to make it happen, huh?
You told me. I didn't know.
All right. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Any other recross?
They just looking the other way. That was great. Was that it? Oh, we're passing notes. And Tamika says, I think Fonnie herself had Hylton address that. Okay, a little bit from Steele. Yeah.
With the court's permission, I'd like to publish 378 YD. It's in evidence already. Shannon Stillwell 24F as in Fox. It's 62259 through 62401, about a minute and 2 seconds. Mr. Copeland, can you listen to this? And this is February 21, 2015. If you need better headphones with the court's permission, we have other ones if you need.
All right.
I got somebody from his name. He called the night. Well, I forgot what day they got killed, but it was a Friday night. They had, no, it was a Thursday night. They had a barbecue. The barbecue just about, it was blood meat, everything blood meat. Then the whole meeting was based upon me.
I can't understand what I'm saying.
Is that okay? Thank you. Would this possibly help? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying I can't understand what I'm saying. We can give it a try. I don't know.
You know, I may approach.
Yeah, you can put it on.
Keep me.
And let's highlight this before Steele gets into the woodwork here, into the weeds. I just saw the chat ask, so wait, hold on. Schardt was his attorney? No, what just happened was that whole line of questioning was all of this time they've been trying to rope you up for anything for years, getting you for stuff you didn't even do. They've always been at you. But somehow this one thing, just poof, it disappears. Like Chloe Albert's saying here. It just evaporated, as cases sometimes do. Or as in this case should. How did this one thing being held over Woody's head kind of for a moment just suddenly go away? It just suddenly went away. And nobody even told him. He didn't have an attorney that was advocating for him. He didn't advocate for himself. He didn't even know what happened with it. So Schardt brought that point in. All of that unwinding and rewinding that the state tried to do to make it seem like, well, you said you were telling us the truth. So when you're saying things that don't fit with us right now you're lying, right? Well, Schardt just beautifully laid out how desperately they wanted Woody to testify. How he was forced to testify. That they were playing with him. Sticks and carrots. Just beautiful, beautiful, and concise. Let's see what Steele does. And thank you so much, Chloe Albert's Revenge.
What I want you to listen for, can you hear me? What I want you to listen for is any mention of this conversation about you being killed with Mo, that conversation, any mention of Jeffrey Williams, okay?
All right.
I got somebody from his name. He was there. He Hylton. He called the night. Well, I forgot what day they got killed, but it was a Friday night. It was Thursday night. They had a barbecue. But the barbecue just about it was blood. Everything blood. Then the whole meeting was based upon me. They was all in there talking about this and this, talking about this and this. So the nigga Mo was on the phone. So Mo told everybody, I mean, every last one of y'all, whoever 90s scraps you, whoever that was nickname, supposed to kill me. They gave all of them guns. The same night, every last one of them guns. Say, treat me to a gas station and kill me. I forgot what else. But he called and told me everything. He said, is this person a friend of yours?
Did you hear anything about Jeffrey Williams, or Young Thug, or Thug, or anything
Knew
like
it.
that?
No, I didn't say nothing about him.
All right. And when the prosecutor's asking questions about your jail calls and Jeffrey Williams putting you in songs, do you know any other song that you are referenced in that Jeffrey Williams is featured on or performed with your name except Halftime?
You said do he got any other songs with my name in it?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Which song?
Beat It.
Anything else?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. And then when you were questioned by the prosecutor about Monday, June 10th, 2024, coming from DeKalb County Jail to the chambers of Judge Glanville, you remember those questions?
Yes.
With all of your time, Judge Glanville was there at that meeting, right?
Yes.
All of your experience and horrors with the criminal justice system, all the arrests and prosecutions, all your convictions that are in evidence, tell the jurors another time that you found yourself speaking about the case with the prosecutor and the judge and your lawyer.
Never.
You said that you were coerced and pressured. Do you remember using those type of terms to testify?
I am.
Do you remember being told, and I know it was corrected by the Honorable Judge Whitaker, but do you remember being told by Ms. Hylton and Judge Glanville that if you don't testify, you have to remain in jail, not only until this trial ends, but all 28 people who are charged in this indictment resolve their case? Do you remember being told that?
No, they told me indefinitely. Whatever that word, they don't sound like a good word. And I asked her to explain it to me. And then he explained it. And then she broke it down to me that every defendant. So that means the people that go to trial next and all of that.
Okay.
And it could take up to so many years, and just not about sitting in jail all them years.
And Judge Whitaker said that's not correct and corrected it, right?
Huh?
Later, the Honorable Judge Whitaker corrected that, said that's not true.
I didn't hear her.
Okay. I want to ask you, and if you need those, if those help, the headphones, I want to talk with you about the jail call. It's stage 295Y, as in yesterday, starting at 350, Your Honor. That's wrong. It's a little later. It's 407 to 420. I wonder if you can focus, if they help you, if it's they swear to God we killed Nut, so they going to stay on you, and at 411 they swear we smoked Nut. If you could listen to this.
He was ready. He said, sure.
Baby, yo, swear to God, we killed Nut, so they gonna stay on you.
They swear he smoked Nut.
Stay away from shit, bro. You just don't know it be your hood, bro. Your hood scare you, bro. Don't.
Were you able to hear that better?
Yeah, real good.
What was said? Tell the jurors, and they could listen to it their own at their leisure too.
Which part?
Both parts. When Max was speaking, who you call Max, Jeffrey's sister,
She
what did
said,
tell the jurors.
they gonna swear to God we killed Matt. She said, I mean, Nut. She said, can I hear it again?
Of course. With the court's permission, Your Honor, we're going to replay. And that again is the same exhibit 295Y, and it's from 407 to 420.
Baby, yo, swear to God, we killed Nut, so they gonna stay on you.
Swear to God we killed Nut, so they gonna stay on you.
Say it one more time.
Swear to God we killed Nut, so they gonna stay on you.
Did it say they swear to God, or did you hear it? What did you? I apologize. Did you hear they swear to God we killed Nut?
Objection, Anthony.
So that's how Dolly talk.
Okay. Explain it. Explain what you were going to say.
She talk fast, so when we was on the phone, she like, they swear to God we killed Nut, so they gonna stay on you.
Okay. And then Mr. Kokomo, with the court's permission, is going to continue.
Hilton's
for that other
acting like
person
that's
speaking, it's a
wrong.
man's voice. If you know who it is, tell the jurors and what that person said, if you can tell. And that's at 411.
Nut, so they gonna stay on you.
They swear he smoked Nut.
They swear he smoked Nut.
They swear
he smoked Nut.
He smoked Nut. Okay. All right, Mr. Copeland. Now, you said, you can take off the headphones if you want to. You said multiple times that you were raised in a situation where law enforcement, you believe you had to lie to them. Do you remember saying things like that?
Yeah, I'll have to. Yeah.
And some people don't have that experience. Law enforcement assists them. Was that your experience growing up in your area?
Yeah, when I grew up, the police used to run in my house and beat my uncles up and kicking our door. So my whole life, up until my mama died. So yeah, we didn't like the police.
And when you get in that interrogation room, you said earlier, it's not about the truth. You remember saying that?
I'm listening.
Is it about just getting out of there?
Yeah, that's the purpose of going in the interrogation room, to finish your way out.
And do you know people, other people, do you personally know, who lied to the police in the interrogation room?
Shit.
Last questions that I'd like to ask you, a series of questions. Ms. Hylton asked you, Jeffrey's not seen on the Texaco video changing cars like you told the police. You know what I'm talking about, right? I have you?
Yes.
She then asked you about, was there switching of cars in the back of the Texaco? Do you remember something like that?
Yes.
Where did that come from?
That's my first time hearing it.
To verify or support your statement, Ms. Hylton asked you the following items. Did the police show you found shell casings? Remember that question?
Yes.
How does that support whatever you told the police?
Oh, you lost me.
I lost you? Okay.
Yeah, you start over.
Yes, sir.
That question was withdrawn.
Okay, if it was withdrawn, it was withdrawn.
Did the police show you rental car records from Herbst? Do you remember that question?
Yes.
How does Jeffrey renting a car for you put Jeffrey into a murder?
They did it.
We talked about the surveillance video of the Texaco and about the back of it, so I'm skipping that one. How about Duke? You know who Duke is?
Which one?
Martinez Arnold?
Yes.
Javaris Bradford or Tuda, do you know who that person is?
No.
Ms. Hylton asked you about, did the police show you a jail call from Martinez Arnold and conversation with Tuda or Mr. Bradford? How does that implicate Jeffrey in a murder?
Your Honor, objection, Mr. Still invading the province of the jury.
Well, speculation, so sustained.
Okay, the way Ms. Hylton asked you, don't speculate. How does that support anything you told the police?
Sustained. I mean, that's not something he can answer.
Telephone calls on the jail phone recorded from Shannon Stillwell. Did the police share it with you? That was her question.
Yes.
Let me ask you a different verification or corroboration. Corroboration is a bad word. It just means it verify. You know what verify means?
Yes.
Okay. It verifies your story to the police. How about Detective Gaither speaking with Miss Quarterman, Dashon Quarterman? And you told the police Dashon Quarterman knows all about this, right?
I did.
Well,
I don't.
in one of your statements.
You said I told the police that she knows.
Yeah.
Okay.
How about the police ever recording a call with Dashon Quarterman saying, tell us what you know? That ever happened? Did the police ever show you that?
I don't think they ever questioned her.
Okay. How about this? You have your cell phone, or the police have it, June 10th, 2015, right? You got arrested with your cell phone at your home, right?
Yes.
How about give you the phone and the police are recording and you call Jeffrey Williams and the police can listen? Did that happen?
No.
All
Thank you, sir.
right, does
Thank you,
anybody
Your Honor.
else have questions? Follow-up questions? No, everybody? All right, Mr. Copeland. Is he released or just excused?
He'll be excused for right now, Your Honor.
So he's excused. He's
Look at
not
his face.
released. Or is he released
Look at his face.
or just excused?
He'll be excused for right now, Your Honor.
So he's excused. He's not released.
Course indulgence.
Okay. Mr. Copeland, you are excused. It is,
Oh, what
I
do you mean?
guess, possible that you might be called back, but until you hear otherwise, you don't have to come back here again.
It's not over with.
Well, your testimony for right now is over with. The trial is not over with, but you don't need to concern yourself with the rest
Look
of
at
it.
them.
But as I understand, he's still under subpoena. Okay. And Mr. Engelberger, thank you again for your willingness to step in here for us, for the court.
I'll tell you when.
You may be, and obviously stand by as well, because he's not released, but yeah, we
he
would
trying
let
to
you
take
know
the
and give you all
headphones?
those some heads up if he's to be recalled. Thank you. What? Okay, thank you.
He was asking how y'all gonna tell me when I need to come back, like if I need to come back. Like how am I gonna find out I need to come back? So there's a little bit more of court. We're gonna watch it. But what do you guys think of the way that cross went? Because Doug was short and sweet, pressure cooking. Schardt was really effective. And what I think was so amazing about what Steele did is my timestamp until right now, Steele's cross was just about 15 minutes, including playing those recordings. And look at Schardt smiling in the background. Look at them back here. But Steele, each of the points that Hylton tried to make on about 4 hours of redirect today, Steele was able to dismantle them one by one and address each one of those points in just 15 minutes. There is no reason that Hylton needed to take 4 hours trying to do what she did today. 4 hours versus 15 minutes. Just a huge difference. And yeah, so Yedat had super chatted this right when Hylton finished and said no more questions, when the state passed the witness, said mic drop moment, crowd goes, and then there's some tomatoes here with crickets. Thank you so much, Yedat. That's, you know, they ended on a fizzle. And ended, yeah, this is a big one too. So right before she passed the witness, a few questions prior to that, the witness is telling the state, you're doing it to yourself. These words are memorable. Things like this are memorable. And to be honest, I think they were sprinkled all the way throughout Redirect. But it also doesn't help to have one kind of close to the end, right when you pass the witness over. Thank you so much, Non-Bigness. You've had a lot of great commentary in the chat all day, too. Oh, my goodness. And yeah, Touche, I would love to see. Touche said they must see the jurors' body language. They have to see the chats. How can they think this is a winning strategy? Now, if you guys have paid attention, Love doesn't seem to look over at the jury. And I don't know if that's just like because she's sitting right there. Maybe she's so smug that she doesn't think she should pay attention to stuff like that. Today they do happen to have the extra ADAs back here that could probably look without being so obvious. They're not usually on the camera. But they weren't here for a lot of the days last week. So are they not looking to gauge a reaction? That stuff's really important. And I think you had also said, Touche, so thank you so much for your support today. Every time she gets him frustrated or gives him a chance to say how he's been treated and locked up, Woody gets to appear more sympathetic as a witness to the jury. And the state has just completely ignored this strategy. Even when Woody says something that can evoke sympathy, evoke a emotional reaction from a listener, Hylton just like her body language is like she'll you could see her hands fold, she'll be leaning on the podium. She's not doing that pen thing when Woody starts to go off on one of his tangents. She'll go like this and just hang her head down and go, okay. And then she'll ask her next question. She doesn't even try to embrace it, mirror match it, show some empathy. And it's like, even if you think he's being disingenuous here or there, you've got to think that at least one of his answers a juror is going to find compelling and credible. So why not work with it? Why create friction? I don't know, Touche, I could go on and on and on about my questions about Hylton's entire approach to Redirect, from the questions she asked to her own body language and her tone, and whether it was purposeful or she was just unaware of how it could come off to a casual, you know, audience member, someone watching on YouTube, someone sitting on the jury panel. It really only matters how the jury reacts. But I'd like to think that we've got 3,000 people in this chat. Some of what you guys are saying would reflect what one of these 12 jurors would be thinking. And they just seem to not care. They just seem to not care. What are you guys saying out here, though? Yeah, she doesn't know how to separate her emotions. Let's see. Just crazy. The state are bad lawyers, Simple. That's true, Ashley. Great point. We can't forget that Steele makes sure the record is clear. And, you know, he might get a little bit more poetic when he's starting to do his arguments with case law. But I think what he just did on Redirect there, that was all brevity. No poetry. Yeah. Danielle says Woody wants to know which one of his phones they're going to call to let him know they're calling him back. Hilarious. Hilarious. Oh, man. G-Lander, this was a great comment, too. Thank you so much. This quagmire is exactly why any reputable DA would never build a case around a witness like Woody or even put them on the stand. And that's the thing, I don't know if you guys caught me say it earlier, but if Woody had actually been a co-defendant here, there would have been some Bruton issues if they tried to use statements to the police where he's speaking on his co-defendants. So for multiple reasons, it's convenient that they didn't end up charging and letting the charges stick on Woody for anything in this indictment. He's not part of this indictment at all, because it would be really tricky for them to get around Bruton. They'd have to actually do some redacting work on these 9-hour-long interviews that they played. So great point, G-Lander. And then let's see. FFS is asking that when we recess for New Year's Eve break. Now, when you say 2025 New Year's Eve break, that would be more than a year from now. So that's a scary prospect, but you never know. But are we doing recaps of the most memorable highlights of the first of the 100 plus witnesses? Oh, that would be a long recap, you guys. We are still, by the way, we are still looking at a rewind of Trontavia Stevens or Slug. I think Thursday night, unless court ends early on Wednesday, or tomorrow's Wednesday. Yeah, I think Thursday night we might end the court stream on Thursday, start a new stream, and finish out the cross-examination and then redirect of Trontavia Stevens. But as far as a highlight video, that's a big endeavor. It's a big endeavor. I don't know. Bittersweet says, tell Woody that we love him still. I don't have a line of communication with Woody, but I think he posts on his Instagram. People should have been showing him a lot of love and encouragement. So Instagram might be a place to try to get a message to him. I don't have a channel unless he's ran out of court and pulled this stream up on one of his 2 phones. Thank you so much for the super chat. Sheeny Beanie says, the sad corrupt fact is the state could have prosecuted Woody for the Donovan Thomas murder, right? Going to that same topic. But when he offered them Thug, that was a far more attractive prize. The big fish. The big fish. And then Not and Ow, or maybe Not Sandow. We're going to say Not Sandow. As a broadcast professional, there is no excuse in 2024. So talking about that crazy echoing in the tech issues, this isn't even a difficult scenario for an engineer, free Woody. Yeah, that's why I said shout out to Miss Persefield, because she was, she's the court clerk and she's the one running around trying to get things in working order. Like, get it together, court. But good to know. That echoing was a little bit creepy sounding. Tamika says, I swear Glanville's messing with these mics at night. Because remember, this is his courtroom. You guys think he's sneaking in here and saying, haha, I'm going to mess with the microphones. And then Tamika, you'd also sent a Cash App, thanks so much, that said, hey, send me Hylton's Cash App. I'll pay her to stop this. So, very funny. It was I think a collective sigh of relief when she passed the witness. Thank you for your support today, Tamika. Leah's dad, and we are going to make this a question for the chat. Leah's dad says, I don't think there's a woman on this planet that would believe her man would lie to everyone else but her. It's a weird angle for Hylton to take here, in my opinion. Do you put a 1 in the chat if you feel like Dashon's BS detector was going off? Put a 2 in the chat if you see what Hylton was saying. That because she didn't in that second call straight up say he was lying about something, that Woody was telling the truth to her. What do you guys think about this? Because I'm with you, Leah's dad. I think he said he was laying his head there. He was staying there. He wanted to be there to protect his family. That's something he cares about more than anything else. He gets worked up when the idea of not being able to protect his family is the topic. That seems genuinely to be the thing he cares about. And of course, to protect your family, you have to make sure you're available and alive to do so. So if you think you need to protect your baby mom and kids, and you got to be around to do that, but your baby mom is having second thoughts, thinking like you bring in danger to my house, and you think the right thing for you to do is to be there to protect them, you're not going to want to put any worries into Dashon's mind that would make her say, look, I think it would be best if you don't come near here. So of course, there's a reason that he could have been finessing his own baby mom. And for Hylton to get around that just seemed out of touch. I think there's more women on this jury panel than men. So, what do you guys think? A lot of ones, scrolling, lots of ones. And again, we do have a 2, so there we go. It just, you've got 12 people sitting on that jury. And when you make an assertion, a strong assertion, people like to be contrarian. People do like to consider the opposite of what people say sometimes. You've got 12 people sitting there that could be like, I think there might be another reason. I don't think necessarily that just because it's his baby mom and he loves her that he wouldn't lie to her also. So, especially in the previous call, she flat out says you're always lying or whatever. So, if she has that impression, why does she need to repeat it on every call for her to be thinking that? But yeah, great food for thought, Leah's dad. Good to see you. And then FFS, this is the new thing, guys. So whenever you're about to lie, the tell, there's a few phrases. Like, I hate the phrase on my kids or on my mom. Like, I know that for some people, when they say that, they really mean it. But I think there's a whole lot of people out there that say those things and then tell all the lies. And I think it's so disrespectful to when someone seems like they're lying and they'll say things like, on my mama, on my kids, on my dad, on my friend that passed away, on God. And then they just flat out lie. I think it's so disrespectful. So, some of these tells, things like God's honest truth. FFS is playing with it here and saying God's honest truth. I really like the state and wish the best for them, especially Love and Hylton. I really love them both. So turning that tell on its head. And Chloe says, going back to, are we paying attention to the jury? Chloe says, Love doesn't look at the jury because they can't deliberate if they're turned into stone. Oh my gosh. So out of this whole trial, she's the Medusa. She's got the snake heads. She's slime. That's very funny. I didn't expect that punchline. Oh my gosh. Ike says, you're going to be up there one day, Kat, and we're going to be screaming for you to go all caps on a witness. Oh no, I thought you almost... This took a turn at the end, too. I thought you were going to make a joke about them calling me to the stand as some witness. The Rico chat gang. I don't think I could do trial lawyering, you guys. I get worked up pretty easily. Like, I got annoyed with Hylton earlier. And sometimes when I get angry, I cry. So I don't know if I would play well in court. But definitely like to help raise discussions, play devil's advocate. Do the philosophical conversations. Bring a little common sense to the mix. Bring the conversation together with the chat here. Yeah, Chloe really got me with that one. Shout out to Chloe, Albert's Revenge. Thank you so much, Ike. And then L1915 says, they're asked to prove what they don't believe. And did anyone notice, I don't even remember when I said it, but I remember saying it. It was the question. Hylton asked a dangerous question, and I didn't hear the defense object. But she said something to the effect, she was asking Woody, did you see videos? Did they show you phone records? Did they show you visitation logs? It was a series of questions. And then she asked, well, just because you didn't see something, does that mean they don't exist? And to me, that sounded like burden shifting. Like the implication of that. The phrase itself isn't exactly burden shifting, but the implication of that question is burden shifting. Like, it's shifting the burden to the defense to have to disprove the existence of something. When the state is the agency that's supposed to investigate and prosecute and prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. That really irked me. I can't wait to go. I'm going to rewatch that part later today. So you just sent me down that rabbit hole. Thanks, L1915. But yeah, they're asked to prove what they don't believe. It's the whole case. And then G-Lander says, scariest part is knowing Hylton is currently a professor at Emory, specifically teaching trial strategies to future attorneys. I think that part, and then also that Love is in charge of difficult witnesses. She's supposed to be the one that's great at dealing with difficult witnesses, and we're getting a great, like a Costco sampler, a BJ's sampler, Sam's Club sampler. If you don't live in the United States, those are wholesale clubs where while you're shopping, they've got like 10, 15 little demo booths where you can like sample the foods that they sell. But we're getting a sampler platter here of what these techniques to help deal with difficult witnesses consist of. Plop an immunity deal on them. Hover a prosecution for something else over their head as a stick, and then take it away as a carrot. have an ex parte meeting. If they're actually charged with something, plea deal them. Make them agree to the facts that they will certainly testify to, just to not have 20 years hanging over their head. We are getting the sampler platter of what it takes to deal with a difficult witness. So, and then we do have, okay, wait, 30 seconds. Okay, yeah, so the new lawyer's not, that's not surprising that he's not released. I think if he were to be released, he might have to make a reason for a withdrawal.
What? Okay, thank you. All right, do you have a short, like hour-long witness?
He's not an hour long. We do.
Was it further back than that, Dublin Mug? I mean, but it makes sense. They're not just going to like release an attorney when someone else is still under subpoena. But if he were to come forward and say like, look, there's a reason I can't represent him anymore, or like Woody fires him, there's other reasons he could be released from representing Woody, even though he's still under subpoena. And then Aaliyah, good to see you, sends the 199. Super sweet of you. Touche says the defense needs you on an earpiece just so they don't miss anything. No, because then you'll be like, everyone in the chat will be like, oh, the defense is playing with an earpiece, they're making signals. And then they'll say I'm a co-conspirator. I do think they pay attention, you guys, though, especially like Max and Doug seem very active on X. Who knows if the others are lurking, but I do think they pay attention to the insights, the things that you guys clip, the things that Thugger Daily clips and how people respond to it. I do think more than we guess, they are watching and looking for feedback, not just to see what you guys notice, but to also see the sentiment, the vibe, check how you guys are interpreting things. So I do think they are paying attention to the social media world out here. And then D-Love for Good Music, shout out to Good Music, says, hey Kat, I think they are trying to hold Woody just in case he decides to speak more in any upcoming interviews with his newfound fame. I don't know if I think that will impact his willingness to do interviews. I don't know. I feel like he might troll a little harder in some interviews while also reserving conversations about some other things, right? He might not want to go out. In one of his interviews, he said, people don't know what it's like to be laying awake. I can't sleep at night. And I wake up in the morning knowing today I either basically have to kill or be killed. Now, we didn't see that part of it. I think that was the DJ UTV interview. We didn't see that clip come in from anybody, but at the same time, if you feel like pressure's on, people might be looking at you as a third-party culprit. Maybe you'll draw back from saying stuff like that in an interview that could be interpreted in a certain way that might put you in hot water. I think he'll amp up the trolling on other topics. And I know you guys in the chat, as soon as there's a new Woody interview, people will notice if anything interesting is said, for sure. So I think he'll be cautious in some areas and then a little bit more goofy and ready to troll in other areas. But good point. And then Toothless Tiger says, I remember Hylton said there were no notes when speaking with Woody the week before he testified. How did she come up with details of what was said today? Good catch. Good catch. I don't know. Although, interestingly, I do think Woody said, like, I said that, like, he did question some of her characterization of those interactions with, you're saying I said that, you're saying you said that, you said you did what? He seemed to not be grasping her characterization of a lot of these things. So she might have just tried to recall from her own memory, remembering things how she wanted to remember them. And was it Miss Westmoreland that called that out? We can't call Miss Hylton as a witness to say how she said she's standing there on the side of the room for one reason or another, but we can't actually fact check her, call a witness to testify to that under oath. So it's injecting testimony in through her questioning because she's not a witness. So I think the defense attorneys called this out a little bit. Judge Whitaker, though, of course, just was like, no, I'm gonna overrule it. So, but great observation. And then FFS says, I don't know how well they pay attention because after I got off the stand, I've texted someone who I knew they're gonna call on phone with exactly what I said. I mean, it's anyone's guess how much they pay attention. It is surely anyone's guess. And I guess it might depend on who's the big fish. So I think they have some matters they address about, you know, who's called next. We'll close out this day. We'll finish whatever happens here. Let's see.
Do have one out there, but he's not an hour long.
Okay. I know we have a couple of matters to deal with. They're not gonna, I don't think, take very long. We can start with the next witness, or we can just start first.
And what is that squeaking noise? Hold on. It's like right when she sits down.
We can start with the next witness, or we can just start fresh in the morning. Jurors, y'all have a preference? The morning. Okay. All right, I'm gonna release y'all for the evening. If you could stick with us for just a second. And with the reminder to not discuss the case with anybody, don't allow anybody to discuss it with you, don't observe in any way, and try to avoid in every way any kind of accounts from anybody or any place about the trial, and we'll see y'all in the morning, okay?
Oh my God, that's so funny about the chair. I heard it earlier, but it wasn't showing her sitting down. Right there, it caught her. And then D. Motley says, I want to read the book Woody said he wrote.
All right, this next matter is going to concern a juror, so if the media could please stop recording.
Oh, they're going to turn us off. Oh, it squeaked again.
All right.
They do come back. I saw it. They came back. Oh my God. This chair squeaking is going to be too funny to me. Is it gonna, okay. Do you guys think she's going to change her chair for tomorrow? Or do you think she'll be in the same chair tomorrow? What do you guys think? Predictions: 1, she'll squeak tomorrow. 2, she's absolutely going to change that chair. Holy moly. This is too good. Like, what are the odds that that's her chair? But yeah, I think this book would be interesting, D. Motley. He said it was too violent, so he didn't want to put it out. So that's also interesting. Thank you for the super chat. Chloe Albert's Revenge says Hylton testifies as a witless, not a witness. And then AI Designs, thank you so much for showing some support. Good to see you.
Tomorrow. He did tell me that he was letting the court know his schedule, but he did apprise the court, I believe, in Dublin.
Wherever else he needs to be, that he's going to, and once he's here, he's going to need to stay here until we're finished with that witness. He understands that, right?
I believe he does. We spoke outside it.
Okay. Is he here now?
He should be.
Do you want to just have him come in, and I'll just let him know if I need to reach out to any of the other courts and let them know what's going on? I'm happy to do that.
Yes.
How long do you anticipate with, and I know you can't know for certain, but
3 hours.
okay. And then, so I don't know how much cross there will be, but probably, I mean, lawyers are notorious for underestimating how long everything takes. So I'm going to say we might
proof
be
of
with
that
them for most
today.
of the day. And then if you throw in a couple of sound issues, which seem to be pretty regular as well, we're probably talking about all day with him. Although have your next witness lined up just in case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yeah, while we're waiting for Mr. Wright.
Your Honor, I may have missed it. The state earlier, I thought, announced that there was 2 interviews of Mr. Sledge, and I
think that was in an email. Isn't that what we were talking about this morning?
Yes, and we said we were going to verify. We just haven't had the opportunity, but we were going to verify. We'll email everyone this evening.
Okay, well, y'all were, I thought, going to talk about that at lunch, but
I'm fairly certain that the defense only has one interview in the discovery.
Can somebody kind of go ahead and sort that out before we leave here? Good afternoon. So I think that we're going to see you and your witness tomorrow. And I appreciate you being here. You know how it is. You never know exactly when the next person's going to get called, but your witness will be first thing in the morning, 9 a.m. The estimate is somewhere between 3 hours and I'm thinking more like the whole day, but who knows? Hopefully it'll just be tomorrow in terms of your scheduling, but obviously if I need to reach out to any other judge who expects you, just let me know that, and obviously our chambers will coordinate.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Okay, and if there's anybody that you think needs to be apprised in advance, just let us know that and we'll go ahead and do that as well, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we'll see y'all in the morning, 9 a.m. sharp. Thank you.
All right, so that was Munk Tunk, Antonio Sledge's attorney. Another plea deal. One of the facts he has to testify to is a lot more damning than anything that Chontavia Stevens had to
How
testify
fast do you think
to,
I could find out about, because I kind of wanted y'all to do that. over the course of the
including that at least one member of YSL
Yeah.
was part of the murder of Donovan Thomas.
Okay.
Judge, while we're waiting on that, I I want to reiterate, I don't know whether this has been covered, but I do want to reiterate my objection to the admission of any guilty plea agreement or guilty plea transcript against anyone other than the witness on trial. I mean, the witness in the witness stand. So I do want to reiterate that and ask for a cautionary 105 instruction with regard to the admission of the guilty plea and any alleged guilty plea colloquy.
Okay, and I know we've talked about various different witnesses, potential guilty plea colloquies. Remind me what might come up with this particular next witness, Mr. Sledge.
There were two issues. One was the entry whole hog of his prior guilty plea. And the state, I think, made very clear. So there's a video of him taking the plea, and then there is the actual plea agreement paperwork that has been admitted for other witnesses. What I said and what I maintain is that we will not be tendering a guilty plea just to tender the guilty plea. We would tender the certified conviction, but as far as that guilty plea paperwork, unless he says something that is not consistent with it, then we won't have a need to tender it as any prior inconsistent statement. Or if there is some challenge to something that he said as a recent fabrication, I mean, unless there is an exception to it, there won't be a need to have it read into the record. I mean, we may tender it as evidence for the record, but not for presentation or anything to the jury unless something happens during his testifying.
All right.
That was the first.
You're not intending to introduce anybody else's guilty plea with this witness, are you?
No.
Well,
Mr. Harvey, can you give me a little bit of more info on what it is you might be referencing
The guilty plea agreement,
of anybody else?
no, of the witness.
Oh, you said you were objecting to the,
Admission of the guilty plea agreement as to anybody other than that it represents and can be used as substantive evidence against any of the other defendants on trial. It can be used traditionally, and there are 100 cases on that point.
I understand what you mean now. I thought you meant somebody else's guilty plea
No.
agreement. You mean it's use against somebody else?
Yes. That is correct.
Okay, and do you have a proposed instruction on that? What did he plead to?
Your Honor, he pled to the indictment. So two things. One, I'm not certain why Mr. Harvey is saying that a 105 instruction is necessary. As it relates to this particular witness, he will be on the stand testifying, and his testimony would be admissible, especially as it relates to count one, as to all of the defendants. If he says something on the stand inconsistent with what he has said previously, then that prior inconsistent statement would be substantive evidence against all of the defendants, if that comes to it. But I don't know that it will come to that, so I can't really speak to,
All right, yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, just have something ready, and it may just depend upon what the circumstances are.
Well, the rule is as follows. One person's guilty plea or conviction may not be used as substantive evidence of the guilt of another. The evidence, however, a co-defendant's guilty plea is admissible at trial provided that, quote, the evidence serves a legitimate purpose and the jury is properly instructed about the limited use they may make of it, close quote. That's United States versus Deloach at 34 Fed 3rd 1001 at pinpoint 1003, as discussed in United States versus Clay. In United States versus Clay is, I don't know whether you want a Westlaw or Lexus site, but 2021 U.S. Appeals Lexus 36080 or 2021 Westlaw 5795330. That's the general rule.
Judge, I think that's the general.
That's the general rule. That's not
Yes.
when we're talking about something like a Rico account.
It's the general rule as to anything. He can testify, but the plea agreement cannot be used against everybody else. That provision of the statute and the gang statute has been held unconstitutional. We've argued about this before, but his guilty plea can't be used against anybody else.
I disagree with what Mr. Harvey is saying. I think as it relates to this witness's guilty plea and anything, if it's a prior inconsistent statement, federally it may not be allowed, but under the Georgia rules of evidence, a prior inconsistent statement is substantive evidence. So given that it would be substantive evidence against each of these defendants, as to count one, a limiting instruction would not be warranted. A 105 limiting instruction, as Mr. Harvey has requested, would not be warranted. So I'm not certain what he's proposing to the court, so I can't really object specifically to what he's proposing.
It's not.
But I argue that.
Sorry.
Please don't
I'm sorry.
interrupt.
I'm sorry.
the
I thought she was
attorneys
done,
when they're
and I
talking.
apologize.
Okay.
She's so stern with
But,
Harvey.
I would, at this point, my position is that a 105 limiting instruction isn't necessary. We're not talking about someone that they cannot cross-examine. We're not talking about somebody who's unavailable. We're talking about a person who is on the stand as a witness that will be asking questions.
Okay, so I don't think Mr. Harvey is talking about a prior inconsistent statement being used as substantive evidence. He's talking about the guilty plea itself being used as evidence against any of the people here on trial, right?
That's correct. That is correct. The guilty plea agreement can be used against Mr. Sledge, but not against the other defendants. Show the court a case. I want to see a case where
All right, talk to me.
where it says that a 105 instruction and a guilty plea of even a testifying co-defendant doesn't require a 105 instruction. The case that I cited to the court, which cites a whole series of 11th Circuit cases, is a case that deals with a testifying witness. It is not just unavailability. And fine, if we can see a case that says otherwise, we'll be glad to discuss it. In the meantime, I'm moving in limine and want a 105 instruction.
All right, well, give me something that you would like proposed, and why don't we all meet here at 8:30 in the morning, since we'll need to hash all of this out potentially before we get the next witness on the stand.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll be here at 7:30.
And what I heard Mr. Harvey say is he's not speaking about the certified conviction. He's talking about that plea form where there were factual acknowledgments that were made. And that is what we discussed the last time. And that is what I told the court that I would not be using unless there was something inconsistent said. And that is why I said it would be a prior inconsistent statement that is admissible as substantive evidence. And Mr. Harvey is asking us to prove a negative, when in fact, the case law that he is citing is not applicable to this circumstance.
Judge, I am talking about a plea agreement. There
Are you
is a
talking about
December.
the part that he signs and he says, yes, I acknowledge X, Y, and Z are true, or whatever it is
Yes,
he says?
yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Can't deal with the chair.
See y'all at 8:30 about it, and send anything you want to have me consider in the meantime to Ms. Firstfield. All right, anything else?
We have a response for the Antonio Sledge interview, Your Honor.
Okay.
It appears that there's only one interview to answer the question. And also, Your Honor, I can do this now or when the jury is, I want to just make sure that the exhibits that we discussed today were tendered and admitted, Your Honor. And so I just wanted to go over those numbers again.
We can do that now.
So the exhibits that we tendered and moved for admission was 399Y, 401Y, 402Y, 403Y, 404Y, 405Y, 406Y, and 407Y.
And you think those were all admitted?
Yeah.
Or you're
If
just
they
trying to
weren't,
make
I want to
sure?
make sure that they are.
I know. So remind me what 399Y was?
399Y was the law and crime clip where I asked Mr. Copeland about reading the Hertz records.
Okay, yeah. I don't know if you tendered, or, I mean, you must have because you played it. So yeah, that was admitted. And then I know 401 and 402Y were, and then obviously anything that you played was.
Yeah.
Is that what everything else was?
So 401 and 402 were the
Guilty
document
plea forms, yeah.
And then
Those are in.
And then 403, just to confirm, was like 405Y, I can start there, was the video clip of Mr. Steele and Mr. Copeland and the portion of the We Killed Nut call. 406Y was the June 16, 2015 jail call. 407Y was the June 13, 2015 jail call.
Okay, those are in.
And then I just need to look and see what 405.
I mean, a lot of this is like it was already in, and now they're just excerpts, and so they already are in. They're just labeled as smaller pieces of the larger piece that's already in.
No,
right?
no, these were like the law and crime.
Not the law and crime things; those are in, and the 2 guilty plea forms are in. But all of the things that are just, you know, snippets of things that were already in. I mean, they're already in. It's just more for convenience that y'all are relabeling them.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so was there anything else other than those groupings of things?
Okay, no, that was it, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Anything else before we break for the day?
It looks like they actually end clean.
8:30. See y'all at 8:30. All right, we are adjourned for the day.
Okay, Hylton, I guess, are we? No? All right. All right. Hylton looked like she was about to try something there. Guys, I can't deal with the squeaky chair. I just can't do it. We have a few food for thought super chats to get through. This is the time of the stream, you guys. Do you see anybody that's currently live? I saw like TLA and AV are already done for the day. And I didn't see anyone else currently talking about YSL content. So if you guys, where are you going after this? Is someone streaming live right now? Yesterday we had looked at some Wade Wilson prison calls from his prison booze. Wade Wilson is being moved over to death row officially. He unalived in a really horrifying way 2 women and was found guilty recently. And Dolly Talks has been going through some jail calls of several different people that are calling him and in some weird kind of pseudo relationship with him while he's been in custody. So that's what I saw. That's scheduled for 6 p.m. coming up shortly, 22 minutes from now. That's the only like live coming up on my subscriptions. That really looks like anything trial related. So, but shout out anybody you'd like to shout out. It's a free floor. And the love for good music. Thank you for becoming a member. Dublin Mug says Mr. Kokomo, and I always think of the Beach Boys song. Needs to fix a microphone for Mr. Harvey because I really want to hear him scream. I always love hearing Mr. Harvey's arguments because it seems like he doesn't make an argument. He does, but it seems like when he makes an argument, it's something that's so taken for granted that he is stunned that he has to be making the argument at all. And I love to hear it because it's just like, this is how it works. It's this simple. I can't wait to argue it. You want us here at 8:30? I'll be here at 7:30. Like, heck yeah. He did a good job without the microphone, all things considered, but they need to sort that out. And yeah, Mr. Kokomo, he needs a raise because he's the one, every time he has to cue something up, he's up there making it happen pretty quickly. There's only a few videos where there was a lull. It took a couple moments for it to get ready for Steele. Everything else was super smooth. Not like when the state's trying to cue something up that they had all weekend to prepare for their 4 clips that they tried to introduce today. It took like 3-4 minutes for them to hit the play button. But yeah, shout out to good tech, good technology, and good preparation. Thank you so much, Dublin Mug. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, can Snoop Dogg testify next? We need a palate cleanser, and he was hilarious at the Olympics. He's kind of a crip, so YSL? No. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the questions they could ask Snoop Dogg as like an expert witness? He comes up and gives his expertise on you know, really I guess California gangs, Crip culture, clothing, slang, and just demolish anything that the 4 to 5 gang experts from the state are trying to say. That would be a good time. I think that would be highly watched. JL says, why'd they put Hylton on Woody's cross-exam? It's stupid as heck. So technically direct and then redirect, but I think it's because he won't talk to Love. Woody won't talk to Love. And you can't really switch the attorney that's leading questioning halfway through. So, I don't know. I'm curious if they had maybe like, I don't know. Atkins can be kind of hard to understand, but I feel like, because he speaks fast and he stutters a little bit, but I think he's good at using casual language when he needs to, so I do wonder how Atkins would have done. I think Hylton, they figured Hylton had good rapport and had life story conversations with Woody, and that he would be cooperative with her, and that wasn't really the case. But once they went down that route, they were on that path. Thank you so much, JL. And then Iron Rabbit, what an awesome way to close out the stream. So good to see you. 5 gifted memberships, so 5 people had gotten a gift. Thank you so much. There is a rabbit emoji if you guys want to show Iron Rabbit some appreciation. We got 5 gifted memberships. And then, you know, I don't know. I see someone, what happened to the juror. I don't know. They turned it off and it was a quick, brief little thing. So I'm not sure. Oh, sweet. One of these went to that ill kid. Yeah, that's awesome. You look good in green. Look at that. Look at that. Anybody have an idea on lives where we can go hang out after this? I'm going to scroll up and see. You guys are all talking about the YSL squeaky chair. No. Don't leave us. I really wouldn't leave. I would have done the last leg of Trontavia Stevens as a stream tonight. I just can't do it because I have to prepare for this meeting tomorrow. Good point, you guys. I should remind you. Tomorrow we'll be looking at day 122 in the evening. We're not just going to be starting late and skipping breaks. I have to start in the evening because I'm working with people in different time zones tomorrow for an all-day business planning meeting. So there's no way I can get around it. I'm like structuring and redesigning their marketing department. So I can't just lurk in the background and pretend to be present while I'm really over here. Otherwise I would. But we will be doing an evening stream probably starting at 4:30 Eastern. So we'll be on Australia time, I think, tomorrow. We'll be the early birds for Australia. And then I don't know, I think I might have missed if you guys are shouting out other channels, and I'm not trying to, I just keep scrolling. So I did set up a redirect, and I don't think it always works to go over to the Wade Wilson jail calls. I know AV to the 7th Power said she was going to be releasing a on-demand video about Mungtunk. I just don't see it scheduled or on her page yet. But if you guys aren't already subscribed to her channel, I'll drop her link. I can't share the video because it's just not up. But if you subscribe, you'll see it when she gets it posted. And then let's see. I'll get the link to the Wade Wilson, and then we'll end this up. And for a little bit, I might actually be able to lurk in a chat tomorrow. I don't know why I can never get Dolly's YouTube. Casper's still in here. Casper's probably, thank you, look at you guys, Steph's on it. So we'll be going over to there. That starts in about 15 minutes. So perfect time to get some popcorn because these jail calls are really a little bit just crazy to listen to. In a different way than listening to the jail calls from the YSL trial. These are a whole different level of crazy, simping jail calls. So I'll be over there to hang out with Dolly in the chat. And there we go. See you at some point tomorrow, either in a chat or if you want to come hang out for our late evening happy hour watch of day 122. You guys all have a good one. And no, we are ending. No, the state did not find their Rico. We'll tune in tomorrow to find out. Take care, everybody. Have a good one.